simple. Power to change this country is in your hands.
I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder than any president has ever fought.
The Biden campaign says that their easiest path to the nomination is through that blue wall that President Trump broke through back in 2016.
We're going to show America that Michigan
is Trump country.
After 4 years of failure and division, we have the power to change America.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
All right, welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. This is New Day. It is Tuesday, November 3rd, 5 o'clock here in New York. This is a special edition of New Day, the final day of voting in America. In exactly 1 hour, polls open in 8 states. We've all waited a long time for this. And by this time tomorrow, we might know who will be president come January 20th, or we might not. What we do know is that this election has already exploded all precedent. Nearly 100 million ballots have already been cast. That is a record, and frankly, bonkers. It is hard to wrap your heads around that. We're getting new information and analysis on each candidate's path to 270 electoral votes. Remember, that is what determines who wins. Joe Biden closed out his campaign in Pennsylvania, just where it began more than a year ago. He blasted the president's handling of the coronavirus pandemic, which is spiraling out of control this morning. While President Trump threatened legal action to stop vote counting in Pennsylvania beyond today, he ended the night in Michigan.
And there is an extra layer of fencing around the White House this morning. The president plans to host hundreds of people at an election night party there. All of this against the backdrop of a pandemic. Another 84,000 new coronavirus cases were reported overnight. That's the fourth highest day since the pandemic began. More than 231,000 Americans have died. And there is new reporting that Dr. Deborah Birx is reportedly pleading with the White House for much more aggressive action. Let's begin our coverage with CNN's Jessica Dean. She is live in Philadelphia, where Joe Biden holds an event today. What's happening at this hour, Jessica?
Well, good morning, Allison. And we made it. Election day is here. The voters finally get to have their voices heard in all of this, in the months and months and months that we've been following it. Vice President Biden and President Trump making their closing arguments to voters yesterday. Both of the men here in this critical battleground state, showing just how important Pennsylvania is in this road to 270. On an election day where nearly 100 million Americans have already cast their ballots early, President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden making their closing arguments to voters.
You have the power to vote, so go out and vote. Unless you're going to vote for somebody other than me, in which case, sit it out.
The power to change this country is in your hands. And I don't care how hard Donald Trump tries. There's nothing he can do to stop the people of this nation from voting, no matter how he tries.
Trump wrapping up in Grand Rapids, Michigan just hours ago.
This is not the crowd of a second-place finisher.
In 5 rallies across 4 states, the president repeating some of his biggest complaints, including casting doubt about mail-in voting. This time falsely implying there would be election fraud in Pennsylvania following the Supreme Court decision to allow the counting of ballots received up to 3 days after the election.
We're going to win Pennsylvania. It's a great state. That's a very, very dangerous decision by the Supreme Court. I guess it was a political decision. I don't know what it was. I don't know what they were thinking.
With Pennsylvania as a key state to win the White House, the president holding a rally in his rival's hometown of Scranton. Biden closing his campaign in the Keystone State too, but in Pittsburgh, where he pitched a message of unity.
The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself. No one else can challenge us. And that's exactly what Donald Trump has been doing. Folks, it's time to stand up and take back our democracy. We can do this. we can be better than what we've been.
The event, the last of 3 in Western Pennsylvania, where the former vice president was joined by Lady Gaga.
Follow me, follow me, follow me.
The Biden campaign splitting up the battleground state, with Senator Kamala Harris rallying voters in Philadelphia and stretching its ground game down south to Georgia and Florida with the help of former President Barack Obama.
The answer is not to stay home, it's to turn out like never before.
This all in Biden's push to build back the blue wall Trump knocked down in 2016. That hope evident in Biden's stop in Ohio, a state the president won in the last election.
It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home. We're done. We're done with the chaos.
Vice President Biden closes out this 2020 campaign season right here in Pennsylvania today with an event in his hometown of Scranton and another here in Philadelphia before traveling back to where he lives in Wilmington, Delaware to await election results. President Trump is scheduled to visit his campaign headquarters in Virginia before holding an election night party with hundreds of guests in the East Room of the White House. Allison?
Okay, Jessica, thank you very much for that. So what is the latest path to victory for Trump and Biden to reach that magical number of 270 electoral votes? CNN's Phil Mattingly breaks it down for us.
Well, John, Allison, here we go. Here we go. This gray, finally, mercifully, is about to turn into red and blue. The state's kind of coming out as data comes in over the course of Tuesday into Wednesday, even longer than that. And I think one of the big questions is going into this night, what is this actually going to look like? This is the 2016 map to some degree. Let's pull out right now where things stand currently. If you look around the map, you have where the toss-up states are. You kind of imagine that Minnesota, not totally a safe seat for Democrats right now, but we'll go ahead and put that in the Democratic column. Colorado as well. Trump campaign making a play for Nevada, but Democrats feel like they've locked that up over the course of the last several cycles. That will be able to be maintained. So where does that leave things? Everything you see that's not colored in are states that could be in play, could be toss-up states. Now, Democrats feel like they'll be able to lock in New Hampshire. They feel like they'll be able to walk in Maine as well. What happens to the rest? You look at the electoral maps right now. 233 electoral votes for Biden, 125 electoral votes for Trump. There is one clean and easy pathway for the Biden campaign to 270. And it goes like this: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's the blue wall. You put that back together. You undo essentially what President Trump was able to ride to election back in 2016. And Joe Biden is the president of the United States. Now, the big question right now, and why you've seen everybody just flood Pennsylvania over the course of the last couple of weeks, is what if President Trump wins Pennsylvania? And he holds on to Ohio, which he won pretty handily in 2016. Joe Biden made a trip there. Republicans still feel like it's in good shape. Holds on to Iowa as well. Where are the pathways for Joe Biden? What happens if even maybe Wisconsin goes Republican as well? That is why you've also seen a focus for Democrats down here. North Carolina, Georgia, obviously Florida, always a toss-up, and Arizona, a state that Democrats finally believe is ripe to come their way. So Joe Biden, 249 electoral votes, win the state of North Carolina, win the state of Georgia, over 270. What happens if President Trump wins Florida, wins Georgia? Well, Democrats win North Carolina, win Arizona, over 270. Now, there's one state I haven't filled in yet, and frankly, it's because nobody really knows what's happening there. You have seen over the course of the last several weeks the state of Texas with an early vote that has already surpassed by a substantial margin their 2016 total vote. Now, what does it mean? You've had several election analysts put this into a toss-up column. We don't actually know right now. Can't totally break down in bipartisan manner which way the early vote is going. All that is known is that President Trump didn't win Texas by as much as Republicans traditionally do. Democrats believe Texas may actually be in play. If Texas is in play, the entire map changes. Joe Biden has rewritten what a Democratic pathway is to the presidency. So pay attention to all these things. Make something very clear here. Donald Trump has a very clear pathway to 270 electoral votes and re-election. But Joe Biden also has a pathway to a huge electoral win, one that might actually rewrite the map entirely. Wins Texas, flips Georgia from a red state to a blue state, wins back Florida, wins the state of Pennsylvania. All of a sudden, you're rolling up a huge electoral victory for Vice President Biden. It's not to say it's going to happen. It's not to say any combination of this is going to happen. What it underscores going into this day, going into these final votes being cast, there are any number of combinations on the table. There is a very clear pathway for President Trump to be reelected. There are multiple pathways for Joe Biden to win election. And that, of course, is why they play the game, why they cast the votes, and why we wait and see what happens over the course of the next 24 hours. Guys?
All right, our thanks to Phil Mattingly, hanging on every word there. I dream of magic walls these days. That's what I see.
I thought you were
going to
say you dream of Phil Mattingly. And, well, I mean, you're not alone.
Phil Mattingly and the magic wall is like, that's a special kind of dream. Joining us now, CNN political commentator Errol Louis. He's a political anchor for Spectrum News. Also with us, CNN political analyst Margaret Tlaib. She is the politics and White House editor at Axios. And friends, what I want to ask you is what you are looking for today. But before we get to that, I'm going to start with me. I want to put up on the screen a number which I just can't wrap my arms around. This is the number of people who have voted already. 99.5 million Americans have already voted. I've covered elections for 25 years, and we've never seen anything like this. And I don't even know how to factor it in to what I'm watching today, Errol, because I'm sitting here doing math, being, well, what does that mean? How many votes are left? How much would Donald Trump have to bring in to win now? What are you watching?
That's right. Well, listen, it's very important not to skip over that point because it blows out everybody's expectations. All of these carefully crafted models based on past elections, you have to throw a lot of that out the window because not just Texas, but also I think Hawaii, Montana, they've already exceeded all of the 2016 vote. So people are doing something in a way that we don't understand. We don't necessarily even understand why. This has all, what I'm going to be watching for, John, is this has all the makings of what could be a wave election, similar to 1980, similar to 1994. We're not sure exactly what is going on here. And frankly, that's a wonderful thing. For those of us who year after year have tried to sort of push for people to participate more, well, here's their answer. And we're going to find out what it all means.
Or, Margaret, that huge number has cannibalized what we'll see today, and people did it early because of the pandemic, because of, you know, whatever else is happening in the world. And as Errol and John have said, we just don't know. And we also don't know about new voters. You know, when you take a poll, it's of likely voters, and there may be an influx of young voters or newly registered voters, and we don't have them as part of the calculation necessarily either.
Well, Allison, and happy Election Day. I think that's all completely true. And, you know, for sort of an average voter sitting at home, I think sometimes you feel detached from the process and you look at all this modeling and these predictions and you extrapolate. You think, I don't really have to vote today, or if I vote, it's not going to matter where I live. And the truth is that that's just not true. Even as much early voting as there has been, the outcome in all of these key battle states still absolutely depends on who actually comes out today to vote in person as well. And so the models are only as good as the assumptions they make, and it's extremely hard to make assumptions when so many parameters are out of whack, when the pandemic has changed people's behavior, when legal battles have changed what could be counted, when the candidates themselves are behaving as candidates never normally do. You're watching a sitting president attacking preemptively the Supreme Court as part of the closing round of electioneering. And so it's an extraordinary year. But I think it's important for people who are still thinking about participating to understand that none of these models can be predictive without understanding what people will actually do today with their masks on, standing in line in the polls.
Yeah, just one more stat I'll throw out there. More people have voted in Texas already than voted in 2016. What does that mean? Who knows? That's why we're not going to leave our TV for a minute over the next 14 or 20 hours. Errol, Margaret brought it up, so let's talk about it. The president's closing message seems to be a threat of violence against Americans based on the Supreme Court. This tweet I'm about to read you, Twitter has already taken it down because it is spreading misinformation, they say. The president said the Supreme Court decision on voting in Pennsylvania is a very dangerous one. It will allow rampant and unchecked cheating and will undermine our entire system of laws. It will also induce violence on the streets. Something must be done. So to be clear, all the Supreme Court did is said that Pennsylvania, which decided it wants to accept ballots postmarked by today for 3 more days, he's saying somehow that will lead to cheating. Twitter thinks that's a lie. And then there's the idea the president says that it will somehow incite violence, although I don't think he knows the word incite. He says induce violence. Why is he making this threat, Errol?
He's making that threat because he wants to win the election. And but let's be clear, it's complete garbage. It's good that Twitter took that down. There are 21 states plus Washington, D.C. that allow for mail-in votes to be counted after Election Day. You have to wait for military ballots to come in. You have to wait for absentee ballots to come in. The Postal Service takes a couple of days. And different states, really almost half the states, have figured out how to do it. And Pennsylvania says 3 days. There are other states that say 10 days. Some other states say 7 days. So for the president to say this, and he knows it's not true, he's trying to sow confusion. He's trying to create the legal basis to shift the terrain to a more favorable ground on the assumption that he loses and will need the electoral votes of Pennsylvania. That's all this is about.
All right, Errol, Margaret, we're not done with you.
Oh, no.
Stand
Far
by.
from it.
Much more to come. A federal judge ruled in favor of more than 100,000 Texans who have already cast their votes. He said their votes will count. This has to do with drive-through voting locations in Harris County, the biggest county in Texas. What does this mean for the votes already cast? What does it mean for today? That's next.
Overnight, the biggest county in Texas decided to close all but one of its drive-through voting locations. The Harris County clerk says he does not want ballots cast at those locations to be jeopardized. Back with us, Errol Louis and Margaret Talev. Errol, let me just make sure I have this right. So a judge decided, the Supreme Court, that the ballots already cast through drive-in locations do count. But as of today, drivers and voters have to get out of their car and walk those ballots into a building. And I guess the bigger question is this just somehow a sign of the challenges and counter challenges that will be happening elsewhere outside of Texas on other issues?
Yeah, it's a real shame. In a number of states, Texas, of course, being Exhibit A, what you're finding is that what are purported to be legal challenges are really about power, about who thinks they can get an advantage by tweaking the rules in this direction or that direction. So get out of your car or get into your car. Harris County tends to skew Democratic, and so you have Republican lawyers that are pushing in that direction. We may see something similar going on elsewhere around the country. It's really unfortunate. The judges, though, if you read the tone of their rulings and their actions that they've taken, though, they've really been admirable because they've been saying this is about the law, and we're not going to look to who appointed us or which party might get an advantage. We're going to simply follow the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, which is toward participation. As long as everybody does that, I think we're going to be fine.
Yeah, I actually think the important thing that happened in Texas, just so we're clear here, is the Texas Supreme Court first ruled, and then federal judges there agreed not to disenfranchise 120,000 voters who have already voted. If you voted in a drive-through location in Harris County, your vote counts. That's the major story here. Now, as for the drive-through locations today, they will not be open, but you can get out of your car and go vote inside. There isn't any reason to believe that will disenfranchise voters. So your vote counts if you voted through drive-through. That's what everyone needs to leave here with going forward. Margaret, Axios has some new reporting on how the vote will come in tonight. Obviously, we know some states will count more quickly. Some states will count the early vote first. Some states will count the votes cast today first. The words we choose to use here are shifts. Other people use words like mirage. We're going to use shifts because these are real votes, not fake votes.
Well, that's right. But a number of months ago, a Democratic firm called Hawkfish, this is a Michael Bloomberg-funded firm, came up with a model. They called it the Red Mirage. You're calling it the Red Shift, to model what could look like a really big lead for President Trump on election night and could shift more towards Joe Biden, and they say ultimately deliver Biden the victory in the days after. They have new updated modeling that we're reporting first this morning that still shows an ultimate Biden victory as they model it, but shows that mirage, or that appearance of what it could look like tonight, actually much tighter for President Trump. They still warn that if it looks like he's leading tonight, it doesn't mean anything. But the margin by which they think it might look that way is much, much tighter than just in August. And the reasons why are quite interesting. One reason is that many states did scramble in the last couple of months to try to figure out, can they actually process ballots faster? You know, what mechanisms do they have under state law and under local election regulations to do that? And another reason is because Vice President Biden actually gained in many of the polls that the modeling is built on since the summer. The third reason is really interesting, and it's that many Republicans, although Democrats and independents by far are still more afraid of the coronavirus and more inclined to mail-in vote, many more Republicans than they initially predicted did go ahead and early vote, whether in person or by mail. So that's changing their modeling dynamics. Again, when we talk about this modeling, it doesn't mean that something's going to happen. It means that if some of these assumptions all fall into line, that's what could happen. And even their modeling really shows this massive fluctuation in what could look like is happening and what could actually happen based on that thing that we've been talking about all morning, what we still don't know, which is who's going to turn out in person and who's going to cast those early votes that will be counted in the coming days.
Errol, this is your wheelhouse. This is what you live for every 4 years. How are you spending tonight?
How am I spending tonight?
And when do you think that you'll know something conclusive? You'll see some sign that tells you what's happening.
I will be co-anchoring our broadcast out of New York, like a lot of other Spectrum News channels all around the country. One of the things I'm going to be looking for are the early results that come out of North Carolina and that come out of Florida. These are southern swing states that could make it an early night if Florida, say, goes to Joe Biden. If Trump fails to carry that important state with 29 electoral votes, it becomes very hard to see how President Trump gets reelected. That's one of the early things that I'm going to be looking for. And then the rest of it is just going to be a long slog. And there'll be lots of questions about states like Arizona that might flip. And that big question of Texas that was identified earlier, that's also going to be something that all of us will be watching.
Errol Louis, Margaret Chalov, thank you both very much. Great to talk to you. And be sure to join us for CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America. It begins today, 4 p.m. Eastern. All right, the coordinator of the White House Coronavirus Task Force contradicting President Trump quite forcefully, warning that the U.S. is entering the most concerning and deadly phase of the crisis. We have the latest on the pandemic next.
Overnight, more than 84,000 new coronavirus cases were reported. That's the fourth highest single day since the pandemic began. 13 states reporting record hospitalizations. In the last month, the number of Americans hospitalized has soared more than 50%. Joining us now, CNN political commentator Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. He's an epidemiologist and Detroit's former health director. Dr. El-Sayed, the numbers don't lie. They tell a clear story. And Dr. Deborah Birx, who was the coordinator of the White House task force, has now somewhat publicly split from the White House public messaging on the coronavirus. The Washington Post reports overnight that she put together a memo that's been circulating that says we are entering the most concerning and most deadly phase of this pandemic, leading to increased mortality. This is not about lockdowns. It hasn't been about lockdowns since March or April. It's about an aggressive, balanced approach that is not being implemented. The call's coming from inside the House, Dr. El-Sayed.
That's right, John. Unfortunately, the numbers don't lie. We have been now in a surge for at least the past 2 weeks. Cases are skyrocketing. And I want folks to appreciate that this is a different kind of surge than the first surge that we experienced back in the spring. There, the virus was mainly relegated to large cities with very good hospital infrastructure. Now, the virus is everywhere, and for that reason, it's hitting rural communities and suburban communities and urban communities alike. And you're seeing hospitals fill up, particularly in those rural and suburban communities that may not have the same quality hospital infrastructure as a city like New York or Seattle. And so the time that it's going to take to overflow some of those smaller rural hospitals that are already facing shutdowns in normal circumstances means that that hospitalization rate and potentially the death rate could go sky high. And so it is really critical that we pay attention to what's happening here. I'm really glad that Dr. Birx is saying what she said, because it is the truth. It's the truth that the scientific consensus and the public health consensus has been talking about for the past 2 weeks at least. We need leadership, and we're not getting it from a president right now who's too busy holding super spreader events all over the hot zone of this outbreak, rather than actually taking on leadership to take this down.
As you know, President Trump has often said that the only reason there are more cases is because there's more testing. And Dr. Deborah Birx shot that down in this. She also said, no, testing is actually flat or declining. So it's not about more testing. We actually are seeing more cases, as you know, doctor. And so what are people supposed to do today? How will they stay safe when they really want to go out and be in a crowd for hours and vote?
Well, that's right, Allison. Saying that there's more cases because there's more testing is like saying that there's more, feces because there's more toilets. No, you just really want to have a toilet to catch it if it's there, just like you really want to have a test to catch it if it's there. So look, voting day is today. Everybody ought to go out and vote. The CDC just published new guidelines about how to do so safely, whether you're in quarantine for COVID-19 or you're not. It's the same recommendations. Wear a mask. Stay 6 feet away from other people. Wear gloves or bring hand sanitizer. Use it often. Bring your own black pen so that you don't have to use anyone else's supplies. And just be really, really careful about how you're interacting and how you're engaging. And if you are in quarantine, make sure you tell a poll worker that you are in quarantine and that you'd like to stay away from other folks as you're waiting your turn to vote. But everybody's got to vote. It's your civic duty. But stay safe. And everybody ought to be following these obvious public health recommendations because we are in the midst of the worst surge of this pandemic that we have had yet, and we've got to start acting like it.
Yeah, keep your distance, wear your mask, and Dr. Al-Sayed, you win the best metaphor alert for all of 2020. To one extent,
congratulations.
Right, the election's already over and you have won. So thank you for being with us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
All right, polls open soon. We're talking like 25 minutes in some of the biggest battleground states. Joe Biden will be in Pennsylvania today. CNN live in Pittsburgh next.
You're not imagining it. It's really here. It is Election Day in America. And one very important state to watch is Pennsylvania. Polls open there in a little more than an hour. And CNN's Alexandra Field is live in Wexford, Pennsylvania with more. What's happening there, Alex?
Hey there, good morning, Allison. Look, we all know there is a scenario where it all comes down to Pennsylvania, but even putting that aside, we know that these 20 electoral votes that the Keystone State has to offer are critical to both campaigns in their path to 270. That's why we've seen President Donald Trump holding a series of rallies here in recent days, visiting the parts of the state that are most friendly to him, trying to drum up enthusiasm among his supporters. He desperately wants to hold on to a state that he flipped back in 2016 with less than 1% of the electorate, just 44,000 votes. The Biden campaign also keeping their eyes on this very big prize. Don't forget, former Vice President Joe Biden launched his campaign in Pennsylvania. He also wraps it up in Pennsylvania with big events yesterday in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. He will be back in Philadelphia and Scranton today. While on the trail in Pennsylvania, he has tried to play up his Scranton roots, working to appeal to those union households that flipped to President Trump back in 2016. Pennsylvania, of course, a critical part of that so-called blue wall that Democrats are trying to rebuild. What is really interesting about Pennsylvania, Allison, is the fact that 2.4 million mail-in ballots have been cast. That sounds like a big number, but it is less than 40% of the total 2016 electorate. That means there is a whole lot of voting that is going to happen today. We are in Allegheny County. That's the home of Pittsburgh. It was the one spot of blue in a sea of red in western Pennsylvania in 2016. But I'm in Franklin Park, a neighborhood just north of the city, an area that actually went to Trump in 2016. So very soon, when those polls open, we're going to start to see who exactly is showing up to vote today and just how much enthusiasm there really is. Allison?
That will be so enlightening. Thank you, Alex. We will check back. All right, so how are voters feeling today? Our Election Day coverage continues. Americans decide today whether President Trump deserves a second term. A record-breaking number of Americans, nearly 100 million, have already cast their votes. So how are Democrats and Republicans feeling about their chances? Joining us now are CNN political commentators Paul Begala and Scott Jennings. Paul is a former advisor for President Bill Clinton, and Scott is a former special assistant to President George W. Bush. Great to see you guys on this very big day. Scott, how are you feeling?
Well, I feel fine. I love Election Day, and it reminds me of the durability of American democracy and the endurance of our institutions. Obviously, people are taking advantage of voting, so I personally feel just fine.
How
now,
do you feel about the Republican candidates' chances?
Yeah, I can read a poll. It doesn't look like Donald Trump is going to win the election, but I think it's not for us to sit on TV today and to say that. What's for today is for the American people to go out and make the final call. And so, you know, in terms of prognosticating, I can read a poll. What's Donald Trump need to happen today? A huge turnout, a huge surge of Republicans to show up, including some people that didn't vote, obviously, in 2016, including people they've been able to register this year. They're banking on a traditional ground game to try to give them some extra points in the swing states, and we'll find out tonight if they were able to pull it off.
Let me just say, Scott, you look terrific this morning. So you feel good, and you look good. So you have two things going for you, at least. Paul,
I sleep in this tiny box that you guys give me. So I'm just here. The lights go off, the lights come on, and I'm just here.
That's most convenient.
Paul, when you wake up at 2 a.m., a lot of things occur to you, and it occurred to me this morning after I woke up. You know, Pennsylvania could be really important, and you know who knows a lot about Pennsylvania? Paul knows a lot about Pennsylvania. When you were in junior high, you cut your teeth running the campaign of Harris Wofford in 1991. You know, a huge victory for the Democrats. You've done a lot of other races there. So what do you see in these final hours in that state, and what will you be looking for?
Yeah, I've called a lot. First, Jennings does look great. He's just gorgeous, and I'm jealous. But I've run 5 campaigns in Pennsylvania. I spent a good deal of time, of course, in these last days, calling my friends there, including, by the way, Senator Casey, the senior Democrat in that state, who knows it better than anyone, whose father was governor, who I worked for with Senator Casey a million years ago. They think we're going to know. It's interesting. We have a reporter in Allegheny County. It's going to take a while to count all the votes. But Democrats believe that Biden's going to win by enough that we will know, and we'll know in particular counties. Look at the turnout. You know, there's only 2 messages in politics. There's only 2 choices in life. You know, seriously, whether it's your diet or your marriage or what television station you watch, the question is always, stay the course or time for a change. And I'm hearing from Pennsylvania, of course I'm hearing from Texans and Georgians and every place I've lived and worked. People want to change. Too many people have lost a friend to Trump's politics. Too many people have lost a job to his economics. Too many people have lost a friend or a loved one to his botched handling of COVID. It is time for a change in America, and I think you're going to see it in Pennsylvania. You're going to see it across this country.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette endorsed President Trump, Scott, which I think came as a surprise to many people. Do you agree that it's all about Pennsylvania today? That's where you'll keep your eyes peeled for all night?
Well, of course. I mean, if Donald Trump could hold Pennsylvania, it would really close off some of Biden's path to 270. The first state I'll be watching for is Florida, because if Florida doesn't go back in the president's basket, then it's going to be a very short night, I think, truthfully. But once you get past Florida, Pennsylvania's vital. If he holds those 2 states, you know, we're going to be in for some several hours of not knowing what's going on out there. But if one of those falls, yeah, I think it'd be problematic.
Yeah, honestly, we really don't know what's going to happen, mostly because nearly 100 million people have voted already. And I'm sure you guys feel like I do. There's just no way to plug that in to the computer that I built in my head on how to process elections. I just don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. I don't even know what to look for today in terms of the vote. Paul, Donald Trump is staying largely in Washington, is going to his campaign headquarters, hanging out at the White House. Joe Biden's going back to Pennsylvania. It's not far, but he's going to Scranton and Philadelphia to pay stops there today. How much of a difference does that make on Election Day? Because it doesn't always happen. Candidates don't often go campaign the last day.
No, they don't. And you know, some people have knocked Biden for not being aggressive enough and campaigning enough. And I think this is terrific. It's where his heart is. You know, it's not like he's going to be sleeping restfully anyway. This is a really anxiety-ridden day for a politician. So I love that. You know, again, when I was working in Pennsylvania, we used to call Biden Pennsylvania's 3rd senator. You know, because he's from neighboring Delaware. Of course, I'm pretty sure he was born in Scranton. I'm not quite certain about that. But he loves those Scranton roots. They're authentic. And he came up with, I think, a terrific frame in this election, where he said this is Scranton versus Park Avenue. You know, that's a pretty tight, pretty simple, pretty populist way of framing the election. And you know, President Trump has a great many strengths, but one of his weaknesses is I think you can tag him as being far too much for the Park Avenue crowd. And Joe is authentic. He's authentically Scranton, and I just love that about him.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you make a candidate go do something, it's just for the candidate to keep him from bugging everyone on the campaign staff. So you send him somewhere so he won't, you know, antagonize everybody. But, you know, we'll see if it makes a difference in terms of picking up votes. Scott, Paul, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You know, one of the things that affects turnout for sure is the weather. So what is the forecast in the key states on this final day of voting? Next. Weather can be a huge factor in turnout. So what does the weather look like today? CNN meteorologist Jennifer Gray with the forecast. Jennifer.
Good morning, John. Yeah, we do have a couple of trouble spots on both coasts, mainly across the Northeast and New England, where we have a couple of lingering showers, a little bit of a wintry mix. We could see some isolated showers across portions of Florida, and then across the Pacific Northwest, we do have our next big system that's rolling onshore today. So here's a live look at the radar. You can see those showers, some snow showers across portions of New York as well as Massachusetts, sliding to the east. Now, this isn't going to be an all-day problem. It's mainly just a morning event, and then it's going to move on out. So you can see 7 o'clock this morning looking like this, and then as the morning goes on, it is going to clear out. We'll be left with a couple of lingering clouds, but nothing in the form of precipitation. Most of that will be drying out and pushing offshore. Of course, across the Pacific Northwest, we have our next big system that's rolling on. You can see across Seattle, Portland, getting some big time rain, and that's going to be lasting throughout much of the day into the afternoon, and that's going to slide to the east. So the Pacific Northwest will really see the most rainfall as far as today is concerned. And so we are going to continue to see very mild temperatures throughout the day today. The morning starting off pretty chilly across portions of the southeast, and then those temperatures will warm up into the 60s and 70s across much of the country. John?
All right, it's a pretty good day to have an election. We don't usually see weather like this over this much of the country on election day. New Day continues right now.
We have made America proud again, and we will make America great again.
In this election, let's vote like our democracy depends on it.
The campaign is cautiously confident that they may have closed the gap somewhat with Joe Biden with these raucous rallies.
We have to fight for this country that we love so much and get out and vote.
There's nothing that's going to stop the people of this nation from voting. Period. It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
That's right. We have a double open, okay? We have a double open. That's how big today is. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and all around the world. This is New Day. It is Tuesday, November 3rd, Election Day, 6 o'clock here in New York. Welcome to a special edition of New Day. And yes, it's happening. Don't adjust your sets. Election Day is finally here. The day that so many of you have been waiting for. Polls are open as of this hour in these 9 states in the Northeast, as you may be able to see on your screen. In half an hour, polls open in key battleground states of Ohio and North Carolina, as well as West Virginia. And by this time tomorrow, we might know who will be president for the next 4 years, or we might not. What we do know is that this election is historic. Nearly 100,000, no, scratch that, 100 million ballots have already been cast. That is a record. Joe Biden closed out his campaign in Pennsylvania, where he began it more than a year ago. He ripped into President Trump for his handling of the coronavirus, which this morning is spiraling out of control. President Trump, meanwhile, threatened legal action to stop vote counting in Pennsylvania beyond Election Day.
Overnight, an extra layer of fencing around the White House, where the president plans to host hundreds of people at an election night party tonight, presumably inside. This is another 84,000 new coronavirus cases reported overnight. That's the 4th highest daily total since the pandemic began. More than 231,000 Americans have died so far. There's new reporting this morning that Dr. Deborah Birx, the leader, the coordinator of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, is pleading with the White House for much more aggressive action, contradicting the messaging from the White House. Let's begin, though, with this final day of voting in America. Gary Tuchman, live at a polling location in the battleground state of Ohio. Gary, one of the most famous pieces of trivia, no Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
Great Final Jeopardy question, John. That's absolutely true. I will tell you, I want to start off this election day by thanking the people behind me, the election workers. Thank you, everybody, for being here, especially during this time of COVID. We really want to thank you for that. This is the Strongsville, Ohio Senior Center in the picturesque small city of Strongsville, Ohio, which is 20 miles south of Cleveland. These polls open at 6:30, so in 30 minutes, the voters will start coming in here and all the precincts throughout the state of Ohio. It's really important to point out, we have no idea how crowded these precincts will be because there was so much early voting. 3.4 million Ohioans voted early. That's 60% of the total vote from 2016. Back in 2016, Donald Trump won the state by 8.1 percentage points. But right now, it's too close to call. Joe Biden, because of that, made a campaign stop, a last-minute campaign stop here in Ohio. Now, ultimately, when they count the votes here in Ohio, it could be fairly quick because the early voting has been processed. At 7:30 tonight, when the polls close, they will immediately start counting the early in-person voting and the absentee ballots, and then today's voting. As you pointed out, John, Ohioans really know how to pick presidents. They've only missed twice in this century and the 20th century combined. 1960, they picked Richard Nixon over John F. Kennedy. 1944, they picked Thomas Dewey over Franklin Delano Roosevelt. There are 18 electoral votes. That's the 7th biggest haul in all 50 states in the District of Columbia. John?
All right, Gary Tuchman for us. Thank those people behind you. Strongsville Strong, the ultimate location for this last day of voting in America. Polls open this hour in the battleground state of North Carolina as well. CNN's Suzanne Malveaux live in Charlotte with a look there. Suzanne.
Good morning, John. Well, it's cold, it's dark, and it's a little bit early, and so voters have not yet quite come out to this polling center, but it is going to be open in about 20 minutes or so. We've just started to see the door open and some of the workers come in. They're going to be setting up shop for a busy day. They do expect it to be busy, but perhaps not as busy as the last go-round. It has been quite extraordinary, the energy and excitement around North Carolina, which, of course, is a toss-up. It was just yesterday we saw President Trump and Melania. I covered Fayetteville out there, and the supporters there were very enthusiastic. Jill Biden will be here today. And if you just take a look at the sheer numbers, you're talking about 4.6 million voters who've already turned out and voted early. That is more than 62% of all registered voters in this state. And if you just to put it into perspective, 96% of all those who voted back in 2016 in North Carolina. So what are they expecting? Perhaps up to 1 million voters throughout the state who will be casting their ballots. They also have an opportunity for those absentee ballots mail-in. If it's postmarked today, then it will actually count and be counted up until November 12th. That was an extension because of COVID to allow more time for the Postal Service to get those ballots, make their way to that tally. Having said that, however, we've been talking to election officials, and they say that unlike some of the other states, these battleground states, they believe they're going to be able to tally about 97% of the ballots cast, that they'll have a very good idea the outcome of the election. Of course, as you know, John, it is unofficial, that tally, but they are confident that we will know whether or not it's President Trump or Biden at the end of the day. Allison?
Really good to know, Suzanne. Thank you so much for all of that. Joining us now, we have Anna Palmer. She's a senior Washington correspondent for Politico, and CNN political analyst Tolu Olorunnipa. He is a White House reporter for the Washington Post. Okay, so here's what we know. Close to 100 million people have already voted. That's 73% of the total turnout in 2016. What we don't know, Anna, is what that means for today. If the numbers today will also be record-breaking, or if that early vote eats into some of the voting numbers today. What are you watching?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the big unknown question here. A lot of experts are shocked even by what was expected to be a historic turnout in terms of voting has really broken past what most people thought it was going to. I think the real question is going to be for the president and his allies, because they need a strong ground game going into today to get the vote out in order to actually compete in some of these states, in Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, certainly. And so that, to me, is going to be the big question. I think the other side that's been very interesting to watch in the last couple of days is Democrats, and really almost wearing it as a badge of honor to wait in line. So voter suppression, the concept of, oh, I don't want to stand in line for hours, now has been almost, something that's gone social, gone viral. There's block parties almost happening. So you're really seeing a very different energy around the concept of waiting in lines right now.
Tulu, what does the number say to you? What does that nearly 100 million people have already voted say to you in terms of enthusiasm, in terms of where the available vote might still be, in terms of Texas, where more people have already voted this time than they did in 2016, North Carolina, where practically more people have voted than they did last time? What does it all say to you?
Yeah, it says that despite this pandemic and despite the fears that going out to participate in the democratic process could be dangerous to one's health, everyone has decided that they are going to have their voices heard. It shows that people are very enthusiastic about weighing in on this election for various reasons. There are a large number of people who are unhappy with what we've seen over the past 4 years, especially over the past year in particular. People have lost loved ones. People feel like this pandemic did not have to be as bad as it was, and they decided to go out in force and show their displeasure with the president. Now, the president also has a large number of people on his side. I was just at the White House just a few hours ago when he came back from his 5th rally of the day, and all of these rallies are packed with people who support him, and a large number of those people have already turned out to vote. The president is hoping that a large number of his supporters will turn out to vote today, and it does show that there is a large amount of enthusiasm in the country to weigh in this election and have your voice be heard, with the idea that you can change the course of the country if you don't like the way that things are going. And based on the polling, there are a large majority of people who do not like the course that the country is on. And we'll have to see if the president can bring enough people to the polls who want him to have 4 more years to account for the fact that in the early vote, the Democrats seem to have the lead, and the president needs to make up for a lot of ground if he's going to have a chance tonight.
And President Trump is not very comfortable with vote counting beyond today, though it always happens. I mean, all sorts of election officials, county executives keep warning us. It always happens. It's commonplace. It's how it's done. But he is not comfortable with it. And in fact, he's resorting to, I think, basically threatening that violence could erupt if the vote weren't decided tonight. I mean, in Kenosha, just yesterday, well, I'll play it for you, what he said.
When the Supreme Court gave you an extension, they made a very dangerous situation, and I mean dangerous, physically dangerous, and they made it a very, very bad, they did a very bad thing for this state.
Sorry, that was Pennsylvania, not Wisconsin. So he's saying that a dangerous, physically dangerous situation. Why? Why is that his closing argument?
Yeah, this has been one of his arguments he's been making over the past week or so, kind of much more frequently, this concept that, it's game day, and then once the votes are in, it's going to be over after the election day, which clearly is not the case historically. In Pennsylvania, he's been kind of in a tit-for-tat with the attorney general there, who has tweeted and said, no, actually, the votes in Pennsylvania often take several days after to certify the actual winner of the state. I think this is clearly because he doesn't think that he's going to do well with some of these absentee and mail-in voting. The president has really cast aspersions upon this and tried to say, you need to vote in person, and they're trying to really suppress the vote as much as possible because larger numbers of voters does not look like it's going to be a good night for the president.
And as Tulu was saying, maybe this message is backfiring. Maybe it is motivating people to go out and vote. The threat of having your vote taken away sometimes makes you want it all the more. Tulu, I don't want predictions. Today is not about predictions because we're going to have results. We're going to have the numbers soon enough. But what I want to know from you is what you will be watching when as this day unfolds.
Yeah, as a Floridian, I'll be watching a number of different counties in Florida. They tend to put out their numbers pretty quickly. Sumter County in Florida is home to a large number of senior citizens, and we've seen some movement with senior citizens towards Joe Biden. It's home to the Villages, the largest retirement community. So when those numbers come in, and that county has actually had a very high number of early votes, when we understand sort of what the breakdown is, that may give us a sense of where Florida is going. If Biden's able to do relatively well with the elderly voters in Sumter County, that may be a sign that he's doing well in Florida and that he may pick up that state. I'll also be watching Georgia and North Carolina, which have had very high numbers of turnout in the early vote, and it shows that both parties are really competing in both of those states, not only at the presidential level, but also in Senate races that are going to be key. So will that high level of turnout that we saw in the early vote period continue today, and will there be enough Democrats turning out to vote on Election Day to make it harder for President Trump and the Republicans to make up the ground that they've been trying to make up over the course of this day? So I'll be watching sort of that Sun Belt, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and then the Rust Belt seems like it's going to maybe potentially come in later with the final vote. But we may have a good sense of where things are going once we see the numbers out of Florida and Georgia and North Carolina.
Anna, specifically, what will you be watching tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think he gave a good roundup. The one state that he didn't mention that you guys were talking about earlier is Ohio. I think they are able to count their early votes, so we'll have a pretty good sense of where their votes are, I think, fairly early. If Trump doesn't get Ohio, it's hard to see his pathway between that and Florida. I think that's going to be the key for the president early tonight. So that's where I'm kind of focused.
Guys, thank you very much. Great to talk to you and get all of your insight. And be sure to join us for CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America. It begins at 4 p.m. Eastern. So officials in Harris County, Texas, are closing all but one drive-through voting location today. Why? That's next.
A win for more than 100,000 voters who have already cast ballots in Texas. A federal judge there ruled that votes cast over the last several weeks in drive-through voting in Harris County, that's the most populous county in the state, those votes will count. Now, officials there overnight have decided to close almost all of those drive-through locations for today because a different legal standard might apply on this final day of voting. CNN's Brian Tahn is live in Houston at the one drive-through location that will still be open today. I know this is complicated, Brian. The bottom line is the vote's already cast. They count, but you should vote differently today, by and large.
By and large, yes, John, except if you vote here, you can go to a drive-through place. This is, as you mentioned, the only one in Harris County that's going to be open. This is a significant development overnight where they closed 9 of the 10 drive-through locations because the county clerk for Harris County, Chris Hollins, is concerned about the legality of drive-through votes, maybe even in a place, the one place here where he's opened it, because the judge in the case, when he made that ruling yesterday in letting the votes that had previously been made at drive-through places count, Judge Andrew Hanen said if he were voting today, he would not do a drive-through vote because he would be concerned about the legality of it. Well, that caused some concern among officials in Harris County. Chris Hollins, the county clerk, decided to close 9 of the 10 locations. The reason the judge said that was because he cited a Texas election law that said that on Election Day, all polling places have to have walls and a roof. And all the other places except this one that had drive-through voting, they had people drive under a tent, vote, and then drive away. But this place at Toyota Center, of course, has walls and a roof. This is where people will come in. This is the parking garage at the Toyota Center. This is the sign for the entrance here, and I'm going to walk you over here. It's kind of a long way up a ramp. They'll be directed to turn right and then go all the way up this ramp over here. You'll see that shadowy figure at the end of the ramp. That's not a shady character as he may appear. That's our producer, Brad Hodges. He's waving to tell you where voters are going to drive up, turn left, and the tables that are going to be set up where they can stop and cast their votes are about 50 feet from Brad. So they do have a system here in place. The question is, will the votes that are cast here today count later, because the Republicans have mounted several legal challenges to these votes. An appeals court yesterday blocked their latest challenge denied their latest challenge, rather, to block the votes being cast today via drive-through. But so the Republicans have lost these battles up to this point, but they could still challenge these drive-through votes, John. And that could be significant because yesterday, Chris Hollins, the county clerk, told me that before expected 20 to 25,000 possible drive-through voters on Election Day in Harris County. Now, of course, a lot of these people may change their plans. They may just park and walk in. We don't know how many voters that may be reduced, given that 9 of the 10 drive-through stations are closed. But it could, alter the count significantly. And as we know, Texas is now considered to be a fairly close race between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And Harris County is a Democratic stronghold. If Joe Biden wants to drive up his margins, this is the place to do it. John?
All right, Brian Todd, inside a parking garage, which may be one of the most closely watched polling locations in America this morning. Brian, thank you very much for giving us that terrific explanation. Joining us now, CNN analyst Jessica Huseman. She's a reporter for ProPublica. Also with us, CNN contributor Ben Ginsberg. He's a Republican election lawyer who served as national counsel of Bush-Cheney presidential campaigns. And, by the way, filed an amicus brief, if I'm not mistaken, Ben, in this case dealing with the drive-through voting in Houston. I just want your take on where it stands now. The fact that the votes that have already been cast count, but by and large, a change in how it's used today. Your take, Ben.
Well, I think Houston election officials have done what they needed to do to preserve the votes, not only of people who voted before, but who will vote today. I mean, actually, John, it's one of a sort of series of shameful episodes where my Republican Party is, unfortunately, instead of trying to bring people into the party with good conservative principles, now come to the point at Donald Trump's reelection of trying to exclude people. That's not the place to be.
But Ben, didn't you just tell us yesterday that there was nothing wrong with drive-through voting?
Yeah, there is nothing under Texas law. I mean, what the judge said and the fear that he raised was the notion that there is a different requirement for buildings on Election Day. It's a really literal reading. By the way, the people who brought this case, while they are Republican, they are not the Republican Party, kind of gadflies to the party, and this is not an official Republican action.
Jessica, you, in fact, are a Texas resident. Texas already has voted in greater numbers this year than all of 2016. You also are watching election challenges around the country. What do you see as the biggest issue this morning?
You know, I think that the biggest issue is still some uncertainty in a couple of states over when the ballots are going to be fully counted, and the litigation that has brought us to this point and has made it more difficult for election administrators to have a clear path forward in terms of how they count the ballots and when and how many ballots count and how many won't. And I think that that's something that we're going to see continue to be litigated. And so the back and forth over that and the confusion that that will bring to the process is really what alarms me the most.
And to that point, Ben, is it our imagination, or is it Republicans that keep putting up these roadblocks, these different roadblocks to means of voting, means of counting? And if so, why?
No, it is not your imagination. I mean, I think the why really does have to do with this great fear that we as a party have not appealed to certain groups of people, and a Trumpian fear that those are the people who will cause his defeat. I think the thing to watch today in polling places is how many challenges the Trump lawyers make against individual voters, because that will determine the strength of any of these post-election actions that keep getting threatened.
Ben, I'm going to quote from the latest op-ed you wrote over the weekend here. You said, quote, "My party is destroying itself on the altar of Trump. Republican elected officials, party leaders, and voters must recognize how harmful this is to the party's long-term prospects." So clearly you feel strongly about this. Jessica, one of the things that might happen tonight is that someone might come out and declare victory before all the votes are counted here. And obviously the president has the power of the federal justice system, but how far does the federal justice system go in terms of how states decide to count their votes?
You know, the president can declare victory tonight if he likes, but that won't have any bearing on whether or not the votes continue to be counted. He has very little authority to sort of unilaterally stay in office of his own accord. There are a lot of legal principles that go back quite a few years that walk us through this process. And so I think that if the Republican Party is willing to stand up to him and to make sure that their message is consistent with, you know, the underlying principles of our American democracy, then I think he'll have very little success in sort of usurping the day and making it a clear Trump victory when there likely won't be one.
Counselor, one word answer here. Who actually sets the election laws for how votes are counted in the states?
The states.
Exactly.
And the
that's
legislature, the governor.
And that's the beginning and the end of it, largely, when you hear the president or if you hear
I'm
the
a
president
lawyer.
Ben, Jessica, thank you both very much for all the information.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Deborah Birx, sounding the alarm about the deadly phase we are now in the coronavirus pandemic, taking on the White House in a startling memo that came to light overnight. That's next.
Overnight, more than, 84,000.
More than 84,000 new coronavirus cases reported, the fourth highest day since the pandemic began.
That's not 84,001. That's just my allergy pill. Everybody remain calm. 13 states reported record hospitalizations. In just the last month, the number of Americans hospitalized has soared more than 50%. Joining us now is Dr. Peter Hotez. He's the Dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston. But I am nervous every morning when I wake up and I feel my allergies. And then I wonder, what is this, you know? And then I take an allergy pill and I feel better, but I sound worse. Dr. Hotez, one of the things that I was struck by in seeing these numbers is that Dr. Birx said this is not about more testing, as President Trump often claims. Testing, in fact, has been flat or declined. I didn't know that. So just as we're seeing this surge and this spike, testing is actually not keeping up with it.
Well, Allison, you know, as we've been discussing, it's not just about the number of cases, although that's really concerning because we're about to hit 100,000 new cases per day. If you remember, that was Dr. Fauci's apocalyptic prediction back in the summer, and now we're hitting that. But it's also the hospitalizations. We're already seeing surges on hospitals in places like El Paso and Utah and up in the Dakotas, hospital staff getting overwhelmed. We're basically revisiting some of the terrible stuff we saw back in March and April in New York. That's also starting to happen. And of course, the positivity rate's going up. So again, it's not just the numbers. There's real stuff going on that you can't hide, which are hospitalizations and ICU admissions. And we know what happens after that. We know the deaths will surely follow. And it's just so heartbreaking. We'll hit 1,000 deaths per day in a matter of weeks. And the horrible, horrible projections from the Institute for Health Metrics are that by February 1st, we'll be looking at 2,000 American deaths per day, with the numbers reaching 400,000. So we're looking at a doubling of the number of Americans who perish in this COVID-19 epidemic, all of which was predicted, all of which it was preventable had we had some national leadership.
I think what's interesting about this Deborah Birx memo that has been reported on in the Washington Post and the New York Times is she's laying down a clear marker. And remember, Dr. Birx, the coordinator of the White House task force, is someone who the president liked to stand beside and have be the public face for a while until he apparently turned on her. And now she is saying something that is completely in opposition to what the White House is saying. She's saying, Professor Hotez, we are entering the most concerning and most deadly phase of the pandemic, leading to increasing mortality. This is not about lockdown, she says. It hasn't been about lockdown since March or April. It's about an aggressive, balanced approach that is not being implemented. This isn't about lockdown, she says. It's about an aggressive, balanced approach that is not being implemented. She's saying the White House isn't doing what it needs to do.
Yeah, that what she wrote is absolutely correct. I wish there was a memo like that back in June or May or June, which could have prevented that big second surge that we saw over the summer across the southern states. Remember, Europe never had that. We did. That could have been prevented as well. But I'm glad she's done that. We've got this terrible situation with the White House Coronavirus Task Force that we've got Stephen Atlas effectively leading it, and the approach is to launch disinformation, to deny the severity of the epidemic, to attribute deaths from COVID-19 to other causes, fake concepts of herd immunity, still discrediting masks. And now you're seeing the governors of states like South Dakota and others also not enforcing masks. This is terrible. We are creating our own massive third surge in this epidemic, which doesn't have to be the case.
I mean, look, Dr. Deborah Birx has clearly been marginalized. She has been for a long time. She's taken it upon herself to pack up her bag and go around to different states and try to sound the alarm. Dr. Scott Atlas has clearly come to the fore. I hear you about it would be great if we had had this memo earlier, but the president does the messaging. The president does the messaging. He is the person that so many Americans listen to. And so on this election day, Dr. Hotez, when millions of Americans have to leave their home and go inside a building and stand maybe for hours with other people, if they can somehow stay 6 feet apart, do you think they'll be safe?
Well, I sure hope so. I voted 2 weeks ago, and my polling station in Houston did an excellent job. I mean, they really followed CDC guidelines very, very rigorously. Everybody had masks. There was lots of plexiglass. There was a real attention to social distancing, a real awareness. I don't know if the rest of the country will be that way, but that's the hope. I think the key is trying to, if you are voting, trying to maximize the amount of time you are outside. Bring your own pen, or even if you have a stylus, because you have to sometimes, depending on the voting machine that's used, if there's any pre-registration that could be done online, do all of those things and try to minimize the amount of time you're inside and closely connected to somebody else, and sort of try to maintain that social distancing. So I think the polling stations, the voting booths have really done a very good job trying to follow CDC guidelines, and I'm hoping for the best.
That's really good advice. Bring your own pen and hand sanitizer. Dr. Hotez, thank you very much for all the information.
Thank you.
All right, it's all about 270 electoral votes tonight. So who wins the White House, though, could hinge on just a few counties. John Avlon here to explain next.
In about 19 minutes, polls open in 20 more states on this final day of voting in America. Obviously, this is about your vote. It's also about the path to 270 electoral votes. John Avlon joins us now with a look at where things stand on that front. Sir.
Hey, guys, it is game day, and here is where we begin. The yellow states are the battlegrounds, and notice that these are all states that Donald won last time around, with the exceptions of Nevada, Colorado, and New Hampshire. But here is where we actually begin. Because while we have a historic early turnout, and not enough can be said about that, it is still a blank slate until all those votes are counted. Now, we talk about 2016 as a baseline. We talk about red states and blue states. But sometimes it's useful to take a look at how people actually voted by county. It's a more complex map. And I want to take you up some of the critical battleground states we're going to look, and these pivot counties that could be so crucial. There are more than 200 counties across the country that Donald Trump flipped to Republican after they went twice for Obama and Biden. Let's start in Florida. It is always the big kahuna in terms of swing states. It is always decided by roughly 100,000 votes, as it was last time around. This time, when you look at pivot counties, here's what you want to look for. There are three big ones: St. Lucie, Pinellas, Jefferson, and Monroe. Now, why do I say pivot? Take a look at them. Look in 2012. They change their shade. That's the mark of a pivot county. And interestingly, as we look at 2018, two of these counties drifted to Democrats. notably St. Petersburg, where Pinellas is, and St. Lucie. But Monroe and Jefferson stayed in the Republican column. It speaks to how complex the politics in Florida are. But these are things to watch. Also, one other degree that people should pay more attention to. 26% of registered voters in Florida are independents or non-affiliated. So as you think about things in red v. blue, understand that how they break could be critical. All right, let's take a look up the state. We're going to take a look at the critical state of North Carolina. This one seems really to be in play. Again, tightly decided last time around. Just take a look at these areas that flipped. They tend to be up here at the border, down here in the south. Those are the ones that could make the difference in addition to the big population centers. Finally, Pennsylvania. This is the one that could take a long time, but pay attention to these pivot counties. Erie, down here, which includes Chester and Northampton, because these flipped last time around. Interestingly enough, Hillary Clinton was able to pick up Chester, PA, which had historically been Republican, down in the most populous region, down in the suburbs of Philadelphia. So we all begin here. It is going to be an extraordinary night as we count this vote in a historic election with unprecedented early turnout.
All right, John Avalon, thanks very much. And particularly in Florida, even if those counties don't tell us who wins Florida early, they may give us a guide into the whole night. So you got to watch them very closely. As we sit here this morning, cities across the country are preparing for all kinds of eventualities, including the potential for unrest. Up next, we'll speak with the head of the Federal Election Commission, who is urging patience.
When the Supreme Court gave you an extension, they made a very dangerous situation, and I mean dangerous, physically dangerous, and they made it a very, very bad, they did a very bad thing for the state.
That's President Trump railing against the U.S. Supreme Court over its decision to allow an extended count of Pennsylvania mail-in ballots, and he's stoking fears of violence. Joining us now is Ellen Weintraub. She's the head of the Federal Election Commission. Commissioner Weintraub, thank you very much for being here. Do you understand why President Trump would inject the specter of violence or physical danger, I guess, into vote counting?
I never try and get into the head of the president, but I think what's important for the American people to know is that everyone should get out and vote if they haven't already voted, and all of those votes should count. There are some states where they don't even start processing the mail-in ballots until today. So, of course, they're not going to know by the end of the day today what was in all of those ballots. And this is how we run our elections. It doesn't matter. In some countries, they have elections where they don't count the votes. We count the votes. That's what a democracy is all about.
President Trump seems very afraid or nervous about counting beyond today. He has even gone so far as to suggest that he's not sure, but maybe it's not legal. And you felt the need to put out a tweet basically saying this is not a reality show. What do you mean by that?
Well, we're not waiting for the big reveal that has to happen at the set time at the end of the hour. The important thing is that we count all the votes. We never have official results at the end of Election Day. That happens weeks later, and that is the way it works every single election. So there's nothing unusual about not knowing on election night. We would like to know on election night. Sometimes we can tell on election night, but there have been many elections in our history where we haven't known on election night who the winner was. And as I said, the most important thing is that we count all the votes so that the will of the American people prevails.
What's your message to voters as they head to the polls today?
Be safe, wear your mask, but by all means, if you haven't voted yet, please do vote, because we've seen enormous enthusiasm so far. 97 million early votes. I mean, that's an astronomical number of people who have already turned out and voted, and we want to have a really strong and vibrant democracy where every citizen's voice and vote matters. So please, if you haven't voted yet, stay safe, but please vote.
I also read that you are telling people to beware of disinformation. How? How can voters know when they're stumbling upon disinformation?
Well, you have to consider the source. There's a lot of stuff floating around on the internet. Some of it is very inflammatory. The most inflammatory stuff is the stuff that we ought to be most concerned about. Make sure you check where the information is coming from. Just because some guy on the internet said something doesn't make it true. Make sure it's coming from a reputable source before you believe it, and certainly before you share it, because you don't want to contribute to the problem.
But I mean, just to put a finer point on that, are you saying that people might be suggesting that some polling places are closed or that you have to do it a certain way? And I mean, how are people supposed to sift through all of that?
Well, as I said, don't get your information about how to vote from some guy that you're reading about on the internet. Go to trusted sources. Go to the Board of Elections. Go to the Secretary of State's office. Go to vote.org, and that will give you links to your local election officials where you can get reliable information about where to vote, how to vote, what the hours are. Make sure you check your polling station. A lot of polling stations have moved this year. I know I've been voting in the same place for 30 years, but this year my polling station moved. So just be careful. You don't want to stand on a long line in the wrong place, and make sure that you have your information from the horse's mouth, from the election officials.
FEC Commissioner Ellen Weintraub, thank you very much. So, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Christine Romans tells us how the U.S. economy would be different under Joe Biden. That's next.
Americans clearly voting for president today and over the last several weeks, but they're also voting on the economy. CNN chief business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now to explain.
Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? That's the question we always ask, right? The president says he built the best economy in history through deregulation and huge tax cuts for business. Best in history? No. But there were some notable records. In 2019, median household income reached $68,700. That's the highest since records began in 1967. African-American unemployment fell to a record low 5.8% in February. These are 10-year-long trends. But the Trump re-election argument, only he can get us back to where we were before the pandemic hit. But even before COVID, jobs growth in Trump's first 36 months trailed the job creation in Obama's last 3 years. And today, this president is in a jobs hole. 3.9 million lost jobs in his presidency. The next jobs report is Friday. That net job loss underscores the Main Street pain from the pandemic. But the president prefers his stock market as a personal scorecard. The S&P 500 rose 44% from Trump's inauguration day to Friday. How does he stack up to his predecessors? Stocks were up 75% at this point in Barack Obama's presidency amid the recovery from the Great Recession. A weaker performance under George W. Bush. September 11th attacks, of course, the dot-com boom and bust. 62% gain under President Bill Clinton and 46% under George H.W. Bush. So how would a Joe Biden economy look? How would it look? He wants to raise taxes on people making more than $400,000 a year. He wants to reverse some of those 2017 tax cuts for business and invest instead in infrastructure and clean energy. His tax plan would reward companies that bring jobs and production back to the U.S. And guys, central to his argument, the Biden argument for growing the economy, you got to have a strong plan to beat the virus first, John.
Yeah, obviously the economy always on the ballot. This year, the pandemic very much at the forefront of people's minds. No question about that. Christine Romans, great to see you. Thanks so much for being with us.
You're welcome.
So polls now opening across half of the United States. CNN's special election coverage continues right now.
My message to you is simple. Power to change this country is in your hands.
I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder than any president has ever fought.
The Biden campaign says that their easiest path to the nomination is through that blue wall that President Trump broke through back in 2016.
We're going to show America that Michigan is Trump country. After 4 years of failure and division, we have the power to change America.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. This is a special edition of New Day, one of the most special. This is the final day of voting in America, and it is full-on underway. Polls in 15 more states opening this hour, including the critical battleground states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Florida. Get this, breaking news. As of minutes ago, more than 100 million ballots have already been cast. Just leave that there for a second. This is staggering. 100 million votes already cast in polls just opening now on what has traditionally been the official election day. This number on your screen shatters all records and really creates new issues for how to even conceive of what we're about to see over the next few hours. We're getting new information and analysis on each of the candidates passed to 270 electoral votes. Remember, that is what determines who wins. Joe Biden closed out his campaign in Pennsylvania, where he began it all more than a year ago. He blasted the president's handling of the coronavirus pandemic, which, as of this morning, is just spiraling out of control. President Trump threatened legal action to stop vote counting in Pennsylvania beyond today. He ended his night in Michigan.
And there's an extra layer of fencing around the White House this morning. The president plans to host hundreds of people at an indoor election night party there. All of this against the backdrop of a pandemic. Another 84,000 new coronavirus cases were reported overnight. That's the fourth highest day since the pandemic began. More than 231,000 Americans have died so far. And there's new reporting that Dr. Deborah Birx is reportedly pleading with the White House for, quote, much more aggressive action. But let's begin with Alexandra Field. She's in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. What's happening there, Alex?
Allison, John, good morning. You talked about the tremendous enthusiasm for early voting. We're getting every indication on the ground here in Pennsylvania that we should see that enthusiasm extending onto Election Day itself as we speak right now. The first in-person ballots are being cast in Pennsylvania. And in the past hour, we've seen hundreds of people lining up inside that building behind me, getting ready to do their civic duty in a place that the whole world will be watching closely. There are 20 electoral votes up for grabs in Pennsylvania. Both campaigns remaining laser focused on it. President Trump in the last few days holding a series of rallies in parts of the state that have been most friendly to him, trying to drum up support and enthusiasm so he can hold on to a state that he flipped by just 44,000 votes back in 2016. For his part, former President Joe Biden, who started his campaign in the state of Pennsylvania, showing just how important it is by wrapping it up here today. He will be back yet again in Pennsylvania, making stops in Philadelphia and Scranton, trying to get his voters out. The Trump campaign has said all along they believe their voters are the people who go to the polls on Election Day. The Biden campaign trying to make sure that their people are there too. What we need to point out is the fact that 2.4 million mail-in ballots have been received by the state of Pennsylvania, but that's under 40% of the total electorate in 2016. That means what we're going to see today is a lot of voting. Allison, John.
All right, Alexander Field for us outside Pittsburgh. Please keep us posted as to what you see. The polls also just opened in another critical battleground state, Florida. CNN's Randy Kay live near Fort Lauderdale with a live look. Randy.
Good morning, John. We are in Lighthouse Point, Florida. This is a pocket of Broward County, Florida, that leans heavily Republican. I can show you the numbers from 2016. Donald Trump won with about 65% of the vote. Hillary Clinton had about 31% of the vote. We don't know who's voting today, but I can tell you there's already a line here behind me. Again, we don't know who is in line. We have to be back about 150 feet from those people from that line because of state law. So we haven't been able to speak with them, but there is already a bit of a turnout here. Polls just opened a couple of minutes ago. And Donald Trump needs Lighthouse Point and needs other Republican areas of the state to win. This is a crucial state for Donald Trump, for any Republican candidate. The last Republican candidate to win the White House without the state of Florida was back in 1924, and that was Calvin Coolidge. But a lot of people, millions of people have already voted here in the state of Florida. About 8.9 million people have already cast their ballot, and that's about 93% of all votes that were cast for the state in 2016. So it will be interesting to see how many people actually turn out today. The supervisor of elections here in Broward County told me that he expects maybe 100,000, 125,000 people to turn out. So we will see where they go. But 29 electoral votes up for grabs here in the state. Donald Trump won this state by about 1.2%. Back in 2016, about 113,000 votes. We'll be watching. We'll be here all day, and we'll see what happens this time around, John.
All right, Randy Kaye, great to have you there. Please keep us posted. Joining us now, CNN political commentator Michael Smerconish, host of CNN Smerconish, and CNN political analyst Margaret Talev. She is the politics and White House editor at Axios. And friends, I just want to put it up on the screen because this number just changed over the last hour. As of now, more than 100 million Americans have already voted in this election. 100 million votes cast. And this is the traditional election day. Michael, I look at that number, and all I can say is, oh my God, it's staggering to look at that and try to think of what it means for how we're going to process the rest of today.
Well, and it's in the midst of a pandemic. I mean, who would have believed that we would have this momentous-sized ballot cast in advance of the election at a time when we're all still dealing with COVID-19? And for that reason, regardless of however it turns out, I think it's a wonderful day for democracy. I'm hoping it all runs well. I think an important message, John, for any election day in America is to remember that, I'll say it kindly, stuff happens. Stuff always happens. It's the nature of the way we run elections. We're essentially creating a one-day pop-up Starbucks all over America, relying on talent that gets underpaid to do it, many volunteers, and tomorrow it all goes away. So settle in. Things will happen that are not indicative of fraud. Human factors always play a role. That's what I hope people will keep in mind.
Or it may not all go away tomorrow, Margaret. I mean, part of the element of suspense and surprise is because of these huge numbers and because this is such an unusual, unprecedented year, we really don't know if we're going to have answers tonight. But you have some new reporting, Margaret, in terms of what former VP Joe Biden is planning tonight if it looks like it's going his way.
Well, yes, thanks, Allison. Mike Allen and I are reporting this morning that if the math looks like Vice President Biden had the numbers to be the president-elect, he will start acting like it. How do we know that? Well, there's a big clue in the daily guidance. This is the public document that campaign sent out the night before. The daily guidance tells us that Biden is going to be addressing the nation tonight. Now, we don't know what either Trump or Biden is going to be saying because we don't know what the numbers will look like by the end of the night, but they are laying a very clear marker down that says, look, they presume President Trump is going to say something, and that given his past comments, he may try to put a pin in it and present either himself as the victor or say it's, that the counting should stop now. And this is Biden very clearly positioning himself to say he's not going to let President Trump have the last or only word tonight. But beyond that, our reporting is telling us that they are preparing, even if President Trump were to challenge this, if Biden's team believes they have the math to support this, they're preparing to move very quickly on transition announcements, staffing, so on and so forth, so that they can begin the process of standing up, the transition and a future government. Of course, let's not get ahead of our skis. None of this is relevant until the end of voting today and until we have a much clearer picture, not just of who has already turned out, not just in terms of which ballots will be allowed to stand, but in terms of in all of these key states, Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, who actually turns out to vote in person and how that will make the final answers to these numbers much clearer than they are right now.
And you're looking at live pictures of people turning out, this time in Lighthouse Point, Florida. Obviously, Florida, one of the key swing states. Pennsylvania, another key swing state, Michael. And Margaret was talking about if the president challenges the election results. We don't have to wait for if. He already is. He's already basically challenging what's going on in your state of Pennsylvania. The U.S. Supreme Court essentially allowed ballots that are mailed by today to be counted for 3 more days. And the president, which, by the way, is the way it is in about half the states in the country. There's very little controversial about that in many states in the United States. But the president is somehow suggesting that that will lead to violence, or he's threatening violence. Listen.
When the Supreme Court gave you an extension, they made a very dangerous situation and I mean dangerous, physically dangerous, and they made it a very, very bad, they did a very bad thing for this state.
So he is arguing two things. One, don't count votes. And two, there'll be violence. What's going on here, Michael?
So let's be clear. The rationale of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court was that due to the pandemic and due to mail delays, it made sense in franchising people to allow ballots that are received as late as today to continue to be counted for 3 more days. That's what he's objecting to. Let me say something else as a lifelong Pennsylvanian. Have we had aberrant cases of voter fraud, individual knockoffs? We have. Had we had any widespread fraud in this state? If you go back to 1994, and I remember the race well because one of the individuals running was a very close friend of mine at the time, there was a state Senate race that was stolen and overturned by a federal judge. Nothing since that has been widespread. There was no documented voter fraud when they tried to challenge in our court system, the Commonwealth Court, a few years ago, whether people should have to show IDs. So it's just not backed up by substance. It's all backed up by whisper. We're no different than any other state in the United States.
Well, I hope President Trump is listening to you, Michael, because he keeps repeating and zeroing in on Pennsylvania as well as Philadelphia. And so, Margaret, that was his closing message, one of his closing messages, the specter of physical danger if vote counting continues after today, contrasted with Joe Biden's closing message last night. So listen to that.
Too many people are worried. I've never forgotten growing up in a hard-working family in Scranton. The lesson that Donald Trump has never learned, because he can only see the world from Park Avenue. He can't see what family like yours and mine have gone through, so he refuses to do the work to get this virus under control.
Interesting contrast.
Well, Vice President Biden's message has been for several months now that the president should be judged first and foremost on his handling of the coronavirus pandemic. And finally, in the last hours of the voting, that remains at the top of most Americans' minds, despite all these other issues that have been thrown out in the closing days of the campaign. We talk about their closing messages, but Biden is continuing to campaign throughout the day. And look at where he and his wife and their top surrogates are: Pennsylvania, Florida, Michigan, little dash in Ohio. But it's, again, that Florida and Pennsylvania where he thinks he needs to really close the deal. And there are other paths for President Trump. If I was going to be contrarian, I'd say watch Minnesota, watch New Hampshire for Trump, or let's see whether Biden can run the tables in Georgia. But what both of the campaigns are really the most focused on in these closing hours are Florida and Pennsylvania.
Michael Smerconish, no predictions. We don't want to do that.
He's out of that game.
The voters are counting. Yeah, exactly. Because people are voting, and 100 million people already have, and a few million more are going to vote today. What's the point of predicting? We'll know within a few hours. But I want to know your electoral canary in the coal mine. What sign are you looking for tonight that will tell you things are going a certain way?
It's entirely possible that I'm a guest on New Day on Friday, and we're still talking about Pennsylvania. I think it's equally, if not greater, likelihood that Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, just work your way up the eastern seaboard and then go to Ohio. They all close 7 or 7:30 Eastern Standard Time tonight. John King could be at that magic wall before we're all anticipating it, looking at those states. And frankly, if any of them are won by Joe Biden, that could be a knockout blow. And Pennsylvania could be an irrelevancy.
We'll book you for Friday, Michael, no matter what happens. We'll find something to talk about on Friday. So slot it into your calendar. Great to have you on this morning, Michael. Thanks so much, Margaret. Thank you very much to you as well. Be sure to join us for CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America. It begins today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And I think we have some live pictures from the battleground state of Michigan. This is St. Clair Shores, Michigan, where you can see the lines. People lining up to vote. We'll get a report from the ground there, and we'll speak to the governor of that state coming up.
Okay, polls have just opened in the battleground state of Michigan. President Trump ended his campaign heavily focused on that state, and Senator Kamala Harris will spend part of today in Detroit. CNN's Omar Jimenez is live in St. Clair Shores, Michigan with more. What are you seeing on the ground, Omar?
Well, Allison, we're officially off to the races for Election Day 2020. As you can see behind me, this is the entrance, and people are lining up to come make their voices heard. And now, starting at 7 a.m., we can start counting those absentee ballots. Now, this county is a suburb of Detroit, Macomb County. It's a county that President Trump flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016, and it's a county that the state winner has gone on to be the statewide winner for both governor and presidential races, going back 7 races in a row. We always knew Michigan was going to be important. You look no further than the campaign activity from both candidates leading up to today. Of course, President Trump finished his campaign last night in Grand Rapids, that last stop, the same last stop he made in 2016, but he also held a rally in this county on Sunday and another one in a separate county on Friday. Joe Biden and President Obama also made their stops in Michigan over the weekend in Flint and in Detroit, and Senator Kamala Harris is expected to be in Detroit later this afternoon. And of course, this election day comes on the other side of what has been a record amount of absentee ballots that have been turned in. Based on data we've gotten from the Secretary of State, that number is right around 3 million absentee ballots. That's more than 60% of the entire turnout in the 2016 presidential election, and right around 60% of the entire turnout for the 2008 presidential election, which saw the highest turnout in this state's history. This next phase, of course, is going to be getting all of those ballots counted. It's a process that Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson says is going to take some time, but for them and other state officials, the most important part is getting that count right, as opposed to getting out a result quickly. Allison?
Omar, thank you very much for that status report. As Omar just said, more than 3 million votes have already been cast in Michigan, and that's almost triple the number of early votes from 2016. That's when President Trump edged out Hillary Clinton by a little more than 10,000 votes. Joining us now is the Democratic governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. She's also national co-chair of the Biden campaign. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning.
Okay, so let me just read what Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson just put out this morning, an hour ago on Twitter. Good morning and happy Election Day, everyone. 3.1 million Michigan citizens have already voted. Are you one of them? Question mark, question mark. So, I mean, beyond that there's enthusiasm, what does that tell you about how Michiganders are feeling this morning?
Well, people are engaged, and people who come out to the polls have a sense of optimism. I think this historic turnout is really a testament to that people are ready for some change. People want leadership that can get their arms around COVID-19 and get us back to work and get our kids safely back in school. And I think I'm very encouraged by what we're seeing. Of course, today is just beginning. The polls just opened a few minutes ago, and they will be open until 8 p.m. tonight. And we anticipate long lines. And so I've encouraged my fellow Michiganders to dress in layers. Our weather can change fast here in Michigan, although it's supposed to be a pretty day today. And wear your mask and be patient. Let's give the poll workers some grace. They're doing an important, tough job today.
Dress in layers. Isn't that always the message for Michiganders? I mean, that's almost year round. Governor, last night, as part of President Trump's closing message, I suppose, he brought you up again. You're one of his favorite subjects. Let me play for you what he said in Grand Rapids, and this was just around midnight last night. Listen to this.
It would be nice if your governor would open up the state, however. Would open up the state. Open up your schools, open up the state, go back, get back to business.
It's hard to tell what the crowd is chanting, but people on the ground said it was lock her up. What's your response?
Well, I think that the closing arguments of these two campaigns tell a starkly different vision of America and where we need to be headed. The Trump rallies are continuing to bring people together in the middle of a pandemic without masks, where they are projecting their voices, where they are crammed together, and contact tracing shows that they are super spreader events. Meanwhile, the Biden campaign is focusing on bringing us together, a unified message, a message around integrity and empathy, and an American president who's a president for everyone, not just those that agree with him. And these Trump rallies where they talk about locking up his opponents or taking aim at Dr. Fauci or even LeBron James yesterday are mind-boggling. Americans want and need a president that can bring us together and solve problems. And I think that's why Joe Biden is in such strong standing going into this last day.
I'm told that we have some new video of what former VP Joe Biden is doing this morning. This is him going into church. This is in Greenville, Delaware. You see him, I think, with his family members there. So that's how he's spending this hour of this morning. This is from just moments ago. But Governor, back to what you were saying. I mean, as somebody who was the target of an alleged domestic terror plot, what do you want the president to know about his words about people like you?
Well, words matter. I mean, words can give comfort to and incite dangerous actions, domestic terrorism. Now, when he targets Dr. Fauci or he targets a sitting governor, it's a dangerous moment. It is anti-American. We as Americans solve our differences at the ballot box. And you don't like the result, you solve them at the next opportunity to vote. We have a peaceful transition of power. This is what has made America an ethical leader in the world. And these actions to undermine our own democracy are damaging for every single one of us and endanger people that are simply on the front line trying to keep others safe, like Dr. Fauci, like me, like so many others across our country who've come into the target of Donald Trump's criticism and insightful language. And that's precisely why I think it's so critical that people of goodwill on both sides of the aisle take it on. And I'm grateful that my predecessor, Republican governor, has endorsed Joe Biden. I think he gets it. And I think that there are lots of other Republicans and independent-minded people out there who do as well.
The Trump campaign seems very optimistic about winning Michigan tonight. I'm not asking you for a prediction, but if President Trump wins Michigan, what will that tell you about your state?
Well, it's hard for me to game that out. I can tell you what I've seen on the ground, people turning out, people who are engaged in ways that they never have been before. We already have over 3 million ballots have been cast. It's going to take us a little while to count, and that's why I think it's really important that we all prepare to be patient and make sure that we get this right, because the will of the people will need to be, it needs to be counted in terms of our ballots, and we will respect the will of the people of this state and every state in the nation.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer, thank you for taking time this morning. It's a very busy day. I know. We really appreciate having you on New Day.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Deborah Birx sounding the alarm about the threat of coronavirus, directly contradicting President Trump's repeated lies that we are rounding the corner somehow. So what happens next? Dr. Sanjay Gupta joins us.
$84,000 new coronavirus cases reported overnight in the United States. That is the 4th highest day ever. Now, it comes to the Washington Post reports that the White House Coronavirus Task Force coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, is warning that, quote, "We're entering the most concerning and deadly phase of this pandemic." Joining us now, CNN Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta. And Sanjay, the numbers are clearly awful this morning with hospitalizations and new cases, and we're seeing deaths creep up across the country. The news about Deborah Birx is very interesting and very new. The idea that she circulated this memo, which to me constitutes a split, at least thematically, from the rhetoric we're hearing from the White House, and a pretty clear one. She writes in this memo, quote, "We are entering the most concerning and most deadly phase of this pandemic, leading to increased mortality. This is not about lockdowns. It hasn't been about lockdowns since March or April. It's about an aggressive, balanced approach that is not being implemented." She says that the administration is not doing the job. That's pretty extraordinary, Sanjay.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'm not surprised at all at what she said, but maybe more surprised at the fact that she said it, because, you know, we've been hearing these warnings from public health officials now for some time, concerned about the trends, concerned about the fact that we're going into the cooler weather and what that all means overall for the overall trajectory of this pandemic. But you're right. I mean, this is very different. We hadn't heard much from Ambassador Birx. I met with her right after she had been appointed to basically run the task force, and I spoke to folks on the task force when Scott Atlas was brought in and she had been marginalized, and we hadn't really heard much from her. So what she is saying, I think, is echoing what we're hearing from a lot of public health officials, but different, obviously, than from the official, coronavirus task force and Scott Atlas. She also brings up the point that, look, I mean, it's not too late. I mean, we can still turn things around, which I think is probably the most important message. You guys clearly saw it up in New York where you are, but there have been other examples in the country where without shutdowns, things have been able to turn around significantly. I bring up Arizona as a example sometimes because I think it was really interesting what happened there. They basically had this sort of pause, if you will, and they saw the numbers go down. And then as soon as they lifted that pause, the numbers went way up. 151% up over a couple of weeks. And, the state health directors at that point were saying, hey, we got to activate our emergency plans. And what were they? Not a lockdown, but mask mandates, limiting public gathering, and certain businesses closing down like bars. And they dropped 75% within 3 weeks. People need to pay attention to these stories right now. It's going to be tough because the weather's cooler. People are congregated inside, but it is still possible to put the brakes on this.
I totally agree with you, Sanjay. It sounds like Dr. Deborah Birx has just had enough. It sounds like she's sort of reached her breaking point with this. And the idea that she's packed her own suitcase and is traveling around from state to state, and in Montana is grabbing people by the lapels and begging them to put on masks. And I do just want to read another portion of this memo, because I think that this is the message that she's desperately trying to get out, though, as we know, Dr. Scott Atlas and President Trump, it's the antithesis of their message. So here's what she says. What is essential at this time, the report says, is consistent messaging about uniform use of masks, physical distancing, and hand washing, with profound limitation on indoor gatherings, especially with family and friends. This is about empowering Americans with the knowledge and data for decision-making to prevent community spread and save lives. I was struck by the profound limitation on indoor gatherings with family and friends. That sounds like she thinks it's time to stay indoors, or stay home, I should say. Stay home. This is, I think, obviously about upcoming holidays, and that is not the message that we are hearing from the White House.
No, it's not. And, I mean, this is based on what we've seen with this particular pandemic, but also just other infectious diseases, especially respiratory diseases that spread like this. We know that they get worse when you get into the winter months, in part because people are mostly indoors. And, we've talked about this on this show quite a bit, even going into the holiday season. What does that mean ultimately? Well, what it means is that, this is probably not the year to be bringing in extended family or neighbors and stuff like that for indoor gatherings. It just isn't. I mean, unless you can be absolutely confident that the people that you're bringing in have been essentially bubbled and that you're creating a bubble around your indoor environment, it's just very hard to do this here. And what kind of gathering is that anyways? Are you maintaining your distance? You should be. Are you wearing masks inside? You should be, if you're bringing other people into your home. So it's just very different. And again, what she's saying does reflect 99% of the public health community. The only people who are not agreeing with that are, Scott Atlas, basically, and maybe a few others. But that, this idea of how to basically put the brakes on this, how to stall this, even if you've flattened, the trajectory right now without bringing it down right away, which is what would likely happen, that would be a significant accomplishment. But we can't do it if we're going in the wrong direction.
All right, Sanjay, a lot more to discuss coming up. Thank you so much for being with us. We want to remember some of the more than 231,000 Americans lost to coronavirus. 44-year-old Amanda Bufiu was an administrative assistant for an Alaska Tribal Development Fund. Her partner tells the New York Times she was an amazing mother to her 5 children. The pandemic is hitting Alaska natives hard, with a mortality rate 4 times that of white Alaskans. Ash Frederick was a beloved high school English teacher, yearbook advisor, and baseball coach in Phoenix, Arizona. He also wrote high school sports news and feature stories for several Arizona papers. His mother says he had the ability to give others the feeling that anything is possible. Frederick was 40 years old. Peyton Baumgarth was just 13 in 8th grade and the youngest person in Missouri to die of coronavirus. His last day of school was October 22nd. He died less than 2 weeks later. Peyton's mother described him as funny, sweet, kind, and a jokester. Our heart goes out to all of their families. We'll be right back. Polls are now open in Pennsylvania. We just learned that election officials in Allegheny County, which includes Pittsburgh, they have begun opening the absentee and mail-in ballots, but they have not yet started counting those ballots yet. More than 2.4 million pre-election ballots were cast in that state. Joining me now is the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Thanks so much for being with us. What's going on in Allegheny County now? The rules allow this. Please explain this processing of ballots that will begin in some, but not all places in Pennsylvania.
Well, look, good to be with you. This is what we've been planning for, and this is what the law provides. It says that beginning at 7 a.m. on Election Day, mail-in ballots get counted. More than 2.5 million Pennsylvanians cast their ballot early through the mail. And from my reports this morning, we've got long lines and people ready to vote at the polls. I expect an historic turnout. I expect a lot of voter participation here in Pennsylvania. That's exactly the way it should be. After all the talk, after all the rhetoric, after all the attacks on our election system, now the people get to decide. And today's the final day to vote, and it seems that there'll be record numbers.
There's been a whole lot of litigation involving your state. In your mind, what legal issues remain?
Well, none should remain, really. I mean, look, the president and his enablers have attacked our voting system. They've tried to eliminate drop boxes. They've tried to make it harder for people to vote. They've tried to limit the amount of time that ballots could be counted. They've even tried to change a 1937 law here in Pennsylvania in order to be able to bring poll watchers in from out of one county into another, really, I think, just to intimidate black and brown voters at the polls. Every single time they've gone to court against us, they've lost. We've protected the right to vote. And now it's time to just let the people decide. But let me assure you, if they file more lawsuits today, if anyone files more lawsuits today, we'll be prepared to defend people's right to vote and, most importantly, make sure that all legal eligible votes are counted.
He's very focused on the Supreme Court, which allowed the decision for ballots that are postmarked by today to arrive for 3 days after today and still be counted. He apparently is dead set against that, and now even threatening somehow it will lead to violence. How does that strike you?
Well, first off, this isn't new. We count ballots that are postmarked by Election Day and coming after. Military ballots, for example. Other states allow this to occur, and it's going to occur here in Pennsylvania. I don't care what the president says. Look, and as for the calls for violence that I guess he was tweeting about last night, I just want to say this. You know, I was driving through Philadelphia last night, and there are storefronts already boarded up because of this violence that the president keeps talking about. And I believe that that's similar in other cities. There is a high cost to the president's rhetoric. You know, he may have lost in court against us every single time, and your fact checkers may point out routinely that he lies, but there's still an effect to his rhetoric, and it is dangerous, and it is scary, and it is something that certainly we're prepared for in law enforcement, but I think all of us as Americans need to come together and reject that type of cynicism, reject that type of call for violence and destruction in our community, and recognize that we're all in this together, and we've got to be together in order to meet the many challenges that we face. There is no room in our civil discourse for calls for violence, especially from the President of the United States.
Is that how you perceive it? Do you perceive it as a call to violence from the president?
Oh, I think his track record is clear. He routinely talks about violence. He routinely allows his words to be misappropriated by hate groups and encourage others to take to the streets, encourage others to break the law. That is dangerous and reckless for anyone to do it. It's especially dangerous when the president of the United States does it. I feel bad for these small businesses who are already struggling because of the economic effects of the coronavirus. I feel bad that they feel like on a day we should all be celebrating as Americans and being together as Americans. I feel bad that they feel that they need to board up their stores and hunker down.
Let me ask you about something you wrote. You wrote the other day, if all the votes are added up in Pennsylvania, Trump is going to lose. That's why he's working overtime to subtract as many votes as possible from this process. And then you went on to talk about the court cases. But that first line, if all the votes are added up in Pennsylvania, Trump is going to lose. You've been criticized because you are a Democrat, but you're also the chief law enforcement officer in Pennsylvania. How appropriate is it for you to be saying Trump is going to lose a couple days before the election?
Well, first off, I mean, there's a lot of nonsense coming from the other side, but let's examine the record here. Donald Trump and his enablers have gone to court time and time again to limit voter participation, to, as I refer to subtract votes from the equation. And I think it is clear that if someone felt that they had a good shot of winning the election, and the polls are what they are, but suggest that he's not, if someone felt confident in their ability to win the election with a certified electorate, then why would they be going to court over and over and over again to try and subtract votes? And that's exactly what Donald Trump's been doing.
I got to let you go. When will we know the results in Pennsylvania? Trick question.
Look, I think you're going to have a good sense of where the precinct votes are, sometime in the very late hours of tonight, maybe around midnight. And then you'll be able to see how those mail-in ballots have begun to come in, where they're outstanding. You know what the party registration is, which doesn't always dictate how people will vote. But I think you'll be able to begin to get a fuller picture of what the electorate looks like in Pennsylvania in the early morning hours of Wednesday. Certainly it will take days to certify the election. What I want to assure people is that all of these legal eligible votes will be counted. And finally, just to remind people, presidents don't get to pick presidents. The people pick the president. So don't worry about what folks say after the polls close. Worry about what happens once all the votes are counted.
Right. We'll know when the votes are counted. As always, Attorney General, we thank you for being with us this morning. Good luck over the next several hours, maybe days.
Thank you.
All right. Today's election, obviously, or the election that people have been voting in for weeks, more than just about the White House, the key Senate races that could flip the balance of power.
It's election day in America, and not only is the presidency at stake, but also control of the U.S. Senate. So joining us now is CNN senior political writer and analyst Harry Enten with the key races to watch. Harry, so tell us, what Senate races are you keeping an eye on?
Sure. So, obviously the Democrats are at 47 seats right now. They need a net gain of 3 if Joe Biden wins the presidency in order to get control of the Senate. And these are the races I'm keeping an eye out on. So, look, on potential Dem pickups, we're looking at Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Maine, and North Carolina. Well, it looks like the GOP has a pretty good shot in Alabama. Michigan's more of a long shot. But that essentially means that Democrats will probably need to pick up 4 seats if they lose, say, the seat in Alabama to get up to that 50.
We've been telling people in the presidential election, Harry, they're going to need to be patient. It will take a while to count the votes. It may take a while to know who won. What about these key Senate races?
Yeah, so it seems to me that the best Dem pickup opportunities, in fact, the mail ballot processing, will occur fairly quickly in many of those states. So in states like Maine, like Iowa, you are essentially going to see that the ballots should, in fact, the absentee ballot should, in fact, be processed before Election Day. So we may, in fact, know about the Senate before we know about the presidency, or at least the early returns will be more indicative on the Senate side than they might be on the presidential side.
By the way, we're looking at live pictures of former Vice President Joe Biden getting on his campaign plane. He's got 2 stops in Pennsylvania today, not far from where he is in Delaware.
I don't know if you have to fly there.
No, but he's doing it. He's flying to Delaware, going to Pennsylvania, going to Scranton and Philadelphia today.
Harry, does it work differently in the Senate race in Georgia?
Yeah, so, 2 other races that are so important are the regular election in Georgia and the special Senate election in Georgia. And what's so key here is if no candidate reaches 50% of the vote plus 1 on November 3rd, there's in fact going to be a runoff. It's actually January 5th, but there's going to be a runoff in January. And so it's very, very important to note that if the Democrats do not in fact reach say the 50 seats that they need, these 2 GOP seats could in fact be the key, but we might have to wait until January to figure out about that, because if no one gets 50% of the vote plus 1 tonight, then we're going to have to wait till January.
So, Harry, I know there's this other tier of Senate races you have at least half an eye on. What are they?
Yeah, so essentially there's this slew of potential GOP seats that the Dems may pick up. Right now, they're not necessarily favored in any of them, but Alaska, Kansas, Montana, South Carolina, and Texas. And if the Democrats are able to win in any of these seats, it could, in fact, be a very, very long night for the GOP. And that's why there's sort of this long tail of potential Democratic pickups, whereby if the Dems have a really good night, they could get up 52, 53 seats. I'm not predicting that at all. I'm not predicting anything. Just saying that there is this long tail that Democrats have a real shot of having a good night if, in fact, things really do go their way.
And so, Harry, is that how it works, that as goes the presidency in a state, the Senate races follow?
Right. So, you know, if you look back in 2016, that's exactly what happened. It was the first time since senators were popularly elected in which every race went the way the presidential race went, right? So 22 seats won by the GOP and Trump, 12 seats won by the Dems and Clinton. And I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen tonight, but what happens in the presidential race is probably going to be very, very indicative of what happens down ballot.
So, Harry, again, we've been warning people that they're going to need to be patient. It will take time. That's okay. So, back in history do you have to go in a presidential election to come up with an election where crucial, decisive votes were counted and tabulated after midnight on election night?
How about we go back one presidential election, John? Just go back to 2016. We've used this slide before, but look at this. In the 6 closest states Trump won in 2016, in all of them, there were votes counted after Wednesday morning. And so this year, more than any other, with all the mail-in votes, patience is a virtue. It's better to be accurate than to be fast.
Harry, we will look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. I'm sure you will be pulling an all-nighter.
You got that right. I just did. I'm going to do it again.
It's legally insane, by the way.
No, I know that. Luckily, it doesn't affect your mood. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Okay, the polls are about to open in 10 more states. CNN's Election Day in America coverage continues right now.
We have made America proud again, and we will make America great again.
In this election, let's vote like our democracy depends on it.
The campaign is cautiously confident that they may have closed the gap somewhat with Joe Biden with these raucous rallies.
We have to fight for this country that we love so much and get out and vote.
There's nothing that's going to stop the people of this nation from voting. Period. It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
Oh, that's right. It's a 2-intro morning. That's how special this morning is. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. This is a very special edition of New Day. It is Election Day in America. Voting is now underway in more than half the country. Polls are open in 11 more states at this hour. Check out your screen to see where those are. By this time tomorrow, we might know who will be president for the next 4 years, or we might not. You're going to have to live with uncertainty. More than 100 million ballots have already been cast. And in states where polls are open at this hour, we are already seeing lines. Joe Biden closed out his campaign in Pennsylvania, where he began it more than a year ago. He ripped into President Trump for his handling of coronavirus, which this morning is spiraling out of control. President Trump threatened legal action to stop vote counting in Pennsylvania beyond today, Election Day.
So overnight, new fencing was put up around the White House, where the president plans to host hundreds of people at an indoor election night party, as another 84,000 new coronavirus cases were reported in the country, the 4th highest daily total since the pandemic began. More than 231,000 Americans have died. There's new reporting this morning that Dr. Deborah Birx is reportedly pleading with the White House for much more aggressive action, in fact, splitting with the White House in how they have been handling the pandemic. We begin this day with the voting that is taking place before our eyes. CNN's Alexander Field live in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. What are you seeing, Alex?
Good morning, John. We saw hundreds of people arriving even before the polls opened this morning at this poll site in Franklin Park, just north of the city of Pittsburgh. They tell me they are prepared, at least, for the possibility of record turnout. That would be in line with the early enthusiasm that we've seen from voters who have cast more than 100 million ballots leading up to this. But the bulk of the voting in Pennsylvania is going to be happening today. President Trump's campaign has said he believes that his people will come out on Election Day. That's why he's been holding this flurry of rallies across the Keystone State over the last few days in search of that big prize, 20 electoral votes in a state that he flipped just 4 years ago. But it is former Vice President Joe Biden who also believes that Pennsylvania is critical to rebuilding that so-called blue wall in the Great Lakes region. He started his campaign here. He is ending his campaign here, and he is back for Election Day. We understand that he has just wrapped up at church services. He went on in Delaware. He went on to visit the gravesite of his late son, Beau, before making his way now to Scranton, Pennsylvania. Scranton has been such an important part of the campaign story for Joe Biden. He's talked often of his roots there. He has tried to appeal particularly to some of those union households that left the Democratic Party, that went to Trump back in 2016. He is trying to bring them back as he tries to turn this state to blue. It is really up to the voters who are casting their votes today. 2.4 million mail-in ballots have been received in the state of Pennsylvania, but that is just under 40% of the total electorate in 2016. So there is a lot of room today. It all comes down to who turns out. We'll be keeping an eye on it. John?
I'll take it, Alex. Thank you very much for all of that. Okay. Now, we want to go to what happened overnight, and that's when the biggest county in Texas closed all but one of its 10 drive-through voting locations. You're looking at live aerial shots right now of cars trying to go to that last one that is open. The county clerk says that his thinking was he did not want ballots cast at those locations to be jeopardized in the future. CNN's Brian Todd is live in Houston at this one drive-through location that is still open. So what are you seeing, Brian?
Well, Allison, we've seen a lot of people coming to these polling places, driving up, trying to get in line at these places, and it's really a busy time here. The poll's opening right now. This is where the energy really starts here in Houston, at the one drive-through location, downtown Houston at the Toyota Center. That's the one location that the county clerk, Chris Hollins, opened up because he closed down 9 of the 10 other drive-through stations out of concern that the votes cast at those places would not be legal. So drive-through stations, that one drive-through station could be pretty popular today, or we'll see. Maybe people will be scared off by the fact that there are concerns about the legality of drive-in votes here in Harris County. But there is a ton of energy here. Polls are opening right now here in Texas, and just a lot of people streaming into this location. Tons of signs behind me. The sea of signs back here is impressive, and the signs go way down the street. But if you can see people streaming in here, media's here, poll workers are here, people are lining up at the doors now, lining up way over here outside this place, not far from that voting location, Allison. The turnout here is going to be key because almost 10 million Texans voted early in this election, whether it was absentee, drive-in, or early voting. And that's surpassed the entire total of votes in 2016. So turnout is going to be key. We're going to be keeping an eye on the volume here. Back to you, John.
All right, Brian Todd for us in Houston. Let's go north now. Polls are open in the key battleground state of Wisconsin. CNN's Ryan Young live in Milwaukee with a look there. Ryan.
Yeah, good morning, John. The polls just opened up in the last few minutes or so, and you can see the line that's already been established here. As you come here, this poll worker will check you in, and you notice everyone's sort of wearing their PPE. That's a big concern here, especially with the coronavirus and how it's been spreading in this area. But we'll also walk you in this direction. As they do this, you can see how they've set everything up so that the folks who've lined up then come into this room. And as they do this, they've been separated by ward, and then they'll start casting their vote. Now, let's not forget, more than 1.7 million people have already in-person voted early. You can see how they're bringing in some of the shields for the PPE as well. But, John, people have been invigorated since this morning. They were here early. ready to line up and to cast their vote. We know Donald Trump was here late last night making his final pitch in Kenosha. Wisconsin is obviously a battleground state that a lot of people will be watching. Allison?
Ryan, thank you very much for all of that. Okay, joining us now, we have CNN political analyst Maggie Haberman. She's the White House correspondent for the New York Times. We have CNN political commentator Karen Finney. She's a former senior spokesperson for Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign. And CNN political commentator Mark McKinnon. He's a former senior advisor to the George W. Bush and John McCain campaigns. Great to see all of you on this very exciting morning. Karen Finney, I want to start with you because if anyone is entitled to have PTSD today, it is you and Hillary Clinton. And so I can only imagine the pendulum of emotional swings that you had back then. How are you feeling this morning?
Cautiously optimistic. I have been, so overwhelmed. I think like so many Americans, I mean, as John said at the opening, 100 million Americans voted early. They are not going to be stopped by a pandemic. And that is a sign to me, frankly, where I have to tell you in 2016, I was worried about our democracy, as in many times over the last 4 years. Today is a day to be proud of our democracy. The fact that people have said, and they've almost gotten, there's this sort of emotion that people have about, every time President Trump tries to throw something their way to say, here's why you can't do it, you hear people standing in line saying things like, I'm going to vote no matter what. I'm standing in line no matter what. I'm dropping my ballot off no matter what. And that is a really encouraging sign. I think the numbers look really good for Democrats today. I think it's going to be obviously come down to turnout, and there'll be key places like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, as you could imagine, that I'll be keeping an eye on. And also Georgia, frankly. I worked in 2018 in Stacey Abrams' race, and it was a very telling tale about how election day and election night, you've got to be prepared that it may go past, the counting will continue, and that's okay. That is an important sign that we have to count every vote.
Mark McKinnon, that number, 100 million Americans have already cast their votes. And we're looking at pictures all morning long of people going today, this final day, when they can vote. But 100 million people already have. How do you process that? How does that impact how you're watching the rest of today and tonight?
So I just want to say it does not all depend on turnout. I want to be the first person that ever said that. Because, in fact, what has happened is a lot of people have mailed in their ballots. The one thing, as Karen was saying, is there's such a huge awareness in this election. There's been so much education about voting and voting early and how to do it right and to make sure your vote gets in on time. I think actually that Donald Trump, by kind of waving the rigged election flag, turned out to be the greatest GOTV mechanism for Democrats ever. And I think we have a lot of concern about places like Pennsylvania, but I think what's actually going to happen is that a lot of people in places like Pennsylvania, because they got very educated about this, either voted really early or will be voting today, so that I think that we're going to have an earlier night than a lot of people imagine.
That would be interesting. So, Maggie, what's the feeling, if we know, inside the White House this morning?
So, look, the president was driving very hard, Allison, into the final days of this week. He held I think it was more than a dozen rallies in the last just couple of days alone. He was doing an interview with Fox and Friends this morning where he alternately sounded at peace and then aggrieved, which I think is frankly what the sentiment is right now. People within the tightest bubble around the president have been telling themselves and him they believe he's going to win. In fact, more than they believe, they think it's a certainty. You get further out from that bubble and there's more acknowledgement that, yes, there is a path, but it's slim, and it would take a lot of things falling into place for that to happen. There is this prevailing sentiment around the president that they might have run out of time because things were closing, in their words, according to the president. I don't know what the final result's going to look like, but Allison and John, this has, as you know, been a very stable race for most of this year. There's been extremely little movement other than the president taking big dips after his own actions for the most part. So we will see what that all translates to today. But at the White House, look, they are very, very hopeful, but there are plenty of people who are realistic that the president has a tough hill.
Maggie, can I ask you about one specific piece of reporting that you put out overnight? Quote, in unguarded moments, Mr. Trump has for weeks told advisors that he expects to face intensifying scrutiny from prosecutors if he loses. He is concerned not only about existing investigations in New York, but the potential for new federal probes as well, according to people who have spoken with him. What's that all about?
Well, what it's about is the fact that he's been investigated for several years, and the fact that the probe of Michael Cohen began in the Southern District of New York, which is a federal office. The president knows that he is under a lot of scrutiny from prosecutors as it is right now, Manhattan District Attorney and the New York State Attorney General. He is fearful that what will happen is, if he loses, that there will be intense scrutiny not just on him, but on his family. And he has been very worried about that. He is very aware that the Office of the Presidency has protected him in a lot of ways from some of the prosecutorial scrutiny he might have otherwise faced. Would he have faced it had he not become president in the first place? I don't know the answer to that. But he is aware of what the reality is, and there are some people around him who are trying to suggest that this is not true, that this is what he thinks. This is absolutely what he thinks.
Karen, we just watched former VP Joe Biden go to church this morning. We understand that he visited his son Beau's gravestone. He had said that it was Beau who had encouraged him to run for president when he himself was on the fence. And, you know, we've heard from our pundits recently that it's not that this campaign has not just been about Donald Trump and a vote, if you are so inclined, against Donald Trump. That Joe Biden did do many things right to get to this point. And I'm just wondering, from where you sit, what surprised you that he did, or what do you think was impressive?
I think that, you know, he started this campaign talking about the soul of America with an ad that a lot of people made fun of at the time and thought it wasn't hard-hitting enough, it wasn't your typical political ad. But how right he was. I mean, in that moment, we could never have, guessed that we would have been facing a global pandemic that would take so many Americans' lives and impact so many, and that it would call into question the very nature of leadership's ability to do its job. Or the George Floyd murder, which was such a painful video for so many of us to watch. So I think the one thing, and this is something I think is a character of leadership, and it is the ability to understand what is happening in the moment. I think in the flip of that, Donald Trump understood better than our campaign did that in that moment, people were afraid about their future for economic reasons and cultural reasons. They were afraid of change, and Trump understood that, and he knew how to manipulate that fear of change. This time, I think Biden understands people are afraid of this glimpse of who we might be, and I think this idea of the soul of our nation and the character of our country. I think a lot of what you're seeing in turnout is people saying exactly what Biden says. This is not who we are. It is not who we are. This is un-American. That today, as we go vote, that today when I drove over here, downtown Washington, D.C. is boarded up, largely because our own president is inciting violence. And so I think that has really brought a lot of Americans to question and to say, I've got to do something. And so I thought Biden was incredibly prescient with that way to start the conversation of this campaign.
So, Mark, what I want you to do is give us a guidebook to today. You've told us, as an insider, all you can really do on Election Day itself is I think you said
daytime drink.
Day drinking and go to a movie, is what you said. For the rest of us, that might not be as much of an option, but I want to know what you're watching for today. What signs? Is it the long lines in certain places? Is it the exit polls that we'll get a first glimpse of at 5 o'clock, which will tell us what drove people to the polls? It won't tell us results. People need to know that. What are you looking for?
Well, let me just first say, in reaction to Karen's response and your last question, that the parallels between this election and the 2000 race I did with George W. Bush are remarkable in terms of the message. There's a conventional wisdom that presidential elections are usually about the economy, which was what everybody said in 2000. And yet we had a message, or Bush did, about returning honor and decency to the White House, very fundamental about character and decency, which is so much of what of Joe Biden's message. And I think on a fundamental level, that's really what people are aching for, just a return to decency and honor and character in the White House. What am I looking for today? I'm in Pinellas County right now, which is the bellwether of Florida. Donald Trump won this county by 1 point. He won the state by 1 point. So I've been here yesterday and this morning talking to people like Charlie Crist, who represents this district, and he says that the seniors really have COVID concerns, and that's a real problem for Donald Trump. And seniors obviously are a big part of Florida. The Trump campaign is hoping to make that up with Cuban Americans in Miami, hopefully with African Americans, and double down on non-college seniors. But I'm going to be watching Florida tonight, watching Pinellas County. And listen, I think that there's a very good chance that, I mean, the one way this election will be decisive, obviously, is if Biden wins this, because then it's fundamentally over. There's no realistic path for Donald Trump if he doesn't win Florida. So watch Florida tonight, watch Pinellas County.
Oh, we will. We will. It's going to be a very exciting day and night. Maggie Haberman, Karen Finney, Mark McKinnon, thank you all very much. Great to talk to you this morning. Be sure to join us for CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America. It begins today at 4 p.m. Eastern. So as we've been telling you, Harris County, Texas has closed all but one of its 10 drive-through voting locations today. We have the official who made that decision last night on with us next. Developing this morning, the biggest county in Texas decided to close all but one of its 10 drive-through voting locations over concerns that those votes could be put at risk in the future. This comes after a federal judge rejected a Republican effort to invalidate the 127,000 ballots already cast in drive-through locations during early voting. Joining us now is the man who made that decision, Chris Hollins. He's the clerk of Harris County, which includes the city of Houston. Clerk Hollins, thank you very much. I know it's a busy morning. Can you just explain to us your thought process of closing 9 of the drive-through locations and leaving 1 open?
Yeah, good morning, Allison. My job is to protect the right to vote for every single voter here in Harris County. That makes sure that their votes are cast safely, conveniently, but ultimately with the peace of mind that their votes are going to be counted. And so we did the responsible thing here. We closed the voting centers that the judge yesterday expressed issue with on Election Day, and we're keeping 1 open. But we also have 800 locations across Harris County, and voters can cast their ballots at any single one of them. And so our job is to make sure that the hundreds of thousands of folks that come out today are able to cast their votes with that peace of mind.
But I mean, this basically happened late last night, I think about 11 p.m. So what happens when voters didn't get the memo about this and show up at one of those other 9 drive-through locations this morning?
Yeah, well, we thought about that well in advance, and all of our drive-through locations are co-located with a walk-in location. And so if you show up and that drive-through is closed, you can simply go across the parking lot and walk in. And for our members in the community with disabilities, we have curbside voting available at all 800 locations. And so we're going to take care of our citizens today.
Do you understand why Republicans in Harris County were fighting drive-through voting tooth and nail?
Absolutely. They were scared that the people were voting, plain and simple. Now, we know that tens of thousands of Republicans and tens of thousands of Democrats have used drive-through voting. But their calculus was that there were more Democrats in that box, and they were prepared to throw out all the votes because they thought it would benefit their candidates. That's un-American, it's undemocratic, and the judge made clear that it was unacceptable.
So it was obvious to you that they were trying to limit Democrats voting. What their rationale, as you can imagine, is different. Here's what they said. Under Respondent Hollins' drive-through voting scheme, a car is turned into a polling location. It should be noted that many times these votes are cast by numerous people in one car, eliminating the confidentiality surrounding one's votes. The garages, tents, canopies, and other coverings the car drives into are not the actual polling location. The polling place is the car. What do you say to that logic that they were using?
Yeah, well, that sounds as absurd to me as it sounds to you. And the judge thought the same thing. He literally laughed and told them that he was not buying that argument. He tossed it out, he dismissed it, and he made clear that the votes were cast fair and square and that all 127,000 of them will be counted.
So, Mr. Hollins, what are you seeing in your county? I mean, just give us the scene from on the ground. How popular were those drive-thrus, and what are you seeing now in terms of what's going on behind you?
Well, they were extremely popular. Almost 1 in 10 in-person votes was cast in those drive-through voting centers during an early voting period. And we're hearing about a line at our single drive-through voting center today. But we do have curbside voting available to members of the disabilities community at all 800 voting centers. We're here today at one of the busiest voting centers, and we're seeing a line, but we're keeping that line short. And we're encouraging people to go to one of the voting centers that has a short line today, of which there are hundreds.
Look, as you know, the Supreme Court there decided that the people who have already voted at the drive-throughs, the 127,000 votes, are legitimate. They will be protected. And so why didn't you just stick with that? I mean, why are you afraid that in the future these won't be counted?
It's not about fear. It's about being responsible. We want every single person who votes today to vote without any confusion, any doubt that their vote is going to be counted. And so we're going to make sure that all of the million Harris County voters who have yet to vote will be able to get to the polls today and know 100% without a doubt that their votes are going to be counted, and we're going to count them tonight.
You're going to count them tonight. And if people who were hoping to use drive-throughs because they are afraid in this pandemic of going into a building, what do you say to them this morning?
They still have access to Toyota Center, which is downtown, centrally located. And again, at all 800 of our voting centers, there is curbside voting available. For those who have any sort of physical condition that makes it unsafe for them to go inside a voting center, for any sort of physical disability that makes it difficult for them to go inside a voting center. And so they still have unparalleled voter access here in Harris County.
Chris Hollins, Harris County Clerk, we really appreciate you giving us all of this information this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. John.
All right, just moments ago, we saw Joe Biden boarding a plane in Delaware. The Democratic nominee was at church this morning. He's headed to Pennsylvania today, 2 stops, Scranton and Philadelphia, before heading back home to Delaware to watch returns. CNN has learned that President Trump will host as many as 400 people at a White House election party tonight. CNN's John Harwood live at the White House with the latest on that, John. What's that going to look like?
John, it's going to look like some of these rallies. People close together. I wouldn't bet on a lot of masks in the audience, although it's possible you could see it. But really a fascinating contrast between the two men today. You mentioned Joe Biden starting in church, then going to his hometown of Scranton, also going to Philadelphia. Very strong focus on Pennsylvania, which is the state where he hopes to lock down a victory tonight. Donald Trump will visit campaign workers in Northern Virginia this morning before that event tonight, but he closed with this flurry of 10 rallies in 2 days, Sunday and Monday, that was revealing on a couple of levels. Politically, it shows all the territory in which he's got to play defense, states that he won in 2016 that he's got to hold as Joe Biden is making advances. On a personal level, it's revealing as well. The president, in those rallies, as he travels around, that provides him a sort of floating bubble, the unreality bubble that Maggie was referring to a few minutes ago, where he is affirmed by people, whatever the polls show. They affirm his handling of the coronavirus. They affirm his candidacy. He said at one of the rallies, who could be a loser with a crowd like this? On the other hand, he's aware of what the polls are showing, and so he's trying to sort of construct in advance excuses for why it may not go well. He's lashing out at enemies from Democrats to China to LeBron James, Tony Fauci, even the guy who supplied the microphone at one of the events in Wisconsin. And finally, because a difficult outcome is so hard for him to accept, in part because of that legal jeopardy that Maggie referred to as well, he's raising the question of legal challenges to the vote, of even physical unrest. He talked about it being very dangerous to keep counting in Philadelphia. And we see behind me, all around Washington, storefronts boarded up. The question is going to be whether or not he is close enough to Joe Biden that any of those interventions, legal or physical in the streets, make a difference. The polls raise doubt about that, but we're going to find out, or begin to find out tonight, Allison.
Thank you very much, John. We sure are. Appreciate all of your reporting. All right, voting is underway right now in Georgia, which of course could prove to be a crucial swing state today. And Stacey Abrams is going to join us from there next.
You are looking at live pictures from Anderson County, South Carolina. This is outside Greenville. Long lines there as people show up to vote. The presidential race maybe not so much in question in that state, but there is a pretty close Senate race there. Lindsey Graham, the incumbent, facing Jamie Harrison. We are seeing lines like that around the country. Election day voting underway in Georgia, which could prove to be an important swing state today. Nearly 4 million people in Georgia voted early. and the Biden campaign hopes to turn this state blue for the first time since 1992. Joining me now is Stacey Abrams. She lost a very close race as the Democratic nominee for Georgia governor in 2018, and she now leads Fair Fight, a group fighting voter suppression. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. It is very nice to see you. When we put this number up on the screen, nearly 4 million people in Georgia have voted already. What does that number say to you?
Well, 4 million people is 56% of the total eligible voting population in Georgia, and we expect at least 1 million more today, if not higher. We know that this signals an intensity, an enthusiasm, and an energy for speaking aloud and for making sure people's voices are heard. So we're excited about the numbers and we're excited about the possibilities.
Now, as we mentioned, the Biden campaign wants to turn Georgia blue for the first time in a very long time. Why is that even possible?
We have had dramatic demographic changes for the last 20 years, but we know that demography is a lagging indicator of electoral power. The demography changes first, and then the electoral power catches up. We saw in 2018, when we had record turnout and a record composition of the electorate, that being a battleground state was not only possible, it was inevitable. And we know heading into this election, we have seen dramatic turnout among communities that typically are not at the top of mind for candidates. And we have seen them be engaged, be encouraged, and we've seen them turn out.
How much of a sales pitch did you have to do to the Biden campaign and the former vice president himself to get him to Georgia to campaign?
Well, we've been working on this since 2018. I've been having conversations since early 2019 with every single major candidate who was running for president. I had two messages. One, voter suppression is real and we've got a plan. We have to have a plan to fight back. And two, Georgia is real and you've got to have a plan to fight here. And we were very privileged to know that by the time Joe Biden won the nomination, he had Georgia on the list and Georgia on his mind. And we've been very enthusiastic about having Vice President, his wife, Senator Harris, her husband, and President Barack Obama come to Georgia to solidify the fact that we are a battleground state.
So as you sit here this morning with just a few hours left for Georgians, Americans, to cast their votes, what concerns you the most?
One, I want people to not panic. We've heard rumors of intimidation and challenges across the country, but the reality is this is a nation that believes in democracy, and we need people to believe that their votes matter, so do not panic. Go and vote. And two, don't leave the lines. We know there will be long lines, which is not a signal of enthusiasm. It's a signal of voter suppression. But it's important that if we want to improve that we stay in those lines, cast our ballots, and elect leaders who will work to improve and invest in our democracy. So don't panic, don't leave. And if you have any questions, dial 866-OUR-VOTE. Those are civil rights, nonpartisan attorneys who are ready to help any voter who has a question. And if you have questions about where to go and vote, go to iwillvote.com, and that will give you information about your polling place and the rules in your state for casting your ballot today.
So don't panic. I certainly get that as a message when it comes to voter intimidation. No one should have to ever experience that, and I know it's something that people do still experience around the country. But panic in terms of what Democrats will inevitably go through today, I'm not so sure, no matter what happens, you'll be able to keep them from panicking. I can already see it. You see people lining up. You see a single Republican get in line, and a Democrat will tell you, oh no, it's all over. The Republicans are coming out in force. So what's your message for Democrats how to get through today psychologically?
We have to remember that more than 100 million Americans have already cast their ballots. And look, we're a democracy. Our elections process isn't partisan. It is designed for every American to cast their ballot, Democrat, Republican, Independent. But we know that if we show up, there are more of us who are ready to be heard, who did not show up in 2016. We've got to correct the record, show up this time, and not worry about what the other side is doing. Our mission is to show up and bring our friends, bring our family. As I said yesterday, bring people you're mad at, people you're afraid of, bring everyone you can, because this is a numbers game. There's a math to victory, and that is if more of us show up, then we can win this election. But we cannot panic. Anxiety is natural. And let's be clear, the other side has it too. If they didn't, Donald Trump wouldn't have been in Georgia 3 times. We know that we can win this, but we have to show up, stay in line, and not let our panic overwhelm us. But we also have to be calm and patient when it comes to the results. We may not know tonight, but when we get the answer, I'd rather it be slow and right than fast and wrong.
The president, talking about Pennsylvania specifically, and the Supreme Court allowing ballots to arrive for 3 days after today, he said somehow it could lead to violence on the streets. Some people read this as a threat of violence. How do you see it?
I think that's more proof that we need a new president. His willingness to sow chaos, to encourage intimidation, and to provide disinformation to American citizens is not only deeply wrong, it is highly problematic. And that's why I encourage everyone today, don't pay attention to the president. Ignore him. Make the choice for the future. Ignore someone who's willing to traffic in lies and focus on the truth. And the truth is you're an American citizen. Your vote counts. Don't leave the lines once you're in it, and don't panic about what's out there. Don't let distractions and intimidation and chaos keep us from our mission, and that is casting our votes and having our voices heard.
Stacey Abrams, we appreciate you being with us this morning. Thanks so much. Don't panic. Good luck, everyone, over the next few hours.
And don't leave.
Making that happen. Appreciate your time. So an urgent new warning overnight about coronavirus. What a top doctor advising President Trump wants him to do. Next.
On this election day, the coronavirus pandemic is raging across America. Overnight, more than 84,000 new cases were reported. That's the fourth highest single day since the pandemic began. 13 states are reporting record hospitalizations. In the last month, the number of Americans hospitalized has soared more than 50%. Joining us now is CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. So, Sanjay, these two things meet today in terms of the pandemic and people wanting to exercise their vote. And so for people who are rightfully worried, they maybe haven't been out in big crowds for months. They have been trying to do all the right things. How can they vote safely today?
Well, first of all, I think it is possible, and I actually did this myself a couple of weeks ago and checked out these voting centers. Obviously, they're going to be different in different parts of the country, but they actually had a lot of these safeguards in place. There's a few things just to sort of keep in the back of your mind, and we created this go bag, if you will, things that you think about before you're going to vote today. But one thing, just in terms of your mindset, sort of think of it like you might think of a grocery store trip. You want to be mindful, you want to slow down, be thoughtful about things that you're touching, but also plan ahead. Bring your personal ID, maybe even do a sample ballot ahead of time, voter registration, obviously. Masks, hand sanitizer, those are musts. That is the age in which we live. Think about any surfaces that you might touch. Pen, take your own pen with you, for example. And you might have to wait a little while to the extent that you can if you're going to be outside. Make sure you bring enough warm clothes for that sort of thing. It's going to be a different sort of experience for sure. But, you know, when we talk to public health officials in different places around the country, I think it is quite possible to do this safely as long as you keep some of those basic measures in mind.
So it's interesting, Sanjay, because the CDC says even if you have tested positive, there is a way for you to go vote. They basically say, wear a mask, stay socially distanced, but when you arrive, make sure you tell the poll workers there that you're sick. What do you think of this, especially given that so many volunteers at polling locations are elderly?
Yeah, I was a little concerned by that. I caught that as well, John. I mean, I think that the basic rule of thumb, I think, for most people who have active COVID is that you should be in isolation. I think certainly if you have symptoms, you should be in isolation. In this sort of situation, if you can go and you can truly maintain your distance. I mean, the virus can't jump that far. It's not, and if you're wearing a mask, it's fairly easily contained by a mask. But you can't make any mistakes. You don't want to inadvertently potentially expose somebody. You have to let people know at that time. And there are protocols in place, my understanding, at many of these centers where you can actually then be in a position where you don't have to come in contact with people. You sort of go to the polling place, to the voting place yourself, and not come in contact, which is the key. But it's challenging. Certainly, if you know you have COVID, if you are symptomatic for sure, then I think the bar is going to be much higher for you to leave the house.
Oh my gosh, that's a tough one. But obviously, you must disclose it, as you're saying, to the poll workers.
Yeah.
And so, Sanjay, we want to just get your take on what is happening with Dr. Deborah Birx. She was such a visible part of the White House coronavirus task force. She's been sidelined since then, it appears. And it seems as though she's had enough. She is speaking out in a more vocal way than at least to my ears, I have heard her say before, and breaking with the White House in a more public and vocal way. She's going around, as you well know, packing her own suitcase, going around to states and trying to get their attention and tell them what to do. There's this internal memo that was released that she wrote. The Washington Post is reporting on it. They say that she says, we are entering the most concerning and most deadly phase of the pandemic, leading to increasing mortality. This is not about lockdowns. It has not been about lockdowns since March or April. It's about an aggressive, balanced approach that is not being implemented. Her point is that, you know, the president and Scott Atlas keep talking about lockdowns. That's the boogeyman. Uh-oh, you don't want to lock down. There's so many things that we could do, she's saying, that don't involve lockdowns, but we're not doing those either.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, she's had it in the sense that she's actually saying this stuff, although I think she has felt it for a long time. I mean, you know, I met her right after she got appointed. We were at the White House. We met. She had just flown in from Kenya at that point, and she was excited to start this. This is several months ago. She's been gradually and increasingly marginalized and was no longer being invited into the Oval Office, refused to be in meetings with the task force that involved Scott Atlas at one point, and as you say, went off and on the road on her own. I'm not at all surprised by what she's saying because it reflects what most public health experts in the country have been saying now for months. I guess the surprise is that she's saying it and saying it as forcefully as she is. I mean, you know, the numbers back her up in terms of where we're headed overall in this country, and also this idea that we don't need to have lockdowns in order to stall this. There are basic public health measures that will work, and she's shown that.
Sanjay, thank you very much. I'm sure we will be talking to you soon, because one thing that's clear is no matter what happens in the election today, this pandemic very much here tomorrow and getting very much worse. Thank you. All right, live pictures of voters. No, there we go. There they are. There are the live pictures of the voters in Cleveland, Ohio. Tilt your head. Much more of CNN's Election Day in America next.
They have to be spaced out, you know.
It's not the voters, it's the shot. It's tilted. Live pictures from Anderson County, South Carolina. Voters in lines waiting. A few things I want to say on this day of days. First of all, thank you. If you're voting today, thank you. If you voted already, thank you. If you're working at a polling location, driving someone to cast a ballot, if you set up a way to make it easier to mail in a ballot, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are taking part in the great democratic experiment. You have chosen to play a leading role on the greatest stage on earth. Today, you are America, and America is you. In fact, this day is about you, your vote. Don't let anyone take it for granted. Don't let anyone demean or diminish it. Your vote is a precious thing, whether you cast it 3 weeks ago or tonight. It matters just as much. It is just as valid. Whether you come from a red state, blue state, safe state, or swing state, you are just as American as the next guy, and your vote is just as patriotic. Now, tonight, that patriotism might require something a bit extra, something that doesn't come easy to all of us. Patience. Patience is hard, especially now. This has been a tough year. But tonight, patience is more than just virtuous. It is in itself patriotic. Why? Because it means you're willing to wait a little for your vote to matter, your neighbor's vote, everyone's vote. Counting the votes will take some time, but counting isn't some inconvenient sideshow. It's the whole show. It's the whole point. You cast your vote in order for them to count your vote, and we may all need to wait a little bit for it to happen. You know what they call that? Democracy. For you history buffs out there, you know where and when votes have been counted after election night? The answer is everywhere and always. You know what they call it? Democracy. And you know what they call it when someone tries to keep your vote from being counted? Undemocratic and maybe even illegal. So tonight, if and when you hear complaining that it's taking a while, if someone suggests somehow they should stop counting, if someone suggests a vote sent legally by mail doesn't deserve to be counted the same way as a vote cast in person, if someone suggests this is somehow chaos, you know what you say? No. No. Counting is not chaos. Counting is the point. It's why you cast your vote 3 weeks ago, 3 days ago, or tonight. Thank you for that vote. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
And John, thank you for those reminders and those comforting words. And regardless of what happens today and tonight, John and I will see you all tomorrow morning. It'll be a special time, 8 a.m. Eastern, and I just look forward to it. This is an exciting time in America.
Our coverage of Election Day in America continues with Anderson next.
And good morning. Welcome. I'm Anderson Cooper. I want to welcome viewers here in the United States and around the world. This is CNN's special live coverage of Election Day in America. Voters get the last word today on who they want to lead this country during multiple crises, and the race is historic. There you see former Vice President Biden arriving near Scranton, Pennsylvania. Let's listen.
My grandchildren have never been to Scranton, so we're going home.
He visited his church in Delaware. Also visited the grave of his son, Beau. That is how he started off the day, and now he's just flown in to an area near Scranton, where apparently he's brought, I think he said, 2 of his grandchildren. 100 million people have already cast their ballots before the polls open today. That is a record. Right now, polls are opening in 6 more states. You can see them there, long lines. Voters are standing in lines at polling locations across the nation. This is the scene at one polling site in Philadelphia. There's certainly anxiety, there's excitement, there's uncertainty with the nation divided and the coronavirus pandemic surging, making this one of the most politically consequential moments in our country's history. We could see President Trump head to the RNC Annex offices in Arlington, Virginia this morning. Joe Biden is spending part of his day in Pennsylvania. He's, as I said, just arrived there now to make a final pitch to voters. We have correspondents in position at polling places nationwide to bring you the latest. Polls in Florida opened a short time ago. The Sunshine State, obviously a critical battleground during almost any election, but especially important for President Trump this time around. CNN's Randy Kay is at a polling place in Broward County this morning. So how are things going, Randy?
Morning, Anderson. We are in Lighthouse Point, Florida, which is a pocket of Broward County that is highly Republican. Back in 2016, Trump won this area of the county with about 65% of the vote compared to Hillary Clinton, who got about 31%. There was a line here for people coming out and voting earlier this morning about 7 a.m. when it opened. Now that line has gone down, but I did get a chance to speak with some voters. I spoke with one couple. They're in their 60s, and they said they both voted for Donald Trump. They think he's done a great job on the economy and with the pandemic. Then I spoke to another woman who said she doesn't really like Donald Trump, but she voted for Donald Trump here because she thinks that the issues that he cares about are important to her, such as pro-life. I asked her, she also said that he thinks he's been honest with the American people about the pandemic, and I asked her about his comments earlier to Bob Woodward for his book, and she said she didn't know anything about that. But then finally, I talked to this other gentleman, a younger guy, probably in his 30s or so. He voted today, but he didn't know who he was going to vote for, Anderson, until he actually walked into this voting precinct. He said he's been struggling with it, agonizing over it. His issues are racial equality, and he's also pro-life, and he just wasn't sure which candidate to go with. He refused to tell me which candidate he actually voted for. When I asked him if he was okay with his decision, he said no, he wasn't happy about it at all. Meanwhile, though, of course, we have about 8.9 million people who have voted here already in the state of Florida, Anderson. That's about 93% of all of those that voted in 2016. This is a must-win, really, for Donald Trump. 29 electoral votes up for grabs. He'll probably get a lot of support from the Panhandle, from a lot of the Cuban Americans in Miami. Joe Biden certainly trying to offset that with African American support in the Miami area. He's getting a lot of that here in Broward County as well. So we will see as the day goes on who is voting, because even the supervisor of elections here in Broward County said that so many people have voted here, more than they have had in all of 2016, have voted early here in the county, that he expects maybe 100,000, 125,000 people to vote here. And who will they be? That's the question. Yeah. Will they be independents who have had a lower turnout, or will they be Republicans who want to vote in person?
It's going to be interesting, Randy, whether or not there actually are long lines at a location like that, given in Florida how many people have have actually already voted. You know, everyone is anticipating long lines, and we're certainly seeing that in many places. But in some places, there may not be as long a wait as there might normally be.
Right. I mean, 845,000 people have voted in Broward County. So that's more than all of 2016. So they're not expecting the long lines. And, you know, it depends on who really believes, you know, or has concerns about the vote by mail, or who didn't get a chance to get there in the early voting process, which ended on Sunday. That was the last day of in-person early voting. So we'll see who shows up. They are expecting a high Republican turnout here in this area, at least, Anderson.
Randy Kay, appreciate it. We'll keep checking in with you throughout the day. Another key state to watch tonight, obviously Pennsylvania, critical. It's been a big focus for both President Trump and Joe Biden. Our Alexander Field is at a polling place in Pittsburgh. So, Alexander, more than 2 million votes have been cast already in the state. It's just remarkable. What are you seeing this morning?
It is remarkable, but there's still a long way to go, Anderson, because that is actually just under 40% of the entire electorate from 2016. So we are going to see a lot of voting today, which is what we are seeing already. We've been at a couple of sites in the Franklin Park neighborhood. It's a suburban area of Pittsburgh. We've seen pretty steady and constant lines. We're also hearing a lot of conviction from people. We are not hearing from people that they are undecided. Instead, we're hearing from people that they are passionate about who they are going to vote for. This is a neighborhood where neighbors say there are deep divides. They say it's evidenced by the difference in lawn signs that they see driving down their streets. It's evidenced by the dinner table conversations or the lack thereof. They are also aware that if they are in this line here ready to vote, that a lot of the country and perhaps a lot of the world is waiting to see what happens. That's because Pennsylvania is a critical swing state, as we've been saying. It's a state that Trump won by just 44,000 votes in 2016. We are in Allegheny County, home, of course, to Pittsburgh. It was the one spot of blue in a sea of red in western Pennsylvania back in 2016. But in this neighborhood, the votes actually skewed toward Trump back then. So we are hearing from people that their political beliefs may not be at all in line with the people who live just across the street from them. It will be very interesting to see what plays out in neighborhoods like this. This is what has certainly inspired both President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden to believe that there are voters that they can go after in the state of Pennsylvania. It's what motivated both of their campaigns to hit this state hard, so much so that you saw Joe Biden not only start his campaign in Pennsylvania, but also wrap it up with this trip to Scranton and to Philadelphia today. As far as voting, what we are seeing has been a fairly smooth process so far. Allegheny County has reported that there were 3 sites that did not open on time because they were missing voting materials. The county has responded to that. They said the materials were being delivered. We will keep an eye on those sites and any other irregularities or difficulties that could crop up. But for now, what we're understanding and seeing is that a lot of these sites are preparing for really what could be a historic turnout in this all-important election. Anderson?
And Alexander, I mean, Pennsylvania, obviously there continue to be a number of challenges in courts about early voting, about which ballots should be counted in terms of when they arrive. There was a new filing today, even in Pennsylvania, about kind of pre-canvassing of ballots. So a lot to watch for in the hours and the days ahead. Alexander Field, appreciate it. Polls are also now open in Ohio. There's no Republican candidate has ever lost there and gone on to win the White House. CNN's Gary Tuchman is checking on the voting situation in suburban Cleveland. So Ohio has already shattered early voting records, as have other states. What does it look like there today, Gary?
Well, it's right, Anderson. Today, a strong turnout in Strongsville, Ohio, that is. This is a leafy suburb 20 miles south of Cleveland, population 45,000. This precinct opened at 6:30 this morning, and so did all the others in the state of Ohio. And frankly, you were just alluding to it. We didn't know how crowded it would be because 3.4 million people voted early here in the state of Ohio. That's 60% of the total vote in the year 2016. But as soon as this precinct opened, people started streaming in, about 35 people initially. And now you can see this line. Right now there's 10, 20, there's about 35 people inside the building, but another 50 people outside the building. So we have had a very strong turnout in this small town. And by the way, this is an even-Steven kind of place. About 70% of the people who live in this town are registered to no party. The remaining 30% are split between Democrats and Republicans. I want to ask you a quick question. You had a chance to early vote, 24 days here in Ohio. That's the camera over there, by the way. How come you didn't early vote? How come you decided to wait till today?
I was not decided who to vote for. I was still in a thinking process.
Oh, so you weren't decided. Well, can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you decided?
Yes.
Who have you decided on?
Democrat.
Democrat?
Yes.
Who's the Democrat?
Joe Biden.
Oh, okay. I want to make sure you know who you're voting for. I'm just joking around with you. I don't mean to give you a hard time.
No,
This
it's
guy
fine.
right here. This woman right here. Can I ask you a quick question? See, not everyone wants to talk, so I'm very polite when I come up to them and ask you one question. What made you decide not to vote early and decide to come on voting day?
Felt comfortable voting today. Thought it was safe. There's lines and hand sanitizer.
Have you decided who to vote for?
Yeah.
Can you tell me?
Democrat.
Democrat. Everyone says Democrat, not the name. You know the guy's name?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Still kind of shy about it. Either way, you know, we try to be sensitive when we ask people who they're going to vote for because they have every right not to tell us, but we also like to give our viewers information about who people are voting for. One thing I'm going to tell you, Anderson, that's very important here in the state of Ohio, it could be a quick night here, and that's because I told you about the 3.4 million people who voted early. Those votes will start being counted the second the polls close here at 7:30 tonight. So the initial results we'll see here in Ohio will be the early voting, the absentee voting, and then the people voting today. One more thing I'm going to tell you, Anderson, it's so striking seeing everyone in masks. You know, we've been dealing with this a long time. But there's never been a presidential election in American history where everyone wears masks to the polls. I mean, think about this, the pandemic in 1918. The presidential election was in 1916 before the pandemic, and 1920 after that pandemic. So we see here everyone with masks. One thing I'm going to tell you here in Ohio, and I know it's the case in a lot of other states, if people insist upon not wearing a mask, voters, they will still let you vote. They don't want to disenfranchise anybody. Anderson?
And Gary, you know, there have obviously been concerns a lot of people have had about being hassled if they go to vote by people on the line, maybe. You haven't seen any of that there?
No. Here in Strongsville so far, Strongsville has been very peaceful.
Well, if anybody has any worries around the Ohio area in Strongsville, you can see it right there, incredibly peaceful. Gary Tuchman, thanks very much. Appreciate it. With record-breaking early voter turnout, CNN's pre-electoral college outlook has declared states like Georgia and Arizona as true toss-ups. Our Phil Mattingly joins us now. So which states will you be watching in particular tonight?
Yeah, well, first off, finally, mercifully, this map will turn from gray to red and blue over the course of the next several hours. But there's a couple key states, and this isn't all the battlegrounds, this isn't all the toss-ups, but these are states that I'm watching tonight, and states that I think I'm going to go through in order of how they're going to report. Start with the state of Florida. This is obviously a true toss-up, and it is always a true toss-up, and we should get the results in a pretty timely manner because of how they process. Let's flip back to 2016. The story of Florida is not flipping a ton of counties that your opponent won in a previous election. It's running up your margins in strongholds and trying to keep your opponent's margins down and their strongholds. So for Democrats, obviously, southeastern part of the state, always a stronghold for them. For Donald Trump, you look into the Panhandle and into the northern part of the state as well. The big questions, if you want to look at two counties perhaps to give you some signal of what's going on, pick up Miami-Dade. Obviously, Hillary Clinton won this by record margins back in 2016. There's been some concern amongst Democrats based on early vote and also based on President Trump's strength in the Latino vote that perhaps this margin will shrink down. That doesn't mean that Joe Biden would lose, but it would be a point of concern. Another area you want to look to, Sumter County. This is home to the Villages, the largest retirement community in the country, highest median age in the entire country. Donald Trump is going to win Sumter County, just like Joe Biden is going to win Miami-Dade. But take a look at the margins. The polling has shown that senior voters have started to move away from President Trump. Will that be true? Well, you might get a decent sign in the state of Florida when you look at Sumter County. I want to move up a little bit. You mentioned, Anderson, the state of Georgia. Now, back in 2016, Donald Trump won this by about 6 points. No Democrat has won Georgia since 1996. And the pathway here for Democrats, why they believe Georgia is finally very in play, is actually not that different from what Hillary Clinton did back in 2016. It's Atlanta. It's pushing out into the suburbs. And Joe Biden's map, if he wins, would probably look a lot like this. But again, the question is of margins. Obviously, Joe Biden is going to do well in Fulton County, the home of Atlanta, going to do well in DeKalb. But can he push up the margins in counties like Gwinnett and Cobb County and push them up even higher than Stacey Abrams did back in 2018 when she narrowly lost the governor's race? So that's where you want to keep an eye there. Let's move over to the state of North Carolina. Another true toss-up, another state that President Trump won back in 2016, has to win again in 2020. Likely, it's part of pretty much every pathway that he has. And this is a similar story. You want to keep an eye on the Research Triangle in Raleigh-Durham. You want to keep an eye on the Charlotte area, Mecklenburg County, not just the urban vote, but also pushing out into the suburbs. What kind of margins can Joe Biden run up in those areas? But also when it comes to the state of North Carolina, keep an eye on the African-American turnout. In 2008, when President Obama won that state, that was as much of the story as anything else. It is a shifting state. There have been northern transplants. It's obviously with a high education rate over the course of the state. Can Joe Biden break through in the state of North Carolina? Also want to move over to Arizona. You talked about Arizona becoming a true toss-up right now. The Biden campaign feels like they have a very legitimate shot here. Look, Back in 2016, the Clinton campaign gave Arizona a run towards the end of the campaign. They fell short, losing by 90,000 votes. But in 2018, Democrats flipped the state in the Senate. Why? Maricopa County, 60% of the voting population lives here. Hillary Clinton lost it narrowly back in 2016. Kyrsten Sinema won it back in 2018 for the Democrats. If Joe Biden can win Maricopa County, can open up a little bit of a lead here, Democrats feel like they have a very real shot. So pay attention to Arizona. We should get their results in a fairly timely manner because of how they count early vote. They know how to do absentee. Now let's move up to Pennsylvania in the Midwest. Obviously, Anderson, we've talked a ton about the industrial Midwest. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We'll start with Pennsylvania. Obviously, this was the stunner, letting everybody know that President Trump was shattering the blue wall back in 2016. This will take time to find final results. Obviously, we know 9 counties aren't likely to count their absentees until Wednesday. We'll have to take our time here, but what will be most interesting to see, obviously, Hillary Clinton had great strength in the Philadelphia area and out into the suburbs. She had great strength in Allegheny County, and yet President Trump was still able to win. Why? Western Pennsylvania, the margins he was running up county after county after county were margins that Republicans had never seen before, even in Republican counties. Also, pay attention in here. You mentioned Joe
Phil,
Biden.
I just want to let our sorry to interrupt for a second. I just want to let our viewers know what they're watching. Joe Biden has arrived in Scranton, Pennsylvania. 2 of his grandchildren, he had said earlier, are with him, said that they'd never been to Scranton, so he was going to bring them along. He attended church earlier this morning in Delaware, also visited the grave of his son, Bo. But as we look at these videos, and on the right-hand side of your screen, you're seeing our ballot cam in Strongsville, Ohio. Phil, continue with what you were saying. I just want to let our viewers know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the Biden campaign really lining this up with us as I talk right into Scranton. Look, it's obviously the Trump strength is in Western Pennsylvania. They need to run up huge margins here. The Biden campaign believes that in areas like Scranton, they won Lackawanna County back in 2016, but narrowly, keep that in Democratic hands, and then narrow the margins in places like Luzerne. Donald Trump won this county that President Obama won back in 2012. Look at the margin. Crush this county. Democrats don't necessarily expect to flip it, but they want to narrow those margins. That's the story of Pennsylvania, and I'll give you one more as we go through the day and go through the night. Another state that will be a little bit slow. We won't necessarily know the end game by the end of the night, but you can pay attention to a couple key things. Michigan, Donald Trump won the state by 10,000 votes, very, very narrowly. Where do you want to look? Look, the pathway is the same for a lot of these states. Move in from urban turnout, push out into the suburbs, but there is no more important place for Joe Biden and Democrats than Wayne County. You look at the margin, Anderson, back in 2016, you say, look, Hillary Clinton crushed Wayne County. What was the problem there? This, 519,000 votes. Compare that to 2012. President Obama had 595,000 votes. The turnout drop-off was massive, particularly amongst African-American voters. Right now, Vice President Biden and his team trying to ensure that doesn't happen and also come up a little bit higher into the state as well. You move in to Oakland County, you move into Macomb County as well. That's the suburbs, that's pushing out, that's where Democrats made gains back in 2018. That's what you're going to be looking for in the state. Again, different reporting times, different pathways to 270, but keep an eye on those counties, those key issues in the state throughout the course of the night. That will tell you where this race is going, Anderson.
All right, Phil, we'll check in with you shortly. Let's listen in to what's going on in Scranton.
And that is the next president of the United States. Right? Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Joe Biden. I was born at Mercy Hospital in Scranton. By the way, you know, you have no idea how, you know, that old expression, when my dad lived up there and we had to move, and things kind of fell apart in terms of jobs. But I had my great-grandfather, Edward Francis Blewett, was the first Irish Catholic elected to the state senate in the state of Pennsylvania, from Scranton, 1907. And, you know, it's a long, long history, but it's good to be home. And one of the things, I know everybody says, why do you keep calling it home? Well, you know, I left here when I was going in the 4th grade, but I came home almost all summers, every summer. When I got married to my deceased wife, my wedding party was 7 people, 5 of my friends from Scranton, I grew up with. So, you know, then when I learned, like you did, all my basic values. I learned at my grandpa's table at 2446 North Washington Avenue that money does not determine your wealth. I learned that there wasn't anything you couldn't do if you set your mind to it. I learned that basic responsibility everybody had was just to look out, just look for the other guy, look out what's going on, be aware what's going on. And so, you know, they're all the, my dad used to have an expression when we left Scranton, moved down to Delaware. He'd say, Joey, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about who you are. It's about being able to look at the kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. Well, guess what? A lot of people can't say that now. A lot of people can't look at the kids in the eye and say it's going to be okay. I ran for 3 reasons. I'm going to stop and not keep you out here. Number one, I said when I announced I wanted to restore the soul of the country, but I wasn't being melodramatic. All I meant was restore basic decency and honor to the White House. When I saw those folks come out of those fields down in Charlottesville, carry those torches and close your eyes and remember the saw. Carrying Nazi flags, talking about how, in fact, this country was so bad with prejudice that existed. That's when I decided I had to run. That's when my granddaughters and the other 3 of them came to see me after that happened. They knew I was, and they said, Pop, you got to run. We know it's going to be ugly. Because their whole life they've either had a father who was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware or a grandpa who was the senator or a vice president. And that's why we ran. The second reason we ran is we got to restore the backbone of the country. You all know it. You know, the middle class built this country. Wall Street didn't build it. The middle class built it. And unions built the middle class. And they're getting clobbered right now. They're getting clobbered. The third reason I'm running is what I want to talk upbeat about today, and that is uniting this country. We have to unite the country. We can do it. I think the country's ready. But I basically came to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Joe! Thank you, Joe! Sacrifice, the greatest honor in my life. The greatest honor in my life. And I'm sure the mayor and Bobby feel the same way about serving. You know, it's a great honor. So I want to thank you all, and I know you're out canvassing. Knock on 3,000-4,000 doors, we'll have no problem. No, I'm only kidding. Thank you for what you've done. I really appreciate it.
Scranton, Pennsylvania, the start of a long day. Jason Carroll is in Scranton for us. Also, CNN's Kirsten Powers and Ryan Lizza also are with me. Jason Carroll, what's the plan for the vice president in Scranton?
Well, look, a couple of things. First of all, the vice president knew that he had to make a stop here in Scranton. You heard some of the familiar themes that we've heard throughout the campaign there when he was speaking at the Carpenters Union Hall. He said it was good to be home. He also talked about restoring decency to the White House. Also, another familiar theme saying that the middle class built this country, not Wall Street. Look, the campaign knows that this is an important stop for the vice president at this point. They know that it's going to take every single vote in order to win the state. It's so very, very close. And just as an example here, we're here in Lackawanna County. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton just barely won this county. In neighboring Lucerne County, that's a county that went for Obama and then flipped and went for Trump. Trump's still very popular in this section of the state. A lot of folks out there here are very well aware of that. They know that Trump is still very popular, that Biden has to make a lot of inroads into the state. That is why he is here, spending time, spending energy here in the state, hoping that his hometown charm, that he can turn that on and turn out some votes here in these final hours. Anderson.
And Jason, just the vice president was speaking to a group of, he's a canvassers. So there are people who are going to be going out in Scranton, essentially knocking on doors, trying to get anybody who may have decided not to go to the polls today.
Right, and that's true. And think about this as well. The campaign is going to find out whether or not very soon their strategy paid off. And what I mean by that is the campaign, basically this go around, they hired folks who had connections to all corners of the state and rural communities, those folks who had connection with white working class voters, urban sections as well. And in addition to that, the campaign ran what they called a persuasion program. Basically, this was a program where they had folks getting out there, motivating people here on the ground. They said that's something that the Clinton campaign didn't do back in 2016.
Yeah.
So, again, it's interesting that you've got him here.
Although one of the things that the Biden campaign decided to do, and Democrats decided to do, which is to actually not go door to door in many places for quite a while during the pandemic because of concern about coronavirus, which is something the Trump campaign was still to continue to going door to door. So it's going to be interesting to see if that had any impact on the numbers that we end up seeing.
Right, and just to add to that, Anderson, there's some folks here on the ground who feel as though the Biden folks have ground to make up here in this section of Pennsylvania. They feel as though, once again, Trump is popular in this section of Pennsylvania. He still has a lot of folks who support him out here. And so I think that's one reason why you see Biden back here in his hometown during these final hours trying to make that final pitch to a lot of those white working class voters to get out there and cast a vote for him.
Yeah, Pennsylvania critical for both. Jason Carroll, appreciate it. Stay with CNN after a race like no other. It all ends here. Joining us for special live coverage, though only CNN can bring it to you, from the first votes to the critical count. Understand what's happening in your state and across the country. Election night in America. Our special coverage starts at 4 p.m. Eastern time today, but we have coverage, of course, all day long. Moments from now, the president will make a public appearance as Americans vote, plus hear what each candidate is doing tonight as the results come in. And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Election Day. You're looking at ballot cam in Milwaukee. We've been looking at polling places across the country, orderly, peaceful, long lines in some places, shorter lines in other places because so many people have voted early. In Florida, for instance, when we checked in with our Randy Kay in Broward County. Polls are opening across New Hampshire. We're already seeing long lines at some polling places there. CNN's Polo Sandoval is in Londonderry, New Hampshire. Polo, what's the scene?
Anderson, with roughly 20,000 registered voters, according to the moderator who's running this polling location, that makes it one of the largest in the country. And when you look at the pictures behind me, it's hard to debate that. You have seen a steady flow of people stopping by this particular location. It is a long but quick moving line here. The folks are waiting for about 20 minutes or so to actually cast their ballot. Remember, New Hampshire, early voting was only done via absentee. So if you live in New Hampshire and if you want to have your voice heard in person, then today is the day. And that is why we're seeing record numbers. Local officials expecting a large turnout. These folks have been waiting outside. We have seen some flurries. We have seen cold temperatures, and yet people are determined to actually cast their ballot here. We are seeing an average of about 12 ballots being processed a minute, according to local officials. So far, no issues. But remember, there's a couple of political threads here. Obviously, we are not in primary season, so it is a bit of a different game right now. But nonetheless, there are still 4 electoral votes here that are up for grabs. The last time that those went for the Republican presidential candidate, that was back in 2000. So the Trump campaign and the Trump administration certainly wants to change that trend. Ultimately, though, some of the polling that voters are seeing here showing Biden ahead. But remember, 4 years ago, Anderson, it was only about a less than 1% difference, at least Hillary Clinton winning by just under 1%. So it still remains an extremely competitive state today on Election Day. Anderson?
Do you have a sense of how long the wait times are at that location?
Yeah, I'll step out of the picture so you can actually see some of the folks that are coming in. One woman told me that she waited about 20 or 30 minutes or so. But walking in here earlier this morning, Anderson, I also heard from one gentleman who said he's glad he did it. Things are moving very smoothly, actually. A lot of folks have been preparing for today, again, because in-person voting is reserved for today on Election Day. So that's one of the main reasons why we're expecting to see potentially over 800,000 people cast their ballots by the end of the the day. So that is one of the reasons why New Hampshire is certainly extremely busy today. But again, when you speak to some of the folks here in line as they wait to finally cast their ballot in a very smooth way here, it seems that things are running very smoothly. Again, the average wait about 20 or 30 minutes, but they are processing those ballots extremely quickly. Again, one official telling me about 12 a minute. And they do have about 20,000 registered voters in this region, so it is still going to be a long night. Yesterday, they did get a sort of an early start on processing the absentee ballots by doing what's called partial pre-processing. They opened that outer envelope and then just made sure that the affidavit envelope that contains the actual ballot that will be counted today was actually signed. If it wasn't, then officials gave those voters an opportunity to rectify that. And also, many of those voters here in this part of New Hampshire and really throughout the state, they have an opportunity to actually register today as well. So the numbers that we're seeing, the estimates that we're seeing, they're likely going to be even greater before the day is over.
Yeah, Polo Sandoval, appreciate you being there. You see on the Polo is in New Hampshire. Also, you see Strongsville, Ohio on the right-hand side of your screen. It is really heartening to see these images of just Americans showing up and voting, despite all the anxiety and concern, the apprehension about what the day might look like in polling places around the country. So far, what we are seeing are the scenes you're seeing. People, as they have every 4 years, they're helping people to vote. Long lines in some places, shorter lines in other places. There in New Hampshire, about a 20-minute wait, according to one person that Polo spoke to. And in the end, it all comes down to this: American citizens showing up and casting their vote. Despite all the talk and all the threats and all the drama, this is what it boils down to, and it's happening. We'll take you live to North Carolina, major swing state this election, where voters are lining up, plus new reporting on what each candidate is doing tonight as the results come in. Both presidential candidates will make public appearances today before settling in to watch election returns. Joe Biden making 2 more stops in battleground Pennsylvania. The president has only 1 appearance next hour at an RNC office in Virginia. Our Jessica Dean is in Philadelphia, where Biden will visit later today. First, CNN's John Harwood is at the White House ahead of the president's departure. John, the White House has put up, we saw this yesterday, a fence around the White House, something we haven't really seen, I don't know if it's ever happened before on Election Day.
Anderson, they're girding for potential difficulty on the streets of Washington, as many of the businesses are here, boarding up storefronts and that sort of thing. But this is going to be a low-key day for the president during the daytime. He's going to visit campaign workers in Northern Virginia tonight. He's going to have a party. We expect perhaps 400 people crammed into the East Room of the White House. Public health authorities, of course, say this is not the time for mass gatherings, but this president lives for the cheers of the crowd. We've seen that over the last couple of days, 10 rallies over Sunday and Monday, where the president is playing a lot of political defense, but also simply basking in the adulation of his supporters. At the same time, he recognizes the challenge of the position that he's in, and he, at those rallies, was preemptively laying out some targets, people who've made his life difficult, as if he was offering excuses. So he's going after Democrats, the media, China, LeBron James, Tony Fauci. And this morning, in an interview on Fox, he offered a new one, which is that he said that Fox News, the network, had not been helping him as much as they had in the past, complaining about that. So that's an indication that this president understands which way the wind is blowing. He's raised the question of legal challenges. He's raised the question of perhaps physical unrest if he thinks the ballot counting has gone on too long. The question that we're going to begin to find out the answer to tonight, though, Anderson, is whether or not he's running close enough to Joe Biden for any of that to make a difference in the outcome.
Jessica, we just saw Biden in Scranton, clearly a sign of just the importance of Pennsylvania today.
Yeah, absolutely, Anderson. And we've seen Joe Biden, his running mate Kamala Harris, and both of their spouses here in Pennsylvania. Biden has been here since Sunday. He was here on Monday, and of course, spending time here on Election Day. And so Pennsylvania absolutely critical to the Biden campaign, and Joe Biden, of course, making that known as he spoke to union workers there in Scranton. That's part of the coalition they're trying to put together. He's also trying to win back white working class voters who perhaps voted for President Trump in 2016, who might have voted for Joe Biden and Barack Obama in previous elections. The campaign and Joe Biden really believe they can win some of those people back with a lot of his messaging that we've heard over the last months of this election, which includes that Park Avenue versus Scranton messaging that Joe Biden really sees himself as someone who understands everyday Americans, working Americans, and promises to be their advocate should he go to the White House. It's also important, Anderson, I think, to zoom out for a minute and realize that Joe Biden going back home to Scranton with his grandchildren, this is personal for him. It's very much Joe Biden at his heart. He loves Scranton. He talks about it all the time. For him to take his granddaughters there who have never been there before, it was very important to him. We also saw him going to Mass earlier today. He and Jill Biden visiting the grave of his late son, Beau Biden, who has been very present on the campaign trail in terms of Joe Biden speaking about him time and time again in his stump speech. So all of these threads coming together, both the personal and the political, here in these final hours. Anderson.
Jessica, thanks very much. Appreciate it. In his final pitch to voters, President Trump warned that cheating in the key state of Pennsylvania could lead to violence in the streets. Of course, he showed no evidence. Well, we put it.
And when the Supreme Court gave you an extension, they made a very dangerous situation, and I mean dangerous, physically dangerous, and they made it a very, very bad, they did a very bad thing for this state. They did a very bad thing for this nation.
It was in a tweet last night, right before his last campaign rally, that he talked about the potential for violence in the streets. Of course, the idea that there is rampant voter fraud in Pennsylvania is just simply false. There is no evidence of that, nor has the president ever been able to find any evidence of that for all these claims that he has been making. The president told reporters another baseless claim that the Supreme Court decision allowing Pennsylvania to count mail-in votes that arrive up to 3 days after the election will lead to cheating at a, quote, very high level and was, quote, very dangerous. Joining me now, CNN senior political analyst Kirsten Powers and Ryan Lizza. Kirsten, it's so interesting to me today to watch sort of calm voting at polling stations across the country, people standing in line. After all the drama, after all the lies, after all the threats, all the anxiety, it comes down to American citizens taking time out of their day to stand on a line and to cast a ballot. It comes down to just a very simple act that seems to be going peacefully in all the places that we've been this morning.
Right, exactly. And I think that what you have is the president who, when he talks about there's going to be violence or this is very dangerous, the only reason that would happen is because he would be inciting it with the types of things that he's saying. By suggesting that following the law and counting ballots is somehow cheating, he's leading his followers and some of his voters to believe that if somehow he loses, that it's only because the Democrats are stealing votes, right? Never mind the fact that this is very common, that many states allow ballots to be counted after Election Day as long as they are postmarked on Election Day. But he continues with this drumbeat of, if I lose, it's only going to be because they stole the election.
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, we know being a loser is the president's greatest fear. That's his greatest insult to somebody, is that they're a loser. To Kirsten's point, I guess if he, can convince people or has an argument that, it was a rigged election, then in his mind, he's not a loser if, in fact, he does lose.
Yeah, in the best case scenario, this is just rhetoric and we shouldn't take it literally or seriously, and it's just Trump having a handy excuse for a loss. In the worst case scenario, it's something more grave and setting up some kind of post-election day argument that might be combined with some court challenges, and as he suggested last night, most ominously, might be suggested with pushing people to take to the streets and do something more rash. you have to remember this state Supreme Court decision in Pennsylvania, which was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court with Chief Justice Roberts siding with the liberals. And it was a classic conservative, let the state, federalism, let the states decide this. The federal government shouldn't intervene. Our elections are state and county and locally run. So for the president to be, and for the Republicans to be challenging this really does go against their conservative legal beliefs that they've talked about for quite a long time. That aside, Trump has now added this ominous element of, people should be doing something about that.
Kirsten, it also seems so clearly designed just to sow confusion and fear and potentially suppress the vote, maybe convince some people who, have concerns or anxiety about what might happen to stay home and not cast a ballot. I mean, it seems like such a blatant, obvious attempt at a voter suppression, and so many of the efforts that we've been seeing, whether it's Republicans in Texas who tried to get 127,000 votes that had already been cast in pre-approved drive-through voting areas in Harris County, tried to get those thrown out, which numerous judges, Republican judges, have said that's not going to happen.
Right. I mean, Trump it's not just that he thrives in chaos, he only really survives in chaos. And so that's why he always creates this chaos wherever he goes. And I think, the Texas example is really an important one, for everybody to understand what the Republicans have been trying to do. I mean, and they're trying to do this across the country wherever they can. But the idea that you would take, 100,000 votes and throw them away, that is so offensive. That should be so offensive to every single American. It is not just about Republicans versus Democrats. The idea that you would go to court to try to get perfectly valid ballots that were filled out thrown away. And so the other thing I would take away from it from a sort of political standpoint is they obviously don't think that they can win fair and square. If they did, they wouldn't be doing these kinds of things. You wouldn't have, Republican districts in Pennsylvania going out of their way to not start processing ballots, until tomorrow morning, when you have all the other counties are processing them, refusing help, saying, oh, we can't do it because we don't have enough people. And they're told, well, we'll send you more people. We'll give you more money. And they're like, no, they want to they believe those are Democratic ballots. And so they don't want those to be counting on election night.
No. Ryan, no matter who wins this election, I mean, the electoral map is changing. We see that, we've been seeing that each presidential election, but certainly this one as well.
Yeah, I just spent the last 2 weeks on the road on covering some of these new Sunbelt swing states, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Georgia, and North Carolina. Usually at this point in an election, you're spending all your time in the Midwest and Florida, but these other states are the other future of they're the future competitive states in the United States. And they're changing in big ways, and we're seeing, if you look at the polls in Texas and Arizona, you're seeing this rebellion in the suburbs against Trump's behavior and mismanagement of the coronavirus pandemic, and I think that'll be the basic story if Biden wins. I don't think that means that Biden has some kind, if he wins tonight, that he's put together this new unbreakable coalition. This is, I think, what we see in this election in 2016 is competitive elections for a while between the two parties, with a whole new rash of states in the Sun Belt being the fulcrum.
Yeah, Brian Lizza, Kirsten Powers, thanks very much. We'll check in with you throughout the day. 2020 could be the year of the youth vote. A jump in turnout could tip the scales in battleground states. We'll take you live to Michigan next. The race between Joe Biden and President Trump is tight in the battleground state of North Carolina. Polls there opened just a few hours ago. CNN's Suzanne Malveaux is at a polling location in Charlotte, North Carolina. Suzanne, what's it like?
Hey, Anderson. Well, we're actually at precinct 212 in Mecklenburg County, and there's been a steady stream, a lot of enthusiasm from voters since 6:30 in the morning. Just want to take you really quickly through the process here. The first desk here is where you see people who are actually filling out an authorization to vote form. This is a state where no voter ID is necessary, so it's just name, address. You certify with your signature that you're 18 years old, that you're registered, that if you are a convicted felon, you've served out your time, that you're able to vote. You then go to the second bank here. This is where they have the poll books. The poll books actually have the names of those who've registered but who have not voted in the precinct. Now, if your name is not there on that list, or if there's a discrepancy, simply go to the help desk there. You can see folks are in line and they're actually addressing some of those issues. If they can't be addressed, they'll get a provisional ballot nevertheless, and then they simply just take it over here. This is where they're doing the voting itself. This is the ballot marking machines. You simply put in the ballot, you punch out on a screen with your selections, it spits it back out, and then you take it over here into the tabulators. It automatically scans and then drops it into that black box. Joining me now is the Chief Judge of Precinct 212, Mark Enriquez. You and I have been up early, a couple cups of coffee now.
We have.
How's it going?
It's going great. We're pleased with the turnout. It's been a steady flow. I think we're around 300 voters so far this morning. But a lot of people vote early here. We've had really good turnout for both mail-in and early voting. So I'm pleased with the number of people we have here this morning.
Any problems or discrepancies? I know that was a real issue, that things were not matching up, or concerned that they wouldn't.
No, I'd say things are going pretty smoothly. I mean, we've had a few people vote provisional. That happens each election where they're not in the book or we're having difficulty finding them. But generally, things have gone quite smoothly.
You and I talked earlier about the concern, even anxiety, some of the workers here about the provision that there is no requirement for mask wearing. Has that been an issue?
It has not come up this morning. I know some folks were worried about it. We're encouraging folks to have masks. We are providing people with masks if they don't have them, but it is not a requirement to vote. But it has not come up. As far as I can tell, everyone's worn their mask, and most people have gotten in line with masks, so it has not been an issue so far this morning.
You even taped yours up a little, I see.
I did. I was getting a lot of fog, so my wife helped me tape it up to minimize the fogging of the glasses.
All right, Judge. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Anderson, unlike some other states, North Carolina is expected to get out the provisional results, the unofficial results, as early as 7:30 this evening, and that is because they have actually been tallying and counting those votes, those early votes coming in, and that's about 62% of all the registered voters of North Carolina. Anderson?
Hey, Suzanne, can you get some inside tips from that poll worker about how he tapes up his mask? Because I have the same problem with the fog on the glasses, and it's something that's been a bane of my existence for the last several months. So any tips, I would be welcome.
There's an invention in there somewhere.
There is. I mean, I know.
Someone's going to get rich off of that,
yes.
I tell you.
Suzanne Malveaux, appreciate you being there. It's nice to see things so normal, which is... that in itself is surprising in this day and age. We're almost at the top of the hour. Polls are about to open in California, Idaho, Nevada, and Oregon. Our special coverage, Election Day in America, continues in 60 seconds. Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. Thanks for joining us. This is CNN special live coverage of Election Day in America. It's an exciting day we have seen so far. Voters get the last word today on who they want to lead this country during multiple crises. And the race is certainly historic in many ways. More than 100 million people have already cast their ballots before the polls open today. That is a record. Right now, polls are opening across California, Idaho, Nevada, Washington, and Oregon. So voters now coast to coast are casting ballots on this final day. Many are standing in long lines at polling locations. In other places, we've seen relatively short lines and short waits because so many people have already voted. This is the scene at one polling site in Philadelphia, a line stretching down 2 blocks and around the corner. There is certainly some anxiety. There's certainly excitement and uncertainty with the nation divided, the coronavirus pandemic surging. But there is what it all boils down to. Americans just taking time out of their day, standing in line to cast their vote. This is one of the most politically consequential moments in our country's history. Any moment now, we could see President Trump head to the RNC Annex offices in Arlington, Virginia, to encourage workers there. Former Vice President Joe Biden is already out. He arrived in Scranton, Pennsylvania last hour to make a final pitch to voters. Biden began his day at a church in Delaware, going to Mass with his wife. He also visited the grave of his son, Beau. We have correspondents in position at polling places nationwide to bring you the latest. Polls opened in Michigan just a couple hours ago. Obviously a critical battleground state that President Trump won by a razor-thin margin in 2016. Our correspondent Omar Jimenez joins us now from St. Clair Shores in the Detroit area. Omar, what are you seeing so far?
Well, Anderson, we're officially off to the races. Polls are open, and those absentee ballots, which we've seen a record number of, can now be counted. Now, we're specifically in Macomb County. It's a county that's a suburb of Detroit. It's a county that President Trump flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016, and it's a county where the winner has ended up being the statewide winner for presidential and governor's races the last 7 elections in a row. Now, one of the things we're keeping an eye on, a difference this time around, seems to be the percentage of young voters who are coming to make their voices heard. When you look at the percentage of absentee ballots that were sent in that were made up of 18 to 29-year-olds, it was only 2.5% in 2016. Now that number is up to 9.4%. And we spoke to some of those voters here in this county as some waited in line on Election Day.
It's crazy that the outward advertising for voting that we've seen this year versus 2016, I don't think I saw anything, and it really says a lot about where we're coming as a country, and I'm really proud that the younger generation is coming in and making sure that they're voting.
My friends were like, it doesn't matter, my vote really doesn't count, and then we saw the results, and so this year a lot of them had made the choice to vote either before or are in line currently right now as well.
And when you look at turnout overall, again, even before we got to Election Day, we've seen more than 3 million absentee ballots sent in, which is more than 60% more than the entire 2016 presidential election turnout, and more than 60% of the entire 2008 presidential election turnout, which saw the highest voter turnout in Michigan history. And of course, it is no secret Michigan is always and has been an important state when it comes to the election. It's a place President Trump won by less than a percentage point in 2016, and it's a place that he held multiple rallies over the course of the weekend. The last stop he made actually was in Grand Rapids last night, and it's a place where Joe Biden and President Obama also held events over the weekend in Detroit and Flint, and we also expect to see Senator Kamala Harris here in Detroit later this afternoon. Anderson?
And have you seen long lines? Because so many people voted early, are you not seeing lines? What does it look like?
Well, in this location in particular, and in a few of them across the Detroit area, we did see long lines right before polls opened. And once the doors opened, there was that lag time of sort of getting people in. But one of the things that Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson has said repeatedly is that they'd gotten just about 2/3 of their entire voting population. They got them to vote through absentee ballots. So there were no real worries about long lines heading into today, and we're keeping an eye out for it, but we really haven't seen it widespread just yet.
Oh, interesting. Omar Jimenez, appreciate it. Thanks very much. We'll continue checking with you throughout the day. I want to go to Wisconsin, obviously another critical battleground state. Half of the state's registered voters already cast ballots due to that avalanche of absentee votes. Wisconsin's chief election official is warning it's likely we won't know even unofficial results until tomorrow. Our national correspondent Ryan Young is in Milwaukee. So Ryan, polls opened just an hour ago, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Anderson. And we are at an elementary school that's about 5 miles south of downtown Milwaukee. When the polls first opened here, there was a line all the way down the hallway here. But the poll workers here quickly got those first bit of voters out the door pretty quickly. The whole process works pretty smoothly so far. When you walk up here, you meet this gentleman. He'll check you in and tell you what ward you're going to be a part of, and then you go right in. First-time poll worker who said he wanted to be a part of the process. And as we come through this building right here, this is where the votes actually happen. So you register at the post here to figure out what ward you're in, and then you get one of the cards, and then, of course, you go over to vote. One of the things that you'll notice, Anderson, all the protection that is in place here, because obviously Wisconsin's been dealing with some tough numbers when it comes to COVID-19. So every poll worker has a face mask on, a face shield, and they've been doing the social distancing. They even make sure all the pins are sanitized afterwards. Now, this is a state where more than 1.8 million people cast their ballot pretty early. So we saw that initial rush, but so far it's gotten pretty slow since then. In fact, we talked to one voter who said he had to be here today because he wanted to cast his vote because he thought it was pretty important.
It's so interesting, Ryan, what we're seeing across the country, again, because so many of these ballots have come in early. Do you know, did they anticipate more people this morning, or were they not really sure what to anticipate?
Well, think about this. You had 61% of the folks who wanted those votes cast have already put their ballot in. Then you have the idea that Donald Trump won this state by less than 1%. So he was here just last night campaigning once again. So there's conversation. And every time you turn the television on in this area, you know, you have one of those situations where you're flooded with the commercials about who to vote for. And in fact, the guy who I was referring to, who we talked to just a second ago, I guess we didn't have that soundbite, was basically telling us he wanted to vote because he wanted to be a part of this process. He understood that this state is pretty important. We also talked to a small business owner who said that COVID-19 has impacted her business so strongly she's not sure how long she can survive in the future. So she's looking for leadership when it comes to controlling the coronavirus. Also, one of the things to talk about here, Anderson, you can register today in this state and vote.
Interesting. Ryan Young, appreciate it. We'll check in with you. Turning now to Texas, we're going to show you pictures of the only drive-through voting location open today in the Houston area. This is actually Joe Biden in Scranton, Pennsylvania, going to his childhood home. Earlier in the day when he arrived, he had said that he's with his two granddaughters who have never been to Scranton, and he wanted them to see his childhood home. So that is where they're visiting right now. He and Jill Biden attended Mass this morning in Delaware. They visited the grave of Beau Biden, Vice President Biden's son, and then they flew to Scranton. We saw him earlier this morning talking to canvassers who are going to be going out, trying to get people coming into the polls, doing their last-minute work, and now he's visiting his home in Scranton. CNN's Brian Todd is joining us now tonight, or this morning from Houston, Texas. Brian, what's the scene where you're at?
Well, Anderson, if you want to see what voter energy looks like, we're going to show you here in Harris County outside Houston. This is the multi-service center on West Gray Street. This is the entrance. People are checking in here, going in to vote past these doors. These lines have snaked around here and almost to the street all morning long. It's gone all the way down here, past the elbow there, and then to the right along that fence, almost to the street there. It's dissipated a little bit now, but we anticipate the line will get longer again later. Lots and lots of energy here. People, campaigning. Lots of poll signs out here. There was some question about whether, voter turnout would be that strong in Texas, because Texas is setting all sorts of records for early voting. 9.7 million people voted in Texas before Election Day. That eclipsed the total number of voters in Texas in 2016. Now, I want to talk to a lady here who's a longtime voter here in Harris County. You've been voting here for 50 years, you've told us. She doesn't want to give her name. But what's your interpretation of the energy here and the turnout? What do you think drove so many people to come out today?
Well, because I think it's going to change the direction of our country, one way or the other. And I've never seen emotion like this before in all the years I've lived here.
You've been voting here for 50 years. You told me a little while ago that this town and the voting dynamics have changed a lot in those 50 years. How so?
Oh, my gosh. When I was a young girl I'm a native, and when I was growing up here, it was like an overgrown cow town. And now it's a thriving metropolis, so international. So many different views and ideas.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us. If we hold you up any longer, you're not going to be able to vote. So I'm going to let you go vote. Thank you very much, ma'am. So, Anderson, there you have it. Changing dynamics here in Harris County. Just lots and lots of energy. The turnout, very impressive because, again, given all the early voting here, you mentioned the drive-through voting situation. There is, as you said, one drive-through voting station because Harris County, the clerk closed down 9 of the 10 drive-through stations. He was concerned that any votes cast via drive-through today on Election Day might not be counted, might be illegal, because the judge ruled yesterday that if on Election Day, if voting does not take place in a place where there are walls and a roof, then they should not be counted, that they're illegal. And a lot of those voting stations had tents, so they closed down 9 of the 10 drive-through voting stations. There's one open in downtown Houston. We're told it's gotten a lot of volume so far, so that's part of the dynamic here as well. Anderson?
Hey, Brian, so things look peaceful there on the line. I hear hubbub in the background. I heard somebody chanting 4 more years. It sounded like on a bullhorn. Just for people who are concerned about, being yelled at if they're going to vote, what is the situation there? Are people protesting, or are they, a certain distance away from people? How does that work?
They're a distance away. I can show you down here. We're in the shade. We're going to have to kind of show you, go back, panning into the light and adjust the light a little bit. Those are Trump supporters across the street chanting 4 more years. They're just kind of voicing their passion for the president, and but there's no intimidation going on here. I can tell you that. We've been here all morning. No intimidation. These are just people who are very enthusiastic, again, expressing their support for the president, playing music, chanting. There have been a couple of other people who have been on bullhorns, again, expressing their political views, but no intimidation here. It has not been a factor. I talked to the Harris County Clerk, Chris Hollins, a little bit earlier. I asked him if there had been any problems. He was very optimistic. He said he didn't anticipate any. There hadn't been any so far. Look, that doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but we can tell you that this operation has gone very smoothly, and despite the passion and the vociferousness of some of the Trump supporters and others, there's been no intimidation here, Anderson.
Yeah, well, passion's not a problem. Just illegal behavior is, and it doesn't seem like there is any, and that's certainly a good thing, and that's what we're seeing in all the polling places that we have been physically at this morning, and it's incredibly heartening to see. Certainly a lot of passion, a lot of anxiety and concern, but people standing in line, casting their votes, lines actually not as long as maybe some people anticipated in some areas, and we'll continue to be monitoring that throughout the day. Moments ago, we saw Melania Trump arrive to vote in Palm Beach, Florida. Let's watch and listen. Sorry, an audio issue there. More than 9 million people have already voted in that state, an incredible 95% of all the ballots cast in 2016. Polls closed in that state at 7 Eastern. Now to Georgia, where one county just south of Atlanta is already reporting technical issues with polling machines. Spalding County officials say they are aware of the issue and that they're sending provisional paper ballots out to voting locations. As you can see, there are long lines for voting there. Let's go to north of Atlanta. CNN's Nick Valencia is at a polling station in Norcross, Georgia. Nick, any problems so far?
Yeah, hey, good morning, Anderson. No issues here to report, and really no lines. You could see 3 people in line. Election officials tells us this morning at 5:30 when they showed up, there was a crush of people waiting to vote. At the height, there were about 40-minute wait times. Right now, you're really just in and out here. This is a very important district and a very important county. Historically, it has been firmly held by conservatives, but back in 2016, that changed when Hillary Clinton had an upset here and won this county. In 2018, when Stacey Abrams ran for governor here, there was a lot of mobilization among Democrats, specifically in Gwinnett County. She won this county, and Joe Biden is hoping to inch this county further to the left. This would be the first time since 1992 if Joe Biden takes Georgia that a Democrat would win the state. 16 electoral votes are at play here, and just take a look behind me. As I mentioned, it is very smooth, in and out at this point. The day did start in Georgia with some voting issues. You mentioned just south of us in Spalding County, a reported computer glitch led to voting machines going down there. We understand election officials are bringing about 2,000 provisional ballots over there to Spalding County. And late last night, there was also some drama in Metro Atlanta in Fulton County, one of the biggest counties in the state. They had some vendor back out last minute, Anderson, in the morning, so that left some voting machines and poll pads not being delivered to some polling sites. We understand, according to election observers, they finally got delivered in Fulton County at 5 a.m. this morning. But the day did not start without drama here so far, though, Anderson, in Gwinnett County, a very important county here for this state, for both President Trump and contender Joe Biden. No lines here, no wait, everything running smoothly. Anderson?
All right, Nick Valencia, appreciate it. Thanks very much. More than 100 million votes have already been cast in the presidential election, even before the polls opened today. And 2020 race could see the highest overall voter turnout in a presidential election ever. Depends how many people actually show up today. CNN national correspondent Kristen Holmes joins me now. So take us back to 1972, the first election that included 18-year-olds.
Okay, Anderson, I'm actually going to take you back to 1876 because that was the largest turnout we've ever seen in the United States, which was 82.6% of people who are eligible to vote voted. Now, of course, we know not everyone was eligible to vote, and we have really no idea as to how they tracked that. So we'll take you now to the modern times. 1972, that's when we started to see a dip in turnout for voting. It had been relatively high in the 60s during the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. All around 60% of eligible voters were casting their ballot. Then you get to 1972, it's 55.3, and it continues to go down. In 1996, when Bill Clinton ran against Bob Dole, that is the lowest when you saw 48% of the voting age population casting a ballot. Now, it starts to tick up again in 2004. You're looking at 55.7%, and then we see these record numbers in 2008 when we had Barack Obama running against John McCain. That was 57.1% of the voting age population casting their ballot. So what do we need to do to get back to that number from where we are today? As you said, a lot of it is going to hinge on what happens today. They need about 49 million more ballots cast across the country to reach that 2008 threshold. 2016, just for your reference, did not come close to that. It dipped back down to 54.8. And right now, when we talk about these percentages, we're at about 38% of voting eligible voters casting their ballot. We still need to have, again, 49 million ballots cast to reach that. And the big thing to watch here, and this is what both campaigns are watching, was that early turnout, was that foreshadowing some kind of enormous record-shattering event that we're going to see today? Or were those votes replacing votes of people who were just going to cast their ballots today? Now, one thing that we are watching closely, those lines in Philadelphia, in Harrisburg, those are indicating that there is still going to be a lot of interest and a lot of voter turnout. And keep in mind, in Pennsylvania, that's something you're watching very closely if you're the Trump campaign, because 2.4 million absentee ballots were requested in that state. They were received and cast in that state. 70% of the people who requested those ballots were Democrats. So Republicans really need that turnout on their side today.
Democrats are also looking closely at turnout of African Americans, Latino voters today, given concerns that some Democrats had about a kind of lower percentages of African American voters and Latino voters voting by mail in advance of the election in states like Florida, Arizona, and elsewhere.
Yeah, that's right. And one thing that we're really watching closely is Wisconsin, Milwaukee, as well as the non-Atlanta metro Atlanta areas in Georgia. That's where you're looking to see some of that black voter turnout that you talked about. And one thing that was very interesting, I spoke to several GOP operatives in Georgia asking them if they believed that Biden could take this. And they said, absolutely. If you look at these non-Atlanta metro areas, if you can get black voter turnout outside of that area that we did not see the big early voting numbers in, then they believe that Biden could actually beat Trump in that area. So again, coming down to turnout in Milwaukee, they are expecting record numbers of people of color going out and voting today. People I talked to that are part of various advocacy groups, they say that they were talking to members of the black community who said they don't trust the USPS system, that they don't trust that they want to vote in person on Election Day. And they're going to be set up in Milwaukee, various cities across the state with snacks and different things to really make sure that people do not leave those lines. So it'll be interesting to see, Anderson.
Let's listen to Joe Biden in Scranton.
For years, and Mrs. Kearns bought it from them, and it's only been two families for I don't know how many years now. And so they had me sign years ago up in the third floor where my Aunt Gertie lived. They had me sign my name. They just had me sign it behind a picture in the living room. So, but I'm afraid it's attracting a lot of people to their home.
Have you talked about Trump today, sir?
Yes, I have.
You have?
And I talked about...
Have you talked to President Trump today, or is he...
Oh, no, I thought you said you talked about my son today. I beg your pardon. No, I haven't talked to President Trump today.
What do you think? Any advice for your son?
Thank you.
Vice President Biden visiting the house that he grew up in the first 4 years of his life, bringing his granddaughters there. CNN's Phil Mattingly joins me now. So, Phil, let's look at where we could see these vote totals come in first.
Yeah, look, I think we've all been talking about, Anderson, you've been talking about as much as anybody, that you kind of preach patience on a night like tonight, because this is a different election because of a pandemic, because of just the mass of early voting. Over 100 million early votes have already been cast, 60+ million of those coming by mail. That how people count, when people count, is going to be different over the course of the day, and it's going to be different based on states and those states' rules. Now, look, I put up this map as a demonstration, because a lot of times people are watching and maybe have the volume down or just watching and paying attention to things, and this map, which shows all of the safe states. If it's dark red, it is a safe Republican state. If it's dark blue, it is a safe state for Joe Biden. And inevitably, we put this up to try and demonstrate what different pathways are. And someone will inevitably start yelling at me that Colorado is currently a toss-up, when everybody assumes Colorado is going to go Democrat, or same with Minnesota, same with maybe Nevada. The point being, pay attention not just to the colors of the states over the course of this night, but how people are describing the way things go. And the reason why is this. You look at some of the key battleground areas. Obviously, we talk a lot about Pennsylvania into the Midwest, and we've been talking a ton about the Sun Belt as well. How they count their early votes versus their day of votes is different. I want to pull this up and give you a sense of how people are counting absentee ballots. Take this off real quick and pull this up, and you see that in states like Florida, Arizona, Iowa, if this would actually cooperate with me, I'd be able to show you better, Nevada, North Carolina, they start the process or processing of their ballots the day before. Some of those states actually start counting as well. However, you move over into Pennsylvania, into the Midwest, they only process and count on Election Day, and in some counties with absentee ballots, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania, some in Wisconsin as well, they will start the day after. So what does that mean? That means in certain states, think North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Florida, you are going to see a lot of the absentee mail ballot dump right when polls close or shortly thereafter. And that may cause, given the fact that Democrats overwhelmingly voted by mail more than Republicans have, give the sight that Joe Biden is doing extraordinarily well in all of those states. However, as the day of vote is starting to count, sometimes those states will start to revert back. It doesn't mean that if Joe Biden's leading in Florida early in the night, he won't be leading by the end of the night, but the margin and the gap will start to close. And the same thing goes for the Midwest in the reverse. They will be counting day of votes before they count absentee in most cases. Same with the state of Michigan. So those states may appear to be overly Republican early on in the night because Republicans, by all of our polling, have been voting in person more than they've been voting by mail. The point here is this: what you see at the beginning of the night, what you see when polls close as these states start to fill in, may not be where things end up. Patience. Watch how this plays out throughout the course of the night. We, as you know, our decision desk, we will have information, we will have data, we will explain it to the best we can as well as we know it. But just because there's a huge lead in a toss-up state early on in the night, don't decide that that's how it's going to end. Don't decide that your candidate's winning or your candidate's losing. It is going to be a process throughout the course of the night, and why this is so different compared to every other election is what we've been talking about the last several weeks, but obviously over the course of the day too. 100 million more. 100 million plus early votes, a huge chunk of those absentee votes, and states, they count them differently, and that will dictate how the vote comes in, how it's reported, and how we see things throughout the course of the night, Anderson.
Yeah, Phil Mattingly, appreciate it. Thanks very much. As voters cast their ballots, President Trump and Joe Biden are wrapping up their time on the campaign trail. You just saw Joe Biden there leaving the house he grew up in Scranton. We'll take a closer look at their election night plans ahead, plus police on alert, barricades and fencing surrounding the White House. And Dr. Deborah Birx sounding the alarm about coronavirus, her blunt warning that's at odds with President Trump. Both President Trump and Joe Biden are out on this Election Day morning. The president is expected at the RNC Annex offices in Arlington, Virginia, moments from now, as Biden is wrapping up a visit to his hometown of Scranton before traveling to Philadelphia. Joe Johns, our senior Washington correspondent, is at the White House. So, Joe, White House staff members are setting up for a big election night party. It's going to be indoors, right?
Yeah, and this is supposed to be the big event tonight. and about 400 people are invited, we're told. It's going to be on the state floor, which is the first floor where they hold state receptions, and there's a lot of space involved here. Still, there's a question about spread of the coronavirus, and about the only thing we know about that is that people who are coming in are going to be tested. We don't know what kind of test they're going to get. By the way, this event was supposed to be held down at the Trump Hotel, which is just a few blocks down Pennsylvania Avenue, but they can't do that because the mayor of Washington, D.C. still has restrictions in place about the number of people who can gather. The only other event on the schedule for the president today, very low-key day for him, is the visit to the RNC Annex, that's the Republican National Committee Annex, which also houses some Trump staffers for the campaign. The president expected to spend about an hour over there, running late on that. He was supposed to leave about 10 o'clock Eastern time, and now it's been pushed to 11 o'clock. So a couple opportunities, I guess, to see the president. Big question is whether there's going to be a victory party tonight, and that's anybody's guess. The president on Fox today was asked when he's going to declare victory. He said, I think we'll have victory, but only when there is victory. Anderson.
All right, Joe Johns, appreciate it. Top White House coronavirus advisor is sounding the alarm about the pandemic, pleading for more aggressive action, even as President Trump continues to falsely claim that the U.S. is rounding the turn on the virus. In a November 2nd internal report cited by the Washington Post, Dr. Deborah Birx is quoted as saying, "We are entering the most concerning and most deadly phase of this pandemic, leading to increasing mortality. This is not about lockdowns. It hasn't been about lockdowns since March or April. It's about an aggressive, balanced approach that is not being implemented." Our political analyst and White House reporter for the Washington Post, Josh Dawsey, co-author of that article, joins me now. So, Josh, tell us more about this internal memo from Dr. Birx.
Right. So Dr. Birx has been sounding the alarm for several weeks at what she sees as a lack of action from the administration as cases are surging across the country, that they're in orange and red zones in a lot of these states. She's predicting more than 100,000 cases a day beginning this week. And she's saying that the administration has to do more messaging, has to do more testing, has to do more to convince people to social distance, to avoid big crowds, or that the winter is going to be particularly grim. Dr. Anthony Fauci obviously did an interview with us on Friday where he shared the same sentiments. But there's a growing frustration among Birx and Fauci and some of the medical experts in the administration who feel like their concerns have been pushed aside amid the campaign for presidency.
Just how bad does Dr. Birx think the current coronavirus situation is? Because, I mean, she has always been very measured in her public pronouncements to not critique the president, to not, to essentially, you know, when often had the sense she wanted to, you know, stay in the room where things were being decided, and therefore wasn't publicly, you know, contradicting the president. Clearly now she is.
Well, yeah, and she's been frustrated, Anderson, with the rise of Scott Atlas, Stanford Hoover Center advisor who the president brought in this summer, who shares a lot of the president's opinions on the virus. Dr. Birx has not been regularly seeing the president in recent months. The vice president's been on the trail. She's told others that she feels like she's lost her influence to actually make policy at the White House. And she's been traveling the country. She's been about 40 states talking to state officials and encouraging people to wear masks. But what she says is that, you know, we have 230,000 deaths or so. We've had more than 9 million cases, and that this winter is going to be the most concerning time and the most deadly time of the pandemic. In these memos that she sent around to others, Anderson, she says, you know, we need to avoid large crowds. It's not because of the rise in testing of why we have more cases. It's because of rapid community spread. But the administration is not doing enough to take on the virus. In some ways, many of her points are a direct repudiation of what the president is saying about the virus right now.
Josh Dawsey, appreciate your reporting as always. Thanks so much. Many cities are shoring up security plans in case of possible unrest over the election. That includes parts of the nation's capital. As you probably know, fencing and barricades now surround the White House. Vivian Salama, CNN national security correspondent, is outside the White House. Show us the extent of these measures. Vivian?
Good morning, Anderson. That's right. Overnight, D.C. has turned into a city of fences and plywood. I'm standing on the west side of the White House complex right now, about 100 yards from the actual White House, and you can see that these fences have gone up literally overnight. Crews worked around the clock to put these fences up. in the event that unrest happens on election night, they wanted to be prepared. And these fences, D.C. residents are no strangers to these fences. We saw them go up in the wake of the George Floyd police brutality protests over the summer. They partially came down, but then again went up overnight as authorities tried to anticipate them. Now, authorities are dubbing these non-scalable fences, and you can see my fingers can go through them. They're about 8 feet high and about 4 feet wide. Really difficult to push them over. I kind of try to throw myself into them, and they don't really budge. They're also locked together, each panel, and so really difficult to do that. Now, D.C. authorities, the metro authorities, as well as federal authorities say that they really don't have any credible threats being posed at the moment, but they do want to take precautions, saying that they're anticipating any worst-case scenarios that may come about tonight and in the coming days. Also around the city, you're going to also see, like in other cities in New York and elsewhere, plywood boarding going up on retail shops and residences in the anticipation of unrest. Businesses trying to take precautions. Again, a lot of them experienced vandalism and theft over the summer following those George Floyd protests, and so they're trying to get ahead of it this time and take any kind of precautions. But of course, these are what the officials are hoping will keep people away from the White House. And I want to show you a map really quickly, Anderson, to get a sense of how widespread this is. 52 acres surrounding the White House are fenced off from protests with these exact non-scalable fences. Also, Lafayette Park, over to my right, is also fenced off. A lot of protests took place there over the summer, and so authorities really trying to keep people as far away from the White House complex as possible. You may remember that the president was ushered into a bunker over the summer because protests got a little bit too close to the White House, and so authorities saying that they are trying to take all precautions necessary, and they're hoping that these fences do the trick tonight and in the coming days. Anderson?
I mean, Salama, I don't think it's something we've ever seen before on an election day in the United States. I appreciate you being there. Still ahead, President Trump won Ohio 2016. Can he do it again? We're live with voters in the battleground state. Plus, the state's former governor broke ranks with Republicans, endorsed Joe Biden. Former Governor John Kasich will join me live ahead. Welcome back. Voting now well underway across the country this morning, coast to coast. That includes Ohio. The Buckeye State could play another key role in tonight's outcome. Our Gary Tuckman is in Strongsville, Ohio, just outside Cleveland. Gary, how are things going there right now?
Anderson, this is a picturesque suburb, and so far the voting has been picturesque. No problems whatsoever. Smooth as silk. This precinct has been open for 4 hours now, and it's been very steady. There have been at least 35 or 40 people in line the entire day since 6:30 this morning. Right over here is the mayor of the city. He just walked in, Thomas Persiak. Mayor, any troublemakers in town?
No troublemakers in town whatsoever. As a matter of fact, it's a beautiful day here in town, and people have been very patient and really thrilled just to be voting.
Mayor, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's nice to meet you. Nice to be in your city. You can see the line of people waiting to come in. They come to this table. They show their ID. They're then checked in on an iPad to make sure they are who they say they are. And this is the voting area. I want to show you, Anderson. I'm not voting right now, but it's not electronic here. You get a piece of paper, you get a pen, you vote for your candidate, you then take your ballot, like this gentleman right here. He has his ballot, comes up to the scanner where this gentleman is, and once you scan it in the machine as you're about to see, voila, you have cast your vote. And so far, everything's going good here in the state of Ohio, as far as we know, except for us getting in everyone's way. But we can tell you Ohio is an important state, Anderson. It has 18 electoral votes. That's the 7th most in the country of all the 50 states in the District of Columbia. And here's an interesting factoid. No Republican has ever made it to the White House without winning the Buckeye State. Anderson?
And Gary, obviously a lot of folks are watching what happens in Ohio to maybe see if there's any hints of what may happen in some parts in Pennsylvania as well.
Well, that's right. This could be a harbinger of what happens in Pennsylvania since it's in the same region. One important point about Ohio, Joe Biden does not have to win the state. Donald Trump does. And that's what makes it so interesting that yesterday Biden made a last-minute visit to Ohio, to Cleveland, to campaign.
Yeah, the Trump administration felt pretty good. The Trump campaign felt pretty good about the president's chances in Ohio. Clearly, the Biden campaign saw something in Cleveland, hoping to mobilize perhaps African-American voters there to see if that might tip the scales. Gary Tuckman, appreciate you being there. And Gary, right now, do you know how long wait times are at the polling station you're at?
Yeah, so this polling station, people are waiting 20 to 25 minutes and moves pretty quickly. But I will tell you, Anderson, there are 3,000 people registered to vote. This is 3 precincts in one place. And so far in 4 hours, we've had almost 400 people come. So you're talking about roughly 12, 13, 14%. But it's hard to tell if that's a lot or that's a little because so many people have early voted in this state.
You know, Gary, one of the things I just find so heartening, and I'm like a broken record on this, but I just think it's so important, you know, given all the anxiety that's going on, is just how normal this morning is. I mean, in every polling place we've been to, it is, you know, good citizens wanting to cast a ballot and volunteer poll workers and, you know, who are there helping them, and it's just normal.
You've heard what the mayor said, that it's peaceful, first of all. That's a really important point to emphasize because so many people have been worried about going out and voting here, just like any other day. But what's really important to point out, Anderson, if I could just say this really quick, I covered the California primary in the beginning of March. I was in Sacramento at a polling place, the beginning of COVID. And 2 people came in to vote that day wearing masks. And we were like, holy cow, people are wearing masks. What's going on here? Now all of us are wearing masks. And it's inspirational because you see everyone here trying to protect other people standing by them and these heroic people who are working in the precinct. It just makes you feel good to be an American.
Yeah, it really does. Gary, appreciate it. The election's already making history. Just look at this. Before the first polls even opened this morning, more than 100 million Americans had already cast their ballot, shattering all early voting records. Here with me now, former governor of Ohio and 2016 Republican presidential candidate John Kasich. He's endorsed Joe Biden for president. Governor, 100 million votes cast before today, nearly 3/4 of the entire votes counted in 2016. It's going to be really interesting to see what turnout is like today, to see if this is breaking all the records or if, because so many people voted early, it's actually a lower turnout today.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see, Anderson, but the intensity is very high. And, you know, we always worry about how do we get more people to vote. Well, people tend to vote when they have something they really care about. If there's not much they care about, you know, it's just casual, you won't see big, high voter turnout. But in this case, the intensity is so high on both sides. Those who really want to support Donald Trump are all geared up, and those that are supporting Joe Biden. You know, I saw a special over the weekend. They asked one lady, well, was her vote for Biden or against Trump? And she looked and she said, could I have both? So there's a lot of intensity out there, and that's why you're seeing a very big turnout.
What do you make of the Biden campaign going to Cleveland with the candidate, kind of a last-minute stop in Cleveland?
Well, that's because they took a look at Ohio and thought it's so close that if they can produce a greater turnout in Cleveland, and you nailed it, Anderson, when you talked about a higher African-American turnout, it's very possible that Biden could win the state. Now, if you notice today, Biden is back in Pennsylvania. He's over in Philadelphia because Philadelphia is so critical in terms of turnout, and it can overwhelm the rest of the state if the turnout is large enough. So it's no surprise that he's over there. And frankly, I'm not surprised he went to Cleveland because they see this as a possibility.
You know, the issue of fracking is something that got a lot of attention. I mean, it always has, but during the last debate, obviously, the president felt that Joe Biden had made a big mistake by talking about fracking, though Vice President Biden actually supports fracking, just not on federal land moving forward.
Right.
And gradually getting off of fossil fuels. But I'm wondering, do you think that hurt him in Ohio, hurt him in parts of Pennsylvania?
You know, Anderson, my gut tells me that's a small slice of people. I mean, the people who are actually in the industry, you know, get very worked up about that. When I heard it in the debate, I thought it would take a heavier toll on Biden than I think it has. And that's probably because, you know, it's sort of a narrower slice. Now, in Ohio, where I approve fracking, by the way, except in our public lands, I don't think the numbers are that giant. So on, you know, in a close contest, it could make a difference. But I have not seen the impact of that I thought I might see.
How quickly do you think we'll see results from Ohio?
Well, they're pretty good. You know, they start processing the ballots, the apps, you know, the mail-in, and then, you know, they're going to do their very best. We have up to 10 days to count ballots that are postmarked the day before election. And this is something that's been traditional in the state. It's been this way for a long period of time. I I can't tell you. Anderson, I'd love to tell you I know exactly when we're going to know, but I can't say that, or I wouldn't be telling you the truth. So, I'd rather not do that.
So that's a tradition, though, in the state. Ballots that are sent in can be counted as long as they're postmarked before the election. Election, they'll be counted up to 10 days.
Yeah, and they'll process them. You know, they're processing them today, and then I don't know exactly when they'll begin counting them, but people will keep an eye on that. We expect those early votes to favor Joe Biden, but, you know, as we know, come Election Day, those votes are going to matter as well. So, you know, do it right, take your time. I know in all the elections I ever had, I always want to know, what's the absentee vote? How are we doing on that? And traditionally it had been for Republicans, but it certainly has changed in this election cycle.
Yeah, everything has changed, it seems. Governor John Kasich. The world watching as Americans head to the polls. What are U.S. allies and adversaries looking for tonight? We'll talk to Christiane Amanpour about that ahead. As Americans cast their ballots in unprecedented numbers, countries around the world are, of course, watching to see who the next president of the United States will be. Joe Biden is promising to return the U.S. to its more traditional role on the world stage after 4 years of the Trump administration. Our chief international anchor, Christiane Amanpour, joins me now. So what do you think U.S. allies are watching for tonight? Because clearly there's an intense interest around the world in this.
Intense is an understatement. Everybody's on the edge of their seats. This is really a matter of extreme importance for the rest of the world because it matters. Here in Britain, obviously the government of Prime Minister Johnson has hitched its star really to President Trump. Ideologically, they're very similar, and they believe that they could get a super-duper free trade agreement post-Brexit with a Trump United States. But they're also obviously seeking to ingratiate themselves with the Biden camp, depending on which way this goes. We have also heard that if Britain was to vote, 75% of Britain, the people, would vote for Biden. The same in France, where 80% of people have been polled say they would prefer a Biden wing. We have heard from officials as well, and we've been asking ambassadors and former cabinet ministers, and they basically told us in France and also here in England, former ministers, that they can't really take another 4 years of unilateral and, quote, hostile U.S. disengagement from the European alliance and from the multilateral world order. If that does happen, if there is another 4 years of President Trump, then it really will alter the course of world history and world affairs, particularly amongst these particular allies of Europe. Now, if you go further south and you go to the Middle East, Israel has prepared 2 statements, and we have been speaking to the UN ambassador. He tells us that President Trump has really set the bar very high when it comes to U.S. foreign policy towards Israel. They're very appreciative, as you can imagine, of the U.S. president moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, of the Kushner-Trump peace plan being very heavily weighted to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and that wing of Israeli politics. Also of these normalization agreements with the UAE, Bahrain, and indeed Sudan. That's very important for them. On the other hand, they've also said that if there's a Biden win, they go back to the many decades that Senator Biden, Vice President Biden, has been engaged with Israel in, supporting Israel and also the peace accords. Most hope that if Biden were to win, he would re-engage on the Palestinian-Israeli peace process. So that's for the allies. We know that Turkey would like to see a Trump win because they believe it's been helpful to them. Trump has pulled away from Turkey's historic enemies, or those who Turkey sees as their enemies, on parts of the Kurdish parts of that population. South Korea, also an ally, would like to see a Biden win, but does not want to see a return to the Obama policy of so-called strategic patience with North Korea, where they thought that the Obama administration allowed North Korea to build up missiles and to test them and really bring that danger to a head there without standing in and confronting it.
Also, obviously, U.S. adversaries are another matter, not just our allies. We know Russia, China, Iran have attempted to sow discord in the U.S.
Yeah, well, look, Iran is the big one, and the prime sort of foreign policy objective of the Trump administration in these first 4 years has been to collapse the Iranian regime or to completely squeeze it with the so-called maximum pressure policy of sanctions, so as to really force it onto the back foot. You know that they've pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal. Obviously, Europe allies hope that Biden would go back into that and also back into climate change. But Iran has kept its powder dry, metaphorically. It has not come out to do any provocative things that I think may have received a negative response from President Trump. But they clearly, when pushed, would rather see a president who's going to re-engage with the Iran nuclear deal. And so do the European allies, as I said. We know that China, which has been heavily engaged with President Trump on the trade and tariffs and all the rest of it, Xi himself, President Xi, said last week that neither egoism or unilateralism or threats and provocative measures are going to be conducive to a relationship. So I don't know whether that's a direct swipe at President Trump, but they also are not commenting publicly. And who else do we have? Russia has stayed very much, you know, mum about who they would prefer. And some are saying it really doesn't matter who wins. What matters is the relationship between whatever country and the United States.
Christiane, exciting day. Appreciate you being with us. Thanks very much. Yeah, we'll talk to you later. Breaking news, the Postal Service reporting another drop in the on-time movement of mail ballots, threatening Election Day delivery in battleground states. We'll have more on that. Stand by. Hey, welcome. Top of the hour, 11 a.m. on the East Coast of the United States. I'm Anderson Cooper. It is an incredibly exciting day in this country. Thanks for joining me. CNN's special live coverage of Election Day in America continues. A big consequential day as voters get the last word on who they want to lead this country during multiple crises. The race is historic already. More than 100 million people have already cast their ballots before the polls even open today. That's a record. Right now, polls open in every state, coast to coast. Alaska voting sites opening up this hour, and in Hawaii, they're opening next hour. Election Day process going smoothly. Some long lines at polling locations like this one in Philadelphia. Lines stretching down 2 blocks and around the corner. Also, many sites across the country with no lines at all, short waits. There's anxiety and uncertainty with the nation divided, the coronavirus pandemic surging, making this one of the most politically important and consequential moments in our country's history. We could see President Trump head to the RNC Annex offices in Arlington, Virginia at any moment to encourage his campaign workers there. He's running late this morning for that visit. Former Vice President Joe Biden has already been out. We've seen him in Scranton, Pennsylvania, making his final pitch to voters before heading to Philadelphia. Biden began his day at church in Delaware, going to Mass. He also visited the grave of his son, Beau. Our correspondents are in position at polling places nationwide to bring you the latest. We've been with them, checking in with them all morning long. Let's go to Florida right now. The polls have only been open for a few hours. Today, officials say the state has nearly matched the total number of votes cast in 2016. Randy Kaye is in Broward County, a place the Democrats are hoping for high turnout in to help them carry the state. Randy, how are things now?
Well, Anderson, it looks like they're getting the high turnout that they were hoping for. We've seen a few lines here this morning. We're in Lighthouse Point, but I can tell you I just spoke with the Office of the Supervisor of Elections here for the county, and he said that already they have almost 54,000 people who have voted in Broward County already. Now, keep in mind, they were saying that they were predicting maybe 100,000 to 125,000 people voting in all today, so they are off and running in terms of that. That's because they've had so many people vote already in the county. They already around the state, they've had 9.1 million have voted. That's about 95% of the 2016 total. But here in the county, they've had about 850,000 who have voted already. So big numbers to talk about. But here in Lighthouse Point, this is really a red pocket in a very blue county, which is Broward County. Donald Trump won this area with about 65% of the vote compared to Hillary Clinton with about 31%. Though she did take the county, though, with about 66%. So this is a very highly Democratic area. But this is a must for Donald Trump, really. The last Republican candidate to win the White House without the state of Florida was Calvin Coolidge back in 1924. And we've been talking to some voters here today, Anderson, and there are a fair amount of them that are voting for Donald Trump as expected in this area. One couple would not tell me who they voted for. They said that they were waiting until they walked into this building here behind me, the rec center where we are, to decide who they were going to vote for. They were really torn because racial equality is important to them, but they're also pro-life. And I said, "Are you happy with your decision?" And the gentleman said to me, "No, I'm not." But he did vote. So it wasn't a write-in. I did get that much out of him. But overall, we are seeing a big turnout here, which is really good news for the state. Donald Trump certainly is expected to do well in the Panhandle, which is a red part of the state. Also, he's pulling a lot of support from Cuban Americans in Miami, where he's been really pinning Democrats to socialism, and that is really resonating with that group. But Joe Biden and the Democrats are hoping for a strong win here in Broward County, and they seem to be getting a big turnout, which could work in their favor, Anderson.
All right, Randy Kay. Randy, thanks very much. A hiccup this morning in another key battleground state. At least 3 voting districts in the county encompassing Pittsburgh saw delays opening today. CNN's Alexander Field is in Pittsburgh for us. Have those issues been resolved?
Those are 3 sites that were missing some of their voting materials. The county has delivered those materials to the sites. They are back open, and we assume they are seeing what I'm seeing here in Franklin Park, which is a suburban neighborhood in Pittsburgh, which is a long and steady line of voters. We've seen it since before the polls opened at 7 a.m., and it is holding on through the day. We won't know the numbers until later, but what I'm hearing anecdotally from the people who are online is that this is certainly a longer line than they've been used to waiting in. That is because people in Pennsylvania know exactly how much pressure they are under. This is a state that Donald Trump won by just 44,000 votes in 2016, flipping the state to red. They know that this is a state that the world is watching. And Anderson, you called this an exciting day, which no doubt it is, but the word that a lot of the voters who I speak to out here are using to describe it is also tense. Not just the day itself, not just the wait, but that's how they describe what's going on in their neighborhoods in Pittsburgh right now. Neighborhoods that are deeply divided. Yes, this is a state that flipped to red in 2016, but Allegheny County, home to Pittsburgh, was the blue spot in western Pennsylvania in that sea of red. However, this neighborhood that I'm in, Franklin Park, did err toward Trump at that time. What I'm hearing from voters is that this year they know more of their friends who are going to go to the polls. They know more people who sat out last time who will vote this time. I haven't heard anyone who said that they have changed their vote in terms of party between 2016 and 2020. So we're going to have to see how this all shakes out. But what is unifying voters out here, whether they plan to vote for Trump, whether they plan to vote for Biden, is something of a sense of frustration. And that is because they are not expecting to get results from Pennsylvania today. They know they're going to hang on and wait longer. There have been some 2.5 million mail-in ballots that were cast as of now, and some counties in Pennsylvania are saying they won't begin to count the mail-in ballots until tomorrow, the day after the election. So that's fueling this sense of anxiety for some. They know they could have to wait to hear the results for the entire state. They also know that there's likely to be further legal challenges to ballots that are received after Election Day. That despite a state Supreme Court ruling that said that ballots could be counted as long as they are postmarked by Election Day and received within 3 days of the election. Anderson?
It is nice to see, as tense as people may be about this day and anticipation of this day, the reality that we have been seeing in, polling place after polling place that we've been looking at over the last several hours since they opened around the country is just how normal it is and just how peaceful it is. We see it on the right-hand side of the screen in Londonderry, New Hampshire, the polling place you're at. There's no one yelling at people on the line. People are just standing in a line just like a normal election day.
Yeah, no one is confronting one another as far as what we have seen in the polling sites that we have visited in this part of the state. We don't see a lot of people advertising on their clothes, on their hats, by holding signs who they're going to vote for. In fact, this is an interesting site because, frankly, people seem a little bit reticent to say exactly who they're voting for at all. It's everyone's right to keep that perfectly private. But when you talk to people in general when it comes to this election, people tend to have a strong opinion. In some places in the country, they are eager to express it, let you know exactly who they're voting for. Here, people seem to be keeping it a little bit quiet. it. They know that these are real, that there are real divides that exist within this community. They tell me, you know, it's very likely that the neighbor next door will have a different lawn sign from the one that's in their yard. I've heard from people about family members who are deeply divided. So these are real tensions that people are living with on a daily basis. It's not just about the ballot that they cast today. It's really about their view of the country, where it's been, and where it should go.
Yeah, Alex Field, appreciate it. Thanks very much. I want to turn to Michigan. Another critical battleground state that President Trump won by less than 1% in 2016. CNN correspondent Omar Jimenez joins us now from St. Clair Shores in the Detroit area. So, Omar, polls opened just a few hours ago. How are things since we last saw you?
Well, Anderson, we heard from the Secretary of State's office who say that so far things have been running smoothly. They've only had to call in about a dozen of their reserve poll workers that they set aside mainly for COVID-19 reasons, just in case, but they wouldn't say if this was pandemic related or if just someone didn't show up to an actual poll. But again, so far so good here in Michigan. As you mentioned, a state that President Trump won by less than a percentage point. In this county in particular where we're standing, St. Clair Shores within Macomb County, is a county that President Trump flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016. And it's a county whose winner has been the statewide winner for presidential and governor's races going back 7 elections in a row now. When you talk to some of the people here, this is a place Trump had a rally over the weekend, and when you talk to the people here, obviously they are divided in many ways, but specifically for people who support President Trump, some might think his image has taken a hit over the past 4 years. At least one voter we spoke to has been with him from the very beginning and says he's going to continue sticking by the president.
I knew Trump was going to take it all away because he said himself, I don't get into anything to lose. He's suave. He's business savvy. He can think off the cuff, and he says what a lot of Americans want to hear, you know, not politically correctness stuff.
And one of the interesting things he went on to say as well that I've actually heard in common between Democrats and Republicans that you speak to here is that the stakes of this election have never been higher. He actually told me this is the most important election he has ever voted in. And when you look at the turnout, the numbers that we have seen so far, that mindset and mentality is reflected. We've already seen 3.1 million absentee ballots returned here in the state. That's more than 60% more of the entire 2016 presidential election turnout and more than 60% of the entire 2008 presidential election turnout, which set the record for turnout here in Michigan. And you look no further than the campaign activity as well from these candidates. President Trump, between Friday, over the weekend, and last night, has held at least 4 rallies in the state of Michigan. And Joe Biden and President Obama were in Detroit and Flint over the weekend. Senator Kamala Harris is expected to be in Detroit later this afternoon. So a lot of attention being paid again to the state that President Trump took by just the slimmest of margins in 2016.
Yeah, Omar Jimenez, appreciate it. Thanks. Record voter turnout this year with more than 100 million ballots cast before voting even started this morning. 6 states have already topped the total number of votes cast in 2016. CNN's Phil Mattingly joins us now. So walk us through these numbers.
Yeah, Anderson, look, obviously this is all gray right now. It's going to fill in over the course of the night, but we already have a good sense of one key thing, and that is enthusiasm. Enthusiasm like we've never seen before in early vote. And there is a reason for that. Obviously, it's in the middle of the pandemic. Democrats in particular have focused on that. But you mentioned 6 states at this point in time have already surpassed their 2016 total vote. Texas, nearly 1 million over that. Washington State, Arizona, a battleground state. Nevada, a battleground state. Montana, there's a key Senate race as well. There's also 7 other states that have already hit the 90% mark, including battleground states like Florida, like Arizona, like Georgia, and like North Carolina. Overall, Anderson, 37 states in the District of Columbia are already past 50% of their 2016 vote. So I think you talk to both campaigns, you talk to operatives on both sides, and one thing they agree on, they don't agree on much right now when they look at the totality of this map, but they agree that the enthusiasm is there. And that raises this question. Are Is the U.S. today on track for record turnout? You take a look, it's kind of dropped off over the course of the last 50, 60 years to be completely blunt, rather sad levels. 1960, kind of the high point of the modern era at 63.8%. 2008 was at 61.6%, and it has dropped precipitously since then. And I think the big question right now is the United States going to surpass perhaps what we saw in 1960? It's a very real possibility. Hit 63, 64, 65% of turnout. And I think what goes with that is the big question of what that means. Who does that benefit? What does that mean for the map? And does it shake up the map based on some states that we assumed might be going one way, and because of record turnout, because of low propensity voters turning out, because of the availability of absentee and mail balloting, all of a sudden those become more in play or start shifting direction? We don't know the answers and won't until tonight and in some cases tomorrow. But one thing we do know, people are turning out, and they are turning out, at least in the early vote, Anderson, on record levels.
Yeah, we're also seeing more states becoming more and more purple in the past decade.
Yeah, I think this is the interesting thing. Look, I'm going to pull up the 2016 map, and because that's kind of the baseline with which the Trump campaign has operated throughout this campaign. They know what their pathway was in 16, and largely they need to replicate that to as much of a degree as they possibly can. The Biden campaign, obviously, they're looking through Pennsylvania and the Midwest as their clearest pathway to 270, win back that blue wall. The difference, though, and there are plenty of differences between 2020 and 2016, I think, is the idea that there are a handful of states as you move from the Southeast to the Southwest, kind of the Sun Belt here, that all of a sudden maybe weren't in play for Democrats a couple of cycles ago, that progressively have moved in that direction. You look at Georgia, obviously President Trump, it's red back in 2016. You look at Arizona, it's red back in 2016. A shift in demographics, the move of suburban voters over the course of the last couple of cycles. We saw it in the 2018 midterms in some Senate races in Arizona and some House races in Georgia. What is going to happen over the course of the night? Those states have been moving progressively towards Democrats. In the presidential level, they haven't quite cracked the map yet on the Democratic side. Will tonight be the night that changes? And just one more that I want to highlight. We've been talking about the early vote. Obviously, the state of Texas already nearly 1 million votes beyond what they did in the entirety of 2016. And a lot of that surge is coming from suburban areas. Harris County, Houston and its outskirts, Dallas County and some of its outskirts as well. What does that mean? Does that all of a sudden put Texas in play? I think Republicans have long said, we understand the demographics are shifting in Texas, but they don't think it's quite there yet for Democrats. It's going to take a couple more cycles. Democrats believe tonight may be the night it changes. And Anderson, if Texas changes tonight, the entire map changes for Democrats.
Yeah, so much to watch for. Phil Mattingly, thanks very much. We also have breaking news on how the U.S. Postal Service is handling mail-in ballots. For the 5th day in a row, the United States Postal Service moved fewer ballots on time in critical battleground states than it did in the previous day. CNN's Kristen Holmes joins us now. This is really concerning. We're learning this from court filings. What other details have you learned?
Yeah, absolutely. This is incredibly concerning, Anderson, given the fact that in at least 5 of these states, they don't actually accept mail-in or absentee ballots anytime after the election. So this is now significantly putting ballots in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia at risk of not being counted. Now, I want to give you some of the numbers here because overall, we talk about this slowdown, these ballots being processed, and it looks like a shift down 1 point from 91% of ballots being processed to 90%. Okay, but then I get into the weeds of the numbers here, and I'm looking at things like this. Just 52% of the Atlanta district ballots were processed. I mean, 52%. 69% in wide swaths of North Carolina moved on time Sunday and Monday. 69% in wide swaths of one of the most critical battleground states of North Carolina in this election. So I can't stress this enough. For the last several months, we have been talking to the Postal Service. We have asked questions. We have said, look at these numbers. There's been slowdowns in all of the policies that Postmaster General Louis DeJoy instituted. They told us they were ready for this election, that no matter what, they were going to get those ballots there and get them on time. That is not what we are seeing right now. Now, they say this is because of a lack of staffing because of COVID-19. But again, we've known this could have been a problem now for months. So this is just, it really is shocking to see some of these low numbers in the 50 or 60% here for the Postal Service, these ballots that now might not be counted because of these delays. Anderson.
Also, I mean, there are some states where if you can track your ballot, and if you realize it's not going to, if it hasn't already been received, that you can actually still vote. But in some states, that's not the case, that if you've sent in a ballot, that's it. You can't than go to a place if you realize it hasn't yet been counted.
Right, and we're talking about some of these critical states where every single vote counts. So in a state like Wisconsin, you are out of luck if you do not have your ballot cast at that time. Now, in a state like Pennsylvania, if you don't get your ballot, if you don't see where it went, you can show up. If you can't turn in that ballot, which obviously you can if it's lost in the mail, you can file a provisional ballot there. So there are different rules across the board, and people, if they are not seeing that their ballot is being delivered, if it hasn't been yet, they should show up at their polling place no matter what and try to cast one of these provisional ballots to make sure that their vote counts. Again, you're looking at some of these numbers in different areas of the swing states. At one point I saw in Pennsylvania and Ohio, it was roughly 80% on time ballot sorting and ballot moving. So these are not great numbers given that we're on Election Day right now.
It's really stunning. Kristen Holmes, appreciate it. Thank you. After months and months of buildup, the day is here. The waiting game for President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden has begun. Where they plan to spend those hours next, and if the vote doesn't go Trump's way, he would join a very small group of presidents who've only served one term. I'll speak to presidential historian about that. Our special coverage of Election Day in America continues after a short break. President Trump is making one public appearance today in the RNC in Virginia. Once he's returned to the White House, he's expected to remain there for the rest of the night. Meantime, Joe Biden is making some final campaign stops in his childhood home state of Pennsylvania. Our White House correspondent John Harwood is in Washington, and CNN's Jessica Dean is in Philadelphia. Jessica, I understand Joe Biden he had his granddaughters with him today. He said he wanted to take them to the home where he was born.
That's right, Anderson. He was in Scranton, Pennsylvania, his childhood home, taking some of his grandchildren, two of his granddaughters with him. And I mentioned earlier today, this is obviously strategic being in Pennsylvania. It's a critical battleground state. They want to turn out union workers, white working class workers like you would find there in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And he did speak to some union workers there. But what you said is also true. He did go to his childhood home in Scranton, where he's been several times during this campaign. And I wanted to show you, he went inside and wrote on the living room wall there a short little message, signing the wall from this house to the White House with the grace of God, then signing his name and today's date. It's worth noting he did a similar thing in a different room back when he was running with Barack Obama as his vice presidential candidate. But Scranton has played so much into the theme of this campaign, Anderson, but also is so much of who Joe Biden is and how he sees himself and presents himself both to the world, to voters, to his family. We've heard time and time again over the last several months his closing argument of Park Avenue versus Scranton, that because he was born in Scranton, because he grew up with working class parents, that he understands everyday Americans, and that's what sets him apart from President Trump, who he charges is just looking out for himself and for his millionaire friends with his tax cuts and decisions in the White House, his lack of leadership there in the White House. But also in Scranton, they're going by his old church, a local hoagie shop he likes. So really weaving in the personal here with the political on this final day of his campaign. And up next, he comes here to Philadelphia, where he will make his final stops before he heads back home to Wilmington, Delaware, where he will address the nation tonight and await election results. Anderson?
Right. John, the White House, I understand, has made now changes to their election party plans.
They have, Anderson. You know, the president will visit the RNC office you mentioned this afternoon. Then we'll have this party at the White House. Originally, they had talked about having a party at the Trump Hotel, but after the regulators in the city who give out liquor licenses raised some questions about the arrangement, they shifted it to the White House. Originally told us that they expected around 400 people there. Today, they have announced that they will limit the size of the gathering to 250 people, with everyone receiving a rapid COVID test and getting a bracelet indicating that test before having the party tonight. Now, Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, has said they expect to be celebrating a landslide victory tonight. Got to tell you, it did not sound like the president was expecting a landslide. He phoned into Fox News this morning, complained that Fox had not been as good to him in the past, or this year, as they had been in the past. And when he was asked about the reports that he would try to prematurely claim victory before all the votes were counted, he said, no, I'll claim victory when victory occurs, if victory occurs. He said, I think I have a very solid chance. That does not sound like a candidate who is expecting to win a landslide today. And of course, the polls tell us that it is not likely that he wins a landslide. He's trailing significantly nationally, trailing in more than enough battleground states. He's got to hope that all of those very close battlegrounds that he won in 2016 tip his way, and he can figure out some way to deny Joe Biden one of the three Rust Belt states that gave Trump the presidency in 2016, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is probably his best shot, which, of course, is why Joe Biden is there today, Anderson.
Yeah, just John Harwood, appreciate it. Jessica Dean as well. The last three U.S. presidents all went on to serve 2 full 4-year terms. President Trump wins re-election. He'll join a distinguished list of commander-in-chiefs to accomplish such a feat. And if he loses, where does that leave his legacy in U.S. history? Douglas Brinkley, CNN's presidential historian, is here to answer the question. Only 6 other U.S. presidents since 1924 have ever lost re-election.
Well, that's right. You definitely want to win. You want to be the 2-term club. When we rank presidents, that's the first thing you look at because it's a referendum. Are you doing a good job? If Donald Trump loses and has, 42% of the public backing him, it doesn't bode well for him trying to establish any kind of legacy. He'll be always ranked towards the bottom of the presidents, like James Buchanan and Warren Harding, known for impeachment and corruption, bigotry, xenophobia, dividing of the nation. Jimmy Carter, Anderson, he was sitting president and he got killed in a landslide by Ronald Reagan in 1980, led to the Reagan Revolution. This might be more like 1992 when Bill Clinton squeaked out a victory over Bush 41. But Ross Perot was the weird third factor in that particular election. Perot got 19% of the vote as a third-party candidate, really messed up the political energies of the country.
And if Trump wins re-election, it'll be the 7th time since 1924 a president won re-election to a full year term.
That's right. But if he wins, we're living in the age of Trump. The Republican Party is Donald Trump.
There literally is no other platform.
There is no other platform. There is no plan B for the Republican Party. It's got turned into Trumpism. So if that gets rejected now, the slate's open of who could become to take charge of the Republican Party. I'm sure Marco Rubio is going to want to insert himself into that role, maybe Nikki Haley down the road. But Donald Trump isn't going anywhere. I mean, he's built his career, Anderson, as I'm not a loser, I'm a winner. So he may not accept the results of the elections. He may try to take it to the Supreme Court. And eventually, if you get him out of office, he may not even show up for the Biden inaugural, but he'll probably create his own media network, which he's intimated, and his twittering will continue. He'll keep trying to get followers and still be a disruptive force in American life, intimating he might go back at it in 2024 and run for president yet again.
Doug Brinkley, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Coming up, voters casting their ballots in battleground Iowa. President Trump won the state, of course, in 2016. Also ahead, an intense battle for the Senate. Take a look at the key races that could determine the balance of power there. Hey, welcome back. Voters making their way to polls across the country. It includes battleground Iowa, where already more than half the total number of ballots cast in the state in 2016 have been cast in this election. Our Martin Savage is on the ground in Des Moines, Iowa. So what's it like there since polls have opened?
Really busy, really busy. Early voting in this state went all the way until 5 o'clock last night, and the numbers were, by the end of the day, about 1 million votes have been cast by Iowans. So the thinking was that perhaps come the general election, maybe you wouldn't see as many people coming. But in this particular polling place where we are, it has been extremely busy, and it's pretty much evenly split between the parties. Polls opened at 7 a.m. local time. There was a long line outside this building when the polls opened. There's not a line now, but it still continues to be just a constant flow. And they're seeing roughly about maybe 150 voters an hour, sometimes 200 voters an hour. And we're not even in those busy periods right now. This is usually that lull that you get between lunch and when the polls open in the morning. So consistently busy here. Again, like many states, Iowa set records when it came to its early voting, also set records when it came to voter registration for 2020. And as I point out, about 1 million early votes cast, roughly. That's important to note because the Secretary of State thinks overall in this election, there'll be about a little over 1.5 million votes cast, which means, of course, the vast majority of votes have already been cast in Iowa. And that's important because in this state, they can start counting those votes early, and they have. They started yesterday. And in fact, for Polk County, which is Des Moines, they pretty much have counted all the early votes that have been cast. So when the polls close at 9 o'clock tonight, Central Time, they will have a huge leg up on all of the ballots and counting and processing them, which, of course, means the Secretary of State is confident that Iowa will have a result tonight. Remember, it's got 6 electoral votes. It's a winner-take-all. We should point out it's been really close in Iowa. The president won it by 9 points in 16, but this time around, been exceedingly close for months. Then you had a break last weekend. The Des Moines Register came out with a poll that said that it looked like independents, and there are a lot of them in this state, had begun to break in the president's favor. We'll see. It could be an outlier, or it could be accurate. We'll find out probably later tonight. Anderson?
All right, Martin Savage, thanks. Not only is the presidency at stake, but control of the Senate is on the line. There are a few key races across the country the Democrats hope could go to their favor, tip the balance of power. Our senior political analyst, Mark Preston, joins me now. So what Senate races are you watching closely tonight?
Well, Anderson, there are a whole lot on the board right now for Democrats who think they have a shot at winning some of them much better than others. Let's start out west first. When you go to Arizona, you have Mark Kelly, a former astronaut who is the husband of Gabby Giffords. He is running against Senator Martha McSally. Now, what's interesting about this race is that McSally has tied herself to President Trump. They felt like they needed to do that. It doesn't seem to have necessarily worked so well, according to the polls. She's in much danger of losing. Going down to Colorado, you see Cory Gardner. He is running, being challenged, rather, by John Hickenlooper, who is the former governor. Now, our viewers may remember John Hickenlooper here on our air as a candidate for president. Well, he decided to ditch that and, in turn, run for Senate. He right now has a good chance of picking up that Colorado seat. I'll just quickly say Iowa as well. Joni Ernst, we just saw Martin Savage out there as well. Joni Ernst has tied herself as well to Donald Trump. And we saw a good poll out of the Des Moines Register for Donald Trump. That may help Joni Ernst. She may survive. She may end up losing. But as you go down to the East Coast now, this is where some problems really are affecting Republicans as well. If you look in North Carolina right now, you have Thom Tillis being challenged by Cal Cunningham. Now, Republicans thought that they had a shot of getting back this North Carolina seat, or at least holding on to it, I should say, because a scandal erupted about 2 or 3 weeks ago regarding Cal Cunningham acknowledging he had an extramarital affair. Does not seem to have hurt. Now, again, Tillis is somebody who has tied himself to President Trump. He was with him last night at the rally in North Carolina. But he's also somebody who went against Donald Trump early on in the administration when they were talking about the border wall. That may have hurt him a little bit with the base. Now, if you go up north now to the eastern part, to New England, and you look at Susan Collins up in Maine, she's in deep trouble right now. She's being challenged by Sarah Gideon. This is a race that we're all going to be focused on, not just for the outcome, but how the outcome is determined. If somebody does not, one of these candidates does not get 50% tonight, Anderson, then it goes into ranked choice voting. What does that mean? It means when you went in to vote, you put who was number 1 as your choice, but you also put who was number 2, and then who was number 3 and who was number 4. There are 4 people on that Senate ballot right now. If somebody doesn't get 50%, then they go back and they retabulate who the second choice was. So this could be an interesting race.
There's also obviously the tight race in South Carolina. Republican Lindsey Graham seeking his 4th Senate term, running against Democrat Jamie Harrison. A lot of money has been poured into that race for Jamie Harrison. What are you expecting to happen there?
I mean, it's an incredible amount of money that went in for Jamie Harrison. At this point, I think Republicans feel a lot better about this race than they did, say, 3 or 4 weeks ago. If you remember, we saw Lindsey Graham, whenever he would be doing an interview, he would ask for donations because he knew that he was being hammered so hard. Now, Lindsey Graham always faced a tough re-election in South Carolina. Some folks didn't think that he was conservative enough. Well, at this point, he clearly has tied himself to the Trump train. We saw him as being one of his biggest supporters and one of his biggest advisors on Capitol Hill. He will have a bit of a fight tonight. If he loses South Carolina, then we will see an incredible wave that will sweep across the nation that could pick up other seats, including Texas, if you can even imagine that, perhaps even Kansas as well, Anderson.
All right, Mark Preston, appreciate it. Thanks. Our CNN correspondents fanned out at polling places across the country. We'll take you live to Minnesota. The state President Trump is hoping to turn red this election. The killing of George Floyd and the protests that followed sparked a political awakening for many young voters in Minnesota. About 13% of the state's early voters are under the age of 30. That's more than twice the level in 2016 in the pre-election figure. CNN correspondent Adrian Broadus is one of the busiest polling stations, is at one of the busiest polling stations in St. Paul, Minnesota. Adrian, how's it looking?
Hey, Anderson, right now, not a long line. There were long lines this morning, but not now. Nearly 2 million Minnesotans have already voted. The Secretary of State, Steve Simon, says that's about 62% of all votes cast in 2016. So perhaps those early voters can be attributed to the short lines we're seeing here right now. We are in St. Paul. That's the state's capital. Typically, this state leans blue. Hillary won Minnesota back in 2016. This year, as always, the prize, 10 electoral votes. But it's important to note President Trump almost won Minnesota in 2016. He captured and won more than half of the state's counties. But this state is blue. And today, as many people head to the polls, voters I've spoken with say on their mind is George Floyd. You remember, George Floyd was killed at the hands of police in Minneapolis. That's here in the Twin Cities. We spoke with a young voter, Louis McCaleb. He turns 23 next week. He was one of thousands who protested in the days following the death of Floyd. He even created a song called Why Vote. In that song, he's encouraging people to look at other issues on the ballot and look beyond the presidential race. He's taking his pain and frustration from the streets to the ballot box.
I don't feel safe as a black man living in America. I don't. But I understand the lay of the land, and I understand that a lot of these things are systematically organized. So we must systematically make changes. So that is why I'm going into here. I'm exercising my right to vote.
And Anderson, across the country, many black men have died at the hands of police saying, "I can't breathe." That was the case with George Floyd. You might have noticed Louis was wearing a hoodie that says, "We will breathe." He says that hoodie is a form of protest and his way of changing the narrative. When he cast his ballot today, on the back of it, he wrote the names of black men and women across the country who've died at the hands of police. Anderson?
Adrian Broadus, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Coming up now to Maine. Let's go there, a state with only 4 electoral votes, but voters are turning out to make sure those 4 count. CNN correspondent Evan McMorris-Santoro is in Brewer, Maine. Evan, you look, well, it looks cold there, obviously. How are voters handling the weather conditions?
Yeah, Anderson, welcome to a snowy, cold election day here in Brewer, Maine. This is one of the population centers in Penobscot County. It's actually a very important county here in the 2016 election. It was one of those pivot counties that voted for President Obama in 2012 and then President Trump in 2016. And that helped this part of Maine flip and become one electoral vote that Trump surprisingly picked up on that 2016 election night, something he's trying to do again here. Now, as you can see, we're voting in a pandemic. So there's a line outside of people that have been waiting. The polls opened at 7 o'clock, and they've been sort of like this ever since. And inside the building, there are only about 30 people allowed at one time to vote because they're trying to keep that social distancing of only 50 people inside every building here during this pandemic. So let me talk to you. Let me introduce you to one of the voters we have here. Edna, hi. Thanks for talking to us. Can you tell us why you chose to vote on Election Day instead of, earlier?
Because it felt more normal to me. I think it's fine if people, didn't feel comfortable with the pandemic or they needed to vote, but this felt normal to me, and nothing during the pandemic has felt normal, so I decided that I was going to vote the way that I always do.
And who are you supporting today?
Do I have to answer that?
You don't. It's a secret ballot.
Okay, I'm not going to answer it then.
All right. Well, Anderson, here in Maine, people are voting in a lot of different, in large numbers. We've seen big turnout in absentee ballots, and people in Bangor, just across the river from where I am now, and people here are seeing big turnout here too. But as Edna has just suggested, we don't know what's going to happen. But this is one of those areas of the country where you could see something interesting happen with the president picking up maybe an electoral vote or going back to the Democrats. But we'll see that later on. Anderson?
I know it's unsatisfying, but I always like it when voters say, "I'm not going to tell you who I'm voting for." But it seems like the wait there is pretty short.
Yeah, right now the wait's not that bad. It was longer earlier this morning, and they are expecting, election officials are telling me they're expecting to see big lines closer to the end of polling at 8 o'clock tonight. So maybe after 5 o'clock when people get out of work, you might see the lines start to snake out back here. But they're ready to do it, and as they're hardy folk, they're going to stand here in the snow and vote.
It's so interesting she used the word normal, that she felt it was more normal and that nothing's been normal. You know, that's the word I keep coming back to today, just looking in all the polling places we've been, just how normal this is, given all the, you know, the drama that's gone on, all the anxiety, all the anticipation. You look at polling spots around the country where there you see Philadelphia on the right-hand side of your screen, and it is election day where Americans are standing in line to vote. Some of the lines are long, some are short, but things are just proceeding along normally, and that certainly is a blessing. Evan McMorris Santoro, appreciate it. Thanks so much. No matter who wins today's election, the Democratic Party is going to look different with the split between progressives like Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and more moderate establishment Democrats. CNN political commentator and former presidential candidate Andrew Yang joins me now. So, Andrew, first of all, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on Election Day, seeing all these polling places, seeing, you know, short lines in a lot of places because so many people have voted already, long lines elsewhere.
It feels great, Anderson. Over 100 million Americans have already cast their votes. You're seeing potentially record turnout. And if you're watching this and you think it's too late for you, there's same-day voter registration in 20 states. You can get in on it. This is an historic election. I'm thrilled that turnout is so high. I think it's just a great emblem of democracy.
It's also cool to me just how, as I said, just how normal it is. I mean, it's not, you know, people were worried about, you know, is there going to be violence? Are people going to be shouting at you as you're standing in line? Are people going to be wearing, you know, hats and T-shirts and coming up to you and trying to convince you to change your vote? We're not seeing that. It's not to say it's not happening somewhere, but for the most part, you know, there are strict laws in place about voter intimidation, and there's, you know, good people who volunteered, who are working at these polling places, and it seems like it's moving along.
It's very positive, Anderson, but it's not surprising to me in the least, having traveled this country over the last couple of years, meeting thousands of people who supported Donald Trump in the last election. Americans, when you get down to the individual level, are for the most part eminently reasonable. They know they're just going to go. They could disagree with someone in line with them, and they're never going to have any kind of exchange. They're just going to stand there, wait to cast their vote, and then come watch CNN to see the results. So not surprising at all to me, having traveled this country.
You know, we just talked to one reporter a little while ago about some of the slowdowns that we continue to see in the mail delivery in some key battleground states. I mean, really serious numbers. You know, like 60%. You know, on-time delivery is off by you know, some 60% in some places. It's really stunning and could have significant impact on the results.
Especially because some of those states are tightly contested battleground states, places like North Carolina and Wisconsin. To me, this is one reason why you want to try and drive every single vote, because there are some uncertainties with the process. And if there's one concern I think many of us share, it's really, does the process hold up? I'm personally confident that if all the votes were magically counted, then we'd have a very clear result. But the mechanics may hold up the vote count and may actually end up with a significant number of contested votes in a number of key states.
Yeah, I mean, in some of these states, as long as the ballot was sent in and postmarked before the election, it will be counted. In some of them, there's a 3-day window or 10-day window. But in others, if it's not there by Election Day, it may not be counted. So the slowdown of the mail is a huge concern, and probably something the authorities are going to be looking into once this is all said and done, because this is the kind of thing that can happen again in the future. When do you think you're going to be able to get a sense of, or actually, I guess, Andrew, for you, what do you, like tonight, what states in particular are you looking at?
Anderson, you're looking at Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, potentially Ohio. These are states that if they go to Joe, we could have a very quick and powerful repudiation of Trump. Now, if Trump wins those states, and some of which he's expected to, or he won last time, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to win the entire election. But if Joe wins some of those states, then this could be a quick night, and that's what I'm going to be looking for. You're going to get those results by not that late tonight.
You know, if whoever wins, you know, while the president has been saying that the pandemic is going away, that they've rounded the turn, the truth is, you know, certainly for the next several months, whoever wins, things are going to be dominated in this country by the surge of the pandemic. I mean, Dr. Deborah Birx, Anthony Fauci, others, and we're seeing what's already happening in Europe. There is, you know, a rising death toll, rising case count, and it is going to get very ugly and very, very difficult for the next several months.
We've lost hundreds of thousands of lives and millions of jobs, many of which will never come back. Congress completely dropped the ball, not having any pandemic relief after April. So whoever is the president in 2021 is going to have an enormous challenge for them, Anderson, because we need a New Deal. We need a massive rebuild of the country, economically, public health, infrastructure to try and get the pandemic under control. This is one reason why I'm very confident that Joe's going to win tonight, is because so many Americans think we need a different leadership team in the White House. But it's going to be a monumental challenge for the new administration, whoever it happens to be.
Yeah, Andrew Yang, appreciate it. Great to see you. Just into CNN, election officials are warning voters in one state after an anonymous robocall went out telling people to stay home. We'll have more on that. Stand by.